Hey fam, we're back with another banger. What if Naruto x Mommy Saber? So before we start, if you are craving adult mature content, join my Patreon now, linker in the description box. Alright, enough talk, let's fire it up. Jiraiya stared at his godson, Naruto Uzumaki, who was walking with blank, dull blue eyes that used to have a bright light in them, but when they left Konoha's gates his smile dropped into a thin line, and his eyes turned cold and impassive, scaring even Kyuubi inside him seeing her container this way. He had hoped for Naruto to find some form of happiness, but it seems his mask is slipping on slowly and feels the building negative emotions attempting to burst out, and decides to take him to a place where Akatsuki will never fin them and allow him to at least get some friends. Hopefully, Kami knows he needs at least that. Naruto, we're heading to Fuyuki City to begin your training, it's just a few hours up ahead. He yelled over his shoulder, expecting to hear his pervy nickname, only to get shocked when he heard, "Hi Jiraiya-sensei." The dull tone made the super pervert shiver while his heart clenched in worry for his Odson, and was set to resolve this now, not noticing the red marking appearing on his hand. Naruto and Jiraiya jumped to the trees, tree hopping at fast speeds, but Naruto shocked him when he found his speed was equal to his and wondered who was this Naruto Uzumaki right now, and focused on the oncoming city up ahead to prepare for the next few years of his training in hopes the man won't go and peek on girls again. Finally, I can drop this damn fucking mask, he thought in pure euphoria while Kiera inside the seal looks at her container in worry, feeling none of the happy emotions he had, only pure dark, coldness, hatred, emptiness, malice, bloodlust, and rage, so much it surpasses her by far, and can't help and wonder how he became this way. Jiraiya is inwardly going over the things he will ach his godson. He's going to be using the cage bunshin a lot during this trip. I want him to be the most strongest in this entire planet, not even Akatsuki or Konoha will stop him, he declared fierce. Lee and felt anger at how his sensei allowed Konoha to treat Naruto like the plague. They should be thankful Naruto spared their lives. He looked like he was gonna crack right now and saw to his joy Fuyuki City up ahead. Let's rest for a moment, Naruto, Jiraiya said to his godson softly, getting a nod from Naruto, who walks further off into the woods to relax so he won't explode, not seeing his godfather's sad eyes looking at his back. Naruto, you can't keep your emotions locked away like this, he thought sadly, only to jump up feeling the massive spike of chakra and Yuki at elite Sannin levels and explosions of lightning, fire, earth, water, wind, darkness, and light, making Jiraiya Gakken sensed it was Naruto's chakra and came to a chilling conclusion. He was held back, he thought angrily. Why? Before he noticed the mark on his hand glow brighter, and suddenly a light appeared in front of him. And as it died down, a woman with lavender hair wearing a large dress and cowl that covered her looks bowed to him. My name is Caster Medea, I am your servant summoned for the Holy Grail Wars, she said respectfully, making him confused before the information was downloaded to him, and it made him frown. An all-out battle against masters and servants over some Holy Grail object and power. Even now the world is corrupt. Medea Heim, we can talk about this later. My godson is emotionally distraught and is on the verge of his mind breaking. I need to help him, he pleaded with Caster, who blushed at the suffix but gained a concerned look hearing his godson's condition and shivered at the feeling of sorrow, anger, hatred, malice, bloodlust, and so many negative emotions it put a berserker to shame, and dashed toward the explosions to calm Naruto down. Who in the world could house such hate in him? She thought curiously as Medea and her master headed toward his location. With Naruto kneeled panting as he glared at his destroyed surroundings, wanting nothing more than to reduce everything to ashes. He roared with pain, sorrow, anger, and sadness spilling from his heart. It's making Kiera's heart break to see her container like this. Naruto-kun, please stop, you're going to burn yourself out if you keep this up, she pleaded with him. Why would anyone care about a demon's feelings anyway? I will always be hated like the plague for the rest of my fucking life. I just don't fucking care anymore, he yelled with tears running down his eyes, his mask crumbling to pieces as his true features showed, his eyes suddenly changing to a heterochromia color, one scarlet red with a slit, and the other ice-cold blue. His skin tone looking whiter, hair now turned a spiky pale blonde, almost white, with it reaching past his neck, with two chin-length bangs framing his chiseled face as the genjutsu fades, and his whisker marks extend on his face. His body is also taller and more muscular than his malnutrition image, and his power exploded everywhere, shocking Kiera along with an arriving M. Edia and Jiraiya at his energy levels. It was like being in the presence of a god. Naruto, stop. Jiraiya yelled at his godson, who didn't hear him and continued firing jutsus of every element. Jiraiya H. as seen only for Medea to cast a sleep spell on him, causing Naruto to fall to the ground in exhaustion and mental stress, his face now peaceful and calm. Medea walks toward Naruto, kneeling down to him, caressing his face in her arms as Jiraiya walks over and looks at his godson with sadness and worry. He's mentally stressed out, Jiraiya-kun. I can sense it from him. He was on the verge of going insane if I didn't intervene. She explained, much to his horror and extreme worry, before seeing Medea give him a serious look, taking her cowl off, showing a beautiful young woman. Tell me, master, what happened to him? She asked seriously, with Jiraiya pondering the question and takes a deep breath, knowing this isn't going to be pretty, and explains Naruto's life to his servant about the beatings, assassination attempts, starvation, isolation, torture, sabotaging of training, and the unfair treatment from his teacher and teammate, while showing severe dislike for his sensei, who announced his Jinchuriki status to the village. And by the end, Medea's face was extremely pale and looked about to hyperventilate, but got her breathing under control. He had it worse than I did. She choked out with a tear trailing down her face, staring at the face of Naruto. To think such a young boy endured all of this and didn't snap like anyone else did, and her heart went out to him completely. I was hoping to train him to be stronger than his parents by the time the trip is over with. Jiraiya said seriously, with Medea looking thoughtful for a second and picked up Naruto in her two arms. I want in on this training too, Jiraiya-kun. He's been neglected and unloved for long enough, and no doubt they stunted his growth on orders from your sensei. Jiraiya looked at her with a thankful expression and smiled, feeling happiness radiate in his heart, and secretly Medea's as well. I think I finally found my loved one now, she thought, smiling for the first time in her life as both headed into Fuyuki City to a mansion Jiraiya had bought when he traveled here before. While conversing with Medea on who she was, she explained to him about her previous life, and it pissed Jiraiya off that her previous master aided her like some damn weapon, and made this clear by giving her lots of prana, which was just like chakra in a way, and he had plenty. Jiraiya, what will you be training Naruto-chan in? She asked curiously. I want to have him use the shadow clone method to speed his training up, using 2,000 clones for each art. I am going to teach him in taijutsu, kenjutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, and senju, which will be started on once he becomes Kage level. In all the other subjects except genjutsu, I'm sure he'll be at least elite Anbu in that, but from what I understand, you think he has the ability to use magic? He asked, the last part raising an eyebrow, getting a nod from Medea. Yes, his prana reserves are literally in a sense god-like. He has the requirements for an assassin, archer, saber, caster, and a rider, meaning he'll be nearly undefeatable if he completes his training. Jiraiya grinned darkly at that and plans on driving his godson into the ground and show Konoha who they are fucking with. 3 days later, Naruto groans as he opens his eyes slightly to see himself in a fancy room in a relaxing bed that had made him sigh in content. I no longer feel like a caged animal now, he thought in thankfulness. Naruto-kun, are you fine now? Kiera asked in worry for him, which he gave her a mental nod showing he's okay, and apologized for his explosion the other day, which she said, Naruto-kun, you had every right to blow up like that, and now you can finally have a normal life now, she said cheerily. Kiera-chan, we have to go back in 3 years, back to that prison, he growled ferally, with Kiera growling the same in agreement. Konoha was nothing but a prison for both of them, before hearing a door open and quickly unsheathed a kunai standing in a defensive position, only to see Jiraiya wearing some normal cloths without his headband, along with his servant Medea, who were looking at him worriedly. Naruto, are you okay now? You were out for 3 days, he asked, with Naruto's eyes widening slightly at how long he was out before it turned serious with Jiraiya, who explained to what they will be training Naruto in, with Naruto smirking. Well, let's get this show on the road, he grinned before heading outside to the massive backyard with many training posts aligned everywhere. Naruto, make 2,000 clones for taijutsu, 2,000 for ninjutsu, and 2,000 for fuinjutsu, and another 2,000 for Medea's lessons. You'll be doing physical training with me, he ordered, getting a nod from Naruto, instantly forming the required clones and set them to work. Jiraiya wrote 4 seals on his body, 2 on his arms, and 2 on his legs, and channeled chakra to them, causing Naruto to stumble slightly, impressing him since that was 30x his natural weight, but didn't know Kiara enhanced Naruto's body to handle extreme amounts of stress including gravity. Naruto, I want 500 sets of sprints, push-ups, crunches, laps, lunges, squats, and pull-ups, now get to it. He barked at Naruto, who nodded at the challenge, set F or him, and set out to do his task, not seeing the proud smile on Jiraiya's face as Naruto trained to get stronger and more powerful. 1 month later. During the first week, Naruto's clones had learned and mastered the basics in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu. While his training in using caster magic was progressing immensely, it was like he was a genius at it and continued this routine while doing physical training, increasing his speed, endurance, stamina, and power along with reflexes, since Medea, his clones, and Jiraiya would throw or shoot projectiles at him to keep him on his toes. Jiraiya and Medea made sure to remind him to fine-tune his chakra control so that he can use it perfectly like Tsunade's, and kept teaching him everything he was neglected in, and it touched his heart that he opened up to Medea a bit about his life and wished to have a family where they won't be scorned or hated, which Medea smiled at and replied, "It is possible, Naruto-chan, you just need to look underneath nay." She winked at him, getting boisterous laughter from Naruto, who remembered that hypocrite's words, yet he didn't stick to them. He made sure smaller groups of clones trained in genjutsu and the kenjutsu styles he discovered in Fuyuki City and back in Konoha, and used Yuki for the clones so they'll last for months, and applied a seal he made that allows him to get the memories whenever he feels like it, so he won't get distracted, and was pleased to say he was high Junin in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu, while in genjutsu he's mid Chunin, while being intermediate in fuinjutsu. And realizes his Uzumaki aptitude for the ninja arts, and made sure to demand Jiraiya to tell him about his heritage, and expected for the man to deny him like the others, only to get the shocker of his life. At the sad smile his sensei and father figure had, and explained to him his heritage, shocking him the son of Konoha's Kuroi Senku, and bloody maelstrom, the sweet sense of payback. He I led when he heard his parents loved him and vowed to surpass them, while Kiara trained him using her chakra and can say he can go 5 tails now without losing his mind thanks to the mental exercises Dia had him do to control his godlike prana reserves. And mastered more spells she taught him, and assured he would be a master caster in a couple of years, while teaching him other magecraft spells, and explained he would have his own servant soon, which made him a bit excited. The second week was spent on elemental manipulation and ninjutsu training, where to their shock, except his, he had multiple elements like Kaden, Futon, Suiten, Raiden, Doden, Mokuten, Yoden, Maiden, Jiten, Jinten, Swift, Ranten, Shikuden, Sunaden, and the yin-yang element, which he remembered about the Sage of Six Paths, and concluded he had to be a direct descendant of the Uzumaki side, since they were known to have multiple elements, and combined that with Kyuubi he had more options and versatility in battle. He had also met a cute red-haired girl named Shuru Emiya, who saw him staring at the water with a sad look on his face and came to comfort him, but told her he didn't need anyone harshly, yet she said frowning, "Won't ache anything better?" Before he could retort, he pondered her words and realized what she said was true before getting to know her, and found out she was an orphan like him because someone killed her parents during a fire in the city and vowed to kill whoever caused it, and befriended her. She somehow, to his knowledge, gained a crush on him, and hoped she wasn't like that stalker Hinata back at his on making said girl sneeze back in Konoha, and giggled perversely, scaring her family, while back in Fuyuki City Naruto gained a chill down his spine before shrugging it off and continued to hang out with Shuru-chan, and found out she had the ability to use magecraft like he was, but she didn't know about it because her mentor Kuritsugu Emiya never taught her much, making Naruto remember his training being neglected, but didn't sense any personal gain about Kuritsugu, and asked Medea about training Shuru, which surprised the caster, who heard Shuru's surname and decided to teach her as well, and made sure she could fight in hand-to-hand. Jiraiya for the next few weeks trained him harder than ever, bumping him up to elite Anbu in taijutsu, kenjutsu, elite Sannin in ninjutsu, mid-junin in genjutsu, which he can cast the mid-tiered ones and break the lower and high-tiered ones, thanks to Kiara being a mistress of illusions better than that feminist Yuhi who he is pretty sure doesn't like him back. She was a Uchiha ass kisser and vowed to show her not to mess with him, fuck Jonin rank or not. He also discovered he had an aptitude for Jikuken ninjutsu and studied the mechanics of the Kuchiyos. Ian reversed Kuchiyos along with asking the toads and Jiraiya about it and found out that the toads feel a pull on their chakra and always go toward it, while Jiraiya described it like going toward a beacon and put it in simple cryptic words. Don't resist the pull, always go along with it. Naruto, using his revealed intellect that surpasses Nara's Shikaku, and figured it out but expressed only to L. Earned the Hiraishin after becoming a master in Fuinjutsu like him and Dad, which the old man smiled at seeing his godson's determination while he was slightly less perverted due to Medea acting like Hi's wife, zapping him with her lightning magic to stop his peaking tendencies and curved it slightly, where Jiraiya got back to training to his old level with Naruto, who competed against each other with both grinning like loons the whole time, yet felt the sadness in Naruto's heart fade away slowly. For the last week Naruto refined his taijutsu with the multiple styles he learned and could say he will be better than Metagai in taijutsu alone, even if he used the gates including Fate's Bitch Neji and Horuno and Pig. He can literally now launch air pressure from his attacks now thanks to him training in styles that require extreme power, agility, speed, strength, reflexes, and fast movements, and expressed his like toward Hokuto Shinken, Hokuto Ruken, and Nanto Seiken, since they allow him to use his body's full potential, making him grin evilly, scaring yet arousing Kiera, since he can now say he's stronger than Tsunade's super strength. He also learned Zodachi, the way of the blind swords in allowing him to fight using only his sense of smell and hearing, making him more deadly using a sword, and thanks to him mastering nearly every type of weapon and could say he was a weapons master than his friend Tenten, and made sure to practice every day using the chakra flow and flying swallow technique while recreating the Chidori, Reikiri, and making better versions of it, intending to shove it in Hitaki's face. He also learned something called Time Excel and had to admit it had its perks, since it allows him to move at higher amounts of speed while time itself slows down, but only has Excel and double Excel down, and wants to slow down on his training so he won't burn out, and went out for a walk with Shuru at night. He now had a solid six-pack along with more toned muscles on his body. He now wears a black-gray undershirt with a red tie over it, as a blood-red jacket with two thin tails extending from the jacket, with the kanji for true hero on the back in black, steel-toed combat boots. With black hakama pants modified to have a ballooning effect, and 3 black and red studded belts, while he had a pair of opera-length gloves with red and black studded belts around the arms. That had a metal plate with the Uzumaki swirl on it, showing his pride in being an Uzumaki, and was going to chew out anyone who dared wear his clan's symbol and abused him. Oh, sweet revenge. Shuru looks at Naruto with a blush on her face. In just 1 month he had changed from a cold-hearted person to a kind, caring teen, but he was still cold and untrustful to others after eavesdropping on Medea and Jiraiya talking about his life, and wanted to comfort him but couldn't find the courage to, and had to wonder who the hell would start a war over something so stupid. Anyo, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned over while still walking with a raised eyebrow, only for it to turn to shock seeing the blush on her face and shy finger poking. Yes. He cursed his own damn stutter. He was supposed to not show emotions. Would you like to go out sometimes? She stuttered out bravely, with Naruto looking shocked before smiling a bit and nodded, which she squealed at and hugged him tightly, making Naruto feel warmth in his heart. Always look underneath, Naruto-chan, and you'll find someone who will love you. Her words echoed in his mind, making him smile before realizing he's going to have explain about his status in Konoha as a heir. Shuru, you do realize I'm going to have more than one girl, right? Shuru just shrugged, saying it was okay as long as they don't try to hurt you like others did, shocking him. She knows. He thought in shock and saw she didn't look at him in disgust and hatred, and smiled happily before continuing their walk, only to hear the sounds of Fig Hting, and walked to the source to see a girl wearing red and black clothing with long silver-white hair fighting against a man with blue hair wielding a lance, causing Naruto's eyes to glow multicolor. Slightly making him blink, wondering what happened before shaking out of it, reminding himself to investigate that earlier. Archer-chan, hurry up and finish up here. A girl wearing a skirt and a red, long-sleeved shirt called out, with said girl nodding before clashing with the man again, causing a shockwave to occur when suddenly the blue-haired one named Lancer detected Shuru's signature, causing Her to panic before running at very high speeds that surprised the other two while Naruto narrowed his eyes seeing Lancer chase after his Haim and dashed after her using his speed while still being at level 30 on his resistance seals going at elite Sannin speeds making afterimages in his wake shocking Archer and her master who couldn't help but blush at the pale blonde-haired teen making both wonder who he was before going after them. With Shuru, she breathed heavily leaning against the wall hoping she lost Lancer only to see said person in front of her with a dark smile on his face. Sorry can't have any witnesses. He yelled thrusting Guy Bulg at her. Hard only for a hand to grab the shaft surprising Lancer at his spear being stopped and started to sweat slightly at the cold glare Naruto is giving him just as Archer and her master arrived to see Lancer shaking from the teen clenching his weapon. No one touches Shuru Haim those that do die. He growled kicking Lancer through the window and jumped after him causing everyone to snap out of their shock and went outside to help Naruto not knowing about his fighting prowess and saw him and Lancer staring each other down. You're no regular human. Kid, you sure you're not a Magus? Lancer questioned skeptically and had to shiver at the heterochromia eyes that seemed to pierce his soul. I trained myself to fight, that's all that matter. He spoke emotionlessly getting raised eyebrows from Archer and her master Rin at how emotionless he sounds before gasping at a weird hilt rose out of the ground allowing Naruto to grasp it and pull it out showing the blade to have a key shape along with a keychain being the kanji for Gaia's Bane. Say hello to Gaia's Bane, one of my strongest swords. He said darkly. He figured this ability. Why out 2 days before the month ended. Medea described it to Unlimited Blade works of a reality marble and concluded Naruto could make illusions real that caused him to train this ability along with Ma King Energy Arms after mastering Kiara's chakra after Jiraiya gave him permission and gave her chakra to him willingly after punching his 2 in the balls amusing Kushina at how similar he was to her and was sobbing hearing what happened to her baby while Minato wished he was alive to freaking kill those villagers in Konoha to disgrace his wish and harm his son. Naruto reconciled with his family before they faded away with Kushina giving him her knowledge on Kenjutsu, Fuinjutsu, and her chakra chains with Minato giving him his knowledge on seals, ninjutsu, and the Hiraishin along with his ideas for the Rasengan which he made several completed versions of using tons of clones after having Anbu level control over his chakra. Not like that sword will do any good against my guy Bulb. Answer roared charging toward Naruto who waited calmly before parrying a swipe, dodging a thrust while landing a hard elbow on Lancer's abdomen making him cough up blood from the amount of force never having felt so much pain in his life causing him to fall to his knees grabbing his chest in pain. Archer just stared at him with a blush on her face. He's no ordinary man, that's for sure. I wonder if that's not all he's got hidden. Fufufu. She chuckled in her mind while Rin blushed at hearing her servant's thoughts and admitted to having the same thoughts and watched as Naruto and Lancer continued their fight while a black marking slowly appeared on Naruto's neck in the shape of a fox shocking Archer and Rin while a blue one glowed on Shuru's arm all the way to her face shocking her. Naruto GL. Answers at the marking on Shuru's neck while feeling one on his and felt 2 signatures coming and heard 2 explosions and looked to see 2 blondes kneeling wearing armor. The blonde in blue looked at the other blonde in confusion before seeing Shuru and felt a sense of familiarity, so she might be the one who summoned her. I ask of thee, are you my master? Shuru looked at the symbol on her arm and showed it making her smile before kneeling. I see you are truly my master. The blonde in blue said before kneeling. Servant Saber introducing herself for battle at the 5th Holy Grail War, yo. Now my new master and I am your humbly tool. As Shuru was left surprised, Naruto felt someone watching him before he looked to the blonde in purple black outfit watching him. Are you my master? The blonde in purple asked with Naruto moving his collar slightly showing his marking making the blonde smile before kneeling to him. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Ruler, Joan d'Arc, with a command spell that all servants cease fighting and leave, and now I am your humble servant and fellow overseer for the 5th Holy Grail War. From this point forward you are my new master and I your advisor. She said respectfully making Naruto chuckle in a heavenly voice he found out he gained after losing his mask making Rin, Archer, Shuru, Saber, and Ruler feel hot all of a sudden and it felt good to them. Oh great, 2 more women in this fight, great. Lancer snorted in irritation making Saber and Ruler glare at him making him wince slightly. Did he hurt you, master? Saber asked Shish. Iru getting a scowl and a nod from the redhead making Saber angry before pulling out her invisible sword while Joan pulled out a crystal one and went to attack only for Naruto to hold his hand out hawking them while Joan had a confused one on her face. Let me handle him Joan Heim. Joan blushed feeling happiness at her master calling her so affectionately and wondered if he's the one before nodding. Let me know if you need assistance master. She offered which he nodded at and returned his sights back to Lancer to dodge a stab at close range before putting away Gaia's bane and clenched high fists causing a pair of energy arms to emerge from his back shocking Lancer and the others. He can form energy arms that would be a useful skill to a berserker. Archer calculated with Saber and Ruler thinking the same. Let me show you what happens when you mess with my princesses. He said coldly while Ruler, Shuru, and Saber felt touched along with Rin and Archer at his fierceness while Lance engaged him in close range again only to realize he is on the defensive from the endless barrage of punches coming from Naruto using his energy arms and his fists covered in flame-like auras of blue, causing him to use all his speed and agility to dodge from the deadly strikes. Naruto dodges under a punch to the jaw and returned with a knee-elbow combo and a scissor kick to the face knocking Answer back some more and got ready to engage again only for Jiraiya and Medea to appear shocking him. Leave Lancer go back to your master, and tell him to stop attacking random servants and masters that is no in the rules of the war. Jiraiya growled making Lancer get ready to attack only to feel Naruto's cold glare on him. Refuse my sensei's offer and I will make sure you're maggot food by the end of this. Lancer suddenly felt small under that glare while Rin shivered at the dark tone in the pale blonde's voice. Not even that bastard Kotoheim Tem was this cold and ruthless. She had to add. She liked this attitude while seeing Lancer nod nervously. This isn't over brat. Lancer sneered jumping away. Sure it is ya masochistic homo. Shuru, Archer, Jiraiya, and Rin fell over laughing. At that even Saber and Ruler were shaking with mirth including Medea while Lancer blushed scarlet red and face-faulted and flipped Naruto the bird. Fuck you brat. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sorry I only like women like Saber Heim. Shuru Heim, Ruler-chan along with Miss Toshaka and Lady Archer thank you. He retorted coolly with said girls blushing feeling attracted to him more even if they didn't want to admit this. I'll kill you one of these days, Gaki. Lancer glared which Naruto returned with a cool look of his own. I look forward to marking that on your tombstone, dog. He grinned show. Wing his sharp fangs making Kiara horny inside her seal after Naruto changed it into a forest while Lancer returned to his master leaving Naruto and the others. Everyone looked at each other for a while Rin decided to speak. So, you're a master huh? She asked eyeing Naruto up and down like a piece of meat making Saber and Joan glare at her while Shuru whispered something into their ears making both blush and nod. I'm not like most masters who let their servants do all the work themselves as you can see. Naruto replied tilting his head to the hole in the wall as his energy arms faded away while Archer just stared at him. Why do you feel like a saber, a caster, an assassin, a archer, along with a rider? Archer asked raising an eyebrow shocking Rin, Saber, and Joan along with Shuru. Master has that much power and skill. Ruler thought in shock and love while Saber looked at him with a look of kinship while Rin was a bit jealous of Ruler having a kind master like Naruto. I'm a rare class you and others never heard of. He shrugged nonchalantly. Oh ho. And what would that be Foxy-kun? Rin smiled seductively making Shuru glare at her too with Saber and Joan which Naruto and Jiraiya sweat dropped at with Medea. I'm a sage obviously. He deadpanned getting a widening of eyes for Medea and Saber. So you have the abilities of me, Archer-san, Rider, a caster and a assassin. And I can say you can handle against any of the other classes if you wanted. Saber nodded approvingly with Naruto smiling charmingly. Oh are you coming onto me Saber Heim? He said teasingly with Sabe. R blushing red on the cheeks and stuttered out denials while inwardly screaming yes. En no Naru Naruto-sama. She squeaked with Ruler giving her a look that said she was caught making her blush even more. It's alright Saber-chan just teasing you. He smiled warmly making the blonde's hearts flutter including Shuru's. Archer-chan let's go we'll meet later especially if you're a student. She nked at Naruto before disappearing with Archer to their home. Jiraiya just giggled perversely at the blackmail on his godson only to yelp for Medea zapping him with lightning. Heel boy. Medea scold. Ed with Naruto making whipping motions with his hands. Someone's whipped. Naruto snickered before running across the rooftops with the other girls following him from a growling Jiraiya who kept missing his godson who had a grin on his face. Medea just smiled before heading back to the mansion. 3 weeks later. Things had gotten better for Naruto as he, Shuru, Saber, and Joan got to know each other more while Saber smiled more often with Ruler being more flirtatious with him alone and wondered if her and Anko were related and took to teasing the girls with his muscled body and was sure Saber and Ruler were peeping on him while he showered, not that he minded and had to admit he was enthralled with their beauty but noticed both had sad, lonely eyes like he hadn't told them about his life. Causing the two girls to break down sobbing and hug him tightly at how his childhood was and were happy he confessed he had feelings for them but didn't expect for them to grow in his heart so quickly and took things slowly by sparring. Talking and discussing many things about the war in different classes and their weaknesses while training in magecraft and shinobi training and was progressing quickly in taijutsu and kenjutsu. He had frowned darkly when he heard about Joan-chan being betrayed by her own people and compared them to his and vowed to make her happy. He declared this to her full. Why planting hope and growing love in Ruler's heart and could be seen with her, Saber, and Shuru more often. Kiara also visited thanks to him finding a way to let her out temporarily and was getting TTER training in his chakra mode as he looked like the Rakudo when using it and wanted to extend the time from 12 days to 5 months and be able to use it with no side effects which Kiara trained with vigor and sadistic pleasure. He also kept in touch with Tsunade via Toad summons but only told her about Fuyuki City and not his training due to him not putting it against certain people not to snoop into his personal life like Kakashi, Sakura, Ino or the council that's for sure and expressed his concerns to Jiraiya who agreed with him only providing information about the city's sights and other things non-important. Hey Naruto, me and Medea-chan got you enrolled at a school here in the city. Jiraiya yelled getting a raised eyebrow from Naruto who shrugged before who just got dressed in the me clothes he wore the other day fresh and clean before walking to school and saw how big it was and was very impressed if only slightly, but he detected a very strong source of prana and it felt like a human and a god's. This must be that Gilgamesh person, Medea-san spoke of. He thought ignoring the looks of lust coming from the girls around him, he's 14 for crying out loud. While some guys glared at him, especially a blue-haired boy named Shinji Meitu who saw him as an obstacle only to recoil seeing the cold look on Naruto's face and walked off moving through the halls. A girl with beautiful eyes and blonde long hair wearing a pair of black pants, sneakers, a white undershirt with a black long-sleeved jacket over it giving her a tomboy look but her eyes held power, wisdom, and experience and also intrigue as she gazed at Naruto for a long moment. He shows unprecedented power and courage. You interest me, Naruto-kun. She grinned predatorily before walking to class. Having to list a end to the command seals to her master in her human vessel. Naruto was looking around the school only to bump into a silver-haired girl that a bit shorter than him fell down only for him to catch her by the waist looking at her with concern. Are you all right, miss? He asked the girl who looked up at him and felt a heat rise to her cheeks seeing his multicolored eyes and whisker marks making him look cute in her mind before snapping out of it. I'm fine, may I ask who you are? My helper? She asked politely with Naruto smiling slightly. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze at your service, my dear lady. He went to her slightly with his charming smile in place while she felt her heart flutter at his affectionate talking. Ilya von Einsborn, it's nice to meet you. She smiled warmly which he smiled at some. One his age being friendly and sensed magic within her and would have seen the shock on her face before it turned back to a smile. Ilya-chan, there you are. A bubbly voice rang out showing Sakura Ma. To her purplish hair and eyes shining vibrantly but Naruto saw pain, anger, hurt, and sadness in her eyes and heard about Shinji Meitu about him abusing his sister for no reason and made sure to keep him away from Sakura. It's your fault for staring off into space, Sakura-chan. Ilya smirked at her friend's flustered look before it turned to a pout. Ilya-chan is so mean. Sakura sniffed, cutely making Naruto chuckle at how they act like siblings while mentally comparing this Sakura to the one back at Konoha and definitely like this one better. Naruto-kun, I like this Sakura-chan bet. Than that pink-haired disgrace Haruno. Naruto sensed disgust having to say Haruno. And had to agree that bitch is a freaking whore in mind. body, and soul and is not being her fucking puppy anymore. Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow seeing the girl from last night along with Shuru, Saber, and Ruler wearing the female uniform and had to admit they looked cute in them. Hey Shuru-chan, Joan-chan, Sa-chan. He greeted the three girls who blushed and gave him a smile back with love shining in their eyes. Only Sakura saw it and was a bit jealous. She can barely restrain herself from killing he. Our brother Shinji. I ain't having Sakura be all that innocent. Naruto-kun, who are they? Ilya asked, staring at Shuru with a sisterly smile. Shuru Emiya. Saber, or you can call me Saya. Saber smiled at her thought-up name. Joan. Nice to meet you, Ilya Heim. Joan smiled brightly as she hugged Naruto's arm, making an eavesdropping Shinji glare at Naruto for having a hot girl on his arm while he got stuck with his weak-ass sister. Not knowing Naruto heard his thoughts and sensed him having the command seal to Lancer, but felt it was only one command seal and had to guess the others were with someone else. The group quickly introduced each other and warmed up quickly, which made Naruto smile while Ilya could tell it was a bit forced and wanted to know why his smiles were forced and wondered if her and Sakura could cheer him up. Naruto-kun, can me, you, and the other girls speak in private? Rin asked, glancing to a hidden Shinji, which Sakura narrowed head eyes at while the others nod. Before heading outside while Shinji was startled, Sakura sensed him. As they walked outside whispering to each other, Naruto had a pretty good idea on what Rin wanted to talk about and waited till they were done whispering and turned to each other and were about to speak, but he decided to humor them and answered it instead. You're all mages, aren't you? He asked with amusement in his eyes. Ilya giving him a dazed nod, including Sakura and Rin. How is it you managed to outclass Lancer that other night? Ilya and Sakura looked at him with shocked looks while Naruto just smirked. I'm just that good, Rinheim. She pouted at his reply, wanting to know more. Why were you eyes like mine used to be? Ilya asked him with a frown on her face, making everyone except Naruto quiet. Only foe are his eyes to turn cold and emotionless, surprising Ilya at what happened. That is my business, he replied coolly, not missing a beat, while Ilya just looked at him curiously before stepping closer to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow. Drop the mask. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously. This girl was treading on dangerous grounds right now and ignored Kiera's words to calm down. I am not someone's puppy, Ilya-san. He shot back coldly, his eyes holding none of the warmth before as he kept seeing flashes of that pink-haired bitch in his vision again. Why do you care for my well-being anyway? You just met me. He questioned, his eyes piercing into her soul, as no many would have cared about him or given him a glance, and he had grown very cautious around unknown people who would try and use him like an object for them. I am not some stupid dog who follows the orders of some girl from a highly respected family. I dislike those who think they're strong because of a family name, and I would suggest you stop spying on my Shinji Meitu before I do something I will not regret. His voice turned sub-zero cold as his gaze turned to the incoming Shinji, who had a few of his friends with him walking toward Naruto with arrogance in his pretty boy eyes, while Naruto's eyes seemed to turn darker and colder, making Shuru and the other girls nervous. What do you want, trash? Naruto said coldly, making the girls realize he is losing his patience, while Shinji just stared at Naruto. Stay away from Sakura, she doesn't need commoners like you around her. Shinji ordered, expecting Naruto to heal like others did, only to get shocked hearing a dark amused snort from Naruto, looking up to see his heterochromia eyes glaring down at him. I would watch that mouth of yours, I have silenced others for less. His mouth curved into a dark smirk radiating killer intent. This is the chance to relieve some stress, as he had been having unwanted dreams of that pink-haired bitch and her friend Ino. Respect Shinji-sama, trash. One of the taller ones growled threateningly, making Naruto look at him with a blank look, making Shuru and Ruler pale at that look. Naruto was not amused. Get out of my face or kiss the concrete along with your little bitch boy. Naruto's voice turned harsh and unforgiving, making Sakura raise her hand weakly. Naruto-kun, please stop. She pleaded with Naruto, who gave her a look making her fidget. Sakura-heim, in case you don't know, I know about those emotions behind those eyes, and frankly I do not care for the concern you have for this waste of space so far from what I can see. He said without a hint of remorse, which Sakura nodded at, sadly causing Shinji and his friends to charge at Naruto, fists raised only to scream in pain from the fists implanted in their stomachs and the shockwave caused from it knocking them away, smashing into the trees, cracking them slightly. Too slow, I honestly expected more from the Meitu heir. He said mockingly before walking away, leaving some stunned girls while Sakura, Rin, Shuru, and Ruler followed after him, hoping to calm him down. Time skip, Fuyuki City nighttime. Shuru and the others came upon a sight in a forest to see Naruto fighting with a bunch of clones, shocking them, but had to flinch as Naruto launched killing blows to all of his clones, ranging from knife hand strikes, chops, punches, jabs, knees, and kicks along WITH execution grabs, dispersing more each and every time, while his energy arms destroyed or blocked any jutsus thrown his way. Naruto stopped instantly and turned his still cold eyes to the others, making them wince slightly. "Master, are you alright?" Ruler asked in concern for Naruto, seeing the intense emotions in his eyes, which Naruto nodded before leaning against the tree as he sorted out the memories of his clones. "What is it you wanted to talk about? If it's about Shinji, then don't waste your breath," he said dismissively. "We only wanted to see if you're alright," Rin answered truthfully, with Naruto's eyes softening. Naruto sighed. "I'm fine." That commanding tone in Ilya's voice reminded me too much of my own teammate back home, and some memories I wish I could rid myself of forever. He said in frustration of liking that whore in the first place, and wished he sliced her head off and stuck it on a pike back during Wave Country, making Kiara blanch at the sadisticness in her. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, why did you act so cold with Ilya-chan? Sakura, who followed them, asked, with Naruto giving her a suspicious look while inwardly sensing darkness radiating from her magical circuits and what looked like worms. "How do I know I can trust you not to betray me like my own village did?" he questioned in a subdued voice, with Sakura feeling her heart clench hearing such a kind boy like him feel so guarded. "I am loyal to my friends, Naruto-kun. I've always been that way," she said seriously, with Naruto looking at her for a while, looking for any hint of deceit before nodding to her, and he explained his life to her in Konoha, and like the other girls she hugged him, sobbing while mentally wondering how he had the mental strength to stand it and is pissed at someone like Haruno having the same first name as her. "I hope you will let me have a go at the Banshee, Naruto-kun," Sakura asked sweetly, making Naruto lean back with wide eyes at what he just unleashed. Was it wrong he was attracted to this side of her? "Ilya-chan, you can come out now, I'm fine." Ilya walked from behind the tree, looking at him with an apologetic look on her face at hearing about his life. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. And you reminded me of myself when my Ka-san died," Ilya said sorrowfully, only getting a hug from Naruto, who had a sympathetic smile, shocking her. He really is like me," she thought in shock, realizing he had no parents like her either. Ruler suddenly narrowed her eyes, with Naruto doing the same, making the others cautious. "It's Lancer, that asshole is back," Ruler said seriously, with Ilya's eyes narrowing along with Sakura. "That's Shinji's servant. He must have gotten angry enough to send him after Naruto-kun," Sakura said, darkly furious at what her brother has done. Naruto stood up and instantly changed into his combat outfit. "Me and Ruler Heim will take care of him. Make sure no other servants interfere. Saber-chan, Shuru Heim, Sakura-chan, Ilya-chan, and Rin-chan." They nodded on. Lita dodges a red spear was launched from a far distance heading toward Naruto, who only catched it between his fingers, causing the ground behind him to explode from the force, making him raise an eyebrow, surprised at the power behind this spear, and wonders if he can take it as his personal weapon. He narrows his eyes, smelling demonic energy flowing off of it, and widens his eyes as it seems darker than usual when in his hand, and realizes it wants a new wielder, only for it to fly back into Lancer's hand, who is frowning at Naruto slightly, seeing him, and Naruto returned it with a cold glare while Lancer is panicking inwardly, yet excited at fighting such a strong opponent. "So you pissed off Master Shinji? You got props from me giving that little shit a beating, because I am actually disgusted to be a servant to that damn sexually abusing asshole," Lancer growled, with Naruto raising an eyebrow. "Sexually abusing who exactly?" Naruto demanded in a very dangerous tone, one that made Lancer actually feel almost sorry for the asshole. "Sakura Meitu, your new friend it seems, and I want to say I was forced to act like that the other day. I never wanted to fight for evil in the first place," Lancer said strongly, with Naruto nodding before something clicked in his mind hearing what Shinji did, making his pupils dilate. Sakura sees this and grabs his arm. "Naruto-kun, please don't do anything. Rash Shinji will use any means to keep me under his thumb. Just pretend you don't know about him and observe him. If he steps out of line, then kill him, my Crimson Knight," she whispers into his ear. Ith a loving dual voice making him look at her with a smile at how merciful she is and nods. I'm guessing you came to fight me for the thrill, huh? Lancer nodded with a guilty smile on his face. Maki. Naruto smiled before taking off his jacket, tossing it to the side, leaving him in his pants, boots, gloves, and long-sleeved shirt with the tie still in place with an excited grin on his face. Finally, my burning soul can finally soar free like the wind, he shouted as two sabers appeared in his hand and his energy arms appeared from his back, settling into a two-sword stance while Rasengan's Appy red on his chakra arms, while Lancer grinned with bloodlust and settles into a stance with his guy Bulgan were about to fight only to dodge a barrage of arrows, surprising them only to look up seeing Archer with a bow in her hands smirking at them. Well, if it isn't Archer-chan. Naruto said dryly, with Lancer chuckling in amusement at the blush on Archer's face before it turned emotionless. I cannot allow you to go any further in this war, Naruto-kun, or Shuru Emiya. She explained sadly, with Naruto wanting to figure out why. Why is that? Naruto asked, eyeing her cautiously, as both him and her had Archer class abilities before switching to some dual katanas. The Holy Grail must be used to stop the corruption in this world and also stop my future self from making the same mistake I did. She said the last part sadly, making Naruto narrow his eyes at who would Archer be referring to, only to block a swipe from Lancer, who had a grin on his face which Naruto copied. Oh ho! Attacking me while I was distracted, huh? How very ninja of you. Naruto mock chided, but didn't really look like it because he felt himself having fun and loosen up and had to admit he was a bit too serious. Understatement of the year, Naruto-kun. Kiara drawled in amusement, making Naruto chortle in agreement. Archer gained a tick mark and launched a rain of arrows. Quit ignoring me, bastards, she roared as he kept firing arrows at them, which Naruto and Lancer responded by attacking each other while reflecting any projectiles coming toward them away with bloodthirsty grins on their faces as they literally did a dance of death. Sakura looks at the scene with awe, seeing the graceful strikes of their weapons and movements. Not a single one was wasted. It was absolutely breathtaking. It's beautiful, it's like they are dancing. She breathed out, with the others nodding while Shuru stares at Archer in confusion along with Rin on why she's acting like this. Archer growled in frustration before summoning two saber blades and launched herself at Naruto and Lancer, weapons clashing, causing a shockwave to erupt, blowing everything away except the trees, allowing Ruler to jump above, aiming to slash down at Archer, who breaks away, dodging the strike from the crystal sword as Naruto stared down Lancer and Ruler staring down Archer. Naruto and Ruler shifted their foots, giving each other nods before dashing at their opponents. Let's rock, both chorused as they clashed in their first battle of master and servant. One step closer by Linkin Park. Naruto knocked away a slash from Archer and blocked a punch from Lancer before ducking under a kick and pushed her away and engaged Lancer, with both trying to land blows on each other. While Lancer could be considered cage level in power, Naruto was still wary in his full resistance seal along with a limiter at the 5th level, placing him at elite Junin strength. Though his speed and other abilities were not restricted, he did this only because of learning the Satsui no Hado, Chikara no Hado, and Hokuto and Nanto styles made his physical strength very dangerous and wanted to fight a good battle without causing his enemies to swell up and explode like balloons. That was the downside of being so powerful, even though he is a very humble person. Lancer grin grew wider and wider as the battle escalated, as each swing and attack they threw caused a shockwave. They are a part of the earth to crack from the power behind them. These two were like titans in a death battle. Archer and Ruler were both the same except on a lighter scale, as clangs of metal and sparks were literally flying, making Shuru and the other girls except a calculating Saber look on in awe and amazement as the four combatants fought with bloodthirsty grins on their faces. Stinger. Naruto glided across the ground with his katana in a stabbing motion, and when Lancer tried to block, that was a big mistake due to the power that was built in the strike and when it collided. Boom. Oh shit. Lancer yelled as he skidded across the ground violently, making it hard to keep his balance while letting his wounds heal from their brief clash, and had to admit this kid could kill that asshole Kotoheim and Zukin if he wanted to, but had to dodge out of the way from a slash from Naruto and decided to go harder and blurred across the ground, breaking the earth apart, and slashed at Naruto, who was ONLY slightly surprised and blocked a punch from Lancer and narrowed his eyes when he saw it ring a bit. He was testing me out, huh? Interesting. Naruto smirked as both fighters continued their clash. Naruto then suddenly blurred in a sonic boom, startling Lancer before he felt himself shocked and screamed in pain as he felt more pain than ever even for his healing factor, and jumped away and gasped. When he saw Naruto's blades crackling with night blue lightning sparking at random while he had a smirk on his face. I'm impressed many would have died from the shock of the pain since my Azure Lie. TNING can shoot more than 20 million volts into your body just from the slightest touch. Naruto chuckled darkly, making Lancer and the others gape at him. 20 million volts from the slightest touch. My Kami. That's like an instant kill for regular people except servants. Saber whispered in awe and slight apprehension while Shuru stared at Naruto with amazement. Naruto-kun is the true hero, I can feel it, she thought. Archer stared at Naruto, seeing a visage of herself behind him with a smile on her face, but shook it off before trying to attack Ruler, who suddenly spun and slashed her acros. The chest, making her scream in pain as Crystal covered the wound, making it worse, but Archer managed to dig it out using her blades. Sooner as she did that, the crystal exploded, almost burning her low. Half and looked at Ruler with a wary look. Okay, this is not good, definitely not. Her sword's cuts crystallizes the wound and explodes after 6 seconds of the wound being there. There's no way I can win against a Ruler class 1, need to retreat, she thought with a frown before her weapons vanished, surprising the others. Gomen, master, I must take my leave. Tell Naruto-kun we'll meet again, Yane. Arch. Smirked before vanishing into the night while Ilya said she had to go home so her bothersome family won't worry, all while giving Shuru a smirk. Let's see if you are strong enough to handle this war, Shuru-chan. Foo. She giggled mischievously behind her hair. Shuru suddenly got a chill down her spine, like someone walked over her grave. They snapped their heads up as 2 blazing auras shot into the sky. One was blue while the other was a ice blue with flecks of orange and other colors in it. Let's go. Saber and the others nodded and ran towards the lights, unaware of an Ostru. CK, pink-haired girl with a headband over her eyes, looking at the source with a shiver. Shinji, you are a fool to think you can win against something like that, the hidden girl said grimly before heading back to the Meitu residence to report this to her so-called master and superiors. With Naruto and Lancer. Naruto and Lancer stood apart, both breathing lightly, showing their godlike endurance and stamina in battle, with huge craters around them being visible from their fearsome battle. Naruto looked at Lancer and felt a connection with him, that burning fire of determination and never die attitude. It made him smile, seeing him reminded of who he was. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto locked eyes with Lancer and gave him a thankful nod, making Lancer confused. He saw this and elaborated. Cer, back when I was little I was treated like the plague in my own home, abused, isolated, used, and manipulated by those who I trusted. Lancer's eyes widened at how similar both were and had to feel sympathy, realizing the reason for the coldness in the teen's eyes. I see, Lancer muttered, looking at Naruto. It was an emotional mask to keep them away, he concluded, with Naruto nodding in affirmation. Lancer closes his eyes and unleashed his prana into the air as a blue aura materialized around him while Guy bulb glowed more brighter as its power builded. I will allow you to face my noble phantasm, consider this an honor. Naruto. Lancer said over the roaring noise, with Naruto nodding in respect, and decides to give the same courtesy and unleashes his Tuki aura, with it being ice blue with flecks of different other colors, with it showing the visage of a man wearing the clothing of a sage with a monk's spade in his hand and metallic purple ringed eyes that glowed with power, shocking Lancer and Kiera. Rakudo Gigi. She whispered in awe, feeling her father's presence from just Naruto-kun's aura, and smiles, knowing he will be the one to bring peace to this world. Naruto Demetari releases his weapons and commands his arms to form one of his father's jutsus, which they did, and soon a massive orb of spiraling energy was being held by Naruto above his head as the arms disappeared. Shuru, Rin, Sakura, Saber, and Ruler appeared just in time to witness both warriors releasing their energy, and had to gasp at how powerful it felt and serene they felt. One last move, Naruto. Lance. Yelled as he cocked his arm back with his spear in hand as it glowed with power. Naruto nodded and cocked his arm back. Let's do this, he shouted back for a few seconds just as a leaf landed on the ground. Both narrowed their eyes and blasted from their spots, destroying the ground as they moved at such intense speeds it caused trenches and cracks in the ground, and finally reached each other and both launched their attacks. Guy bulb. Lancer yelled, thrusting his spear in a powerful stabbing position. Cho Odama Rasengan. Naruto roared as both jutsu and noble phantasm collided, causing a massive shock wave to erupt, blowing the trees away and destroying the ground, causing the girls to cover their faces to shield them from the debris. Naruto and Lancer growled as both continued pushing more power into their attacks, but Lancer forgot about Naruto's godlike chakra and prana levels and felt his attack pushed back, making his eyes widen before pain erupted from his stomach as the ball of chakra smashed into him, with Naruto lowering the power slightly only to injure him. Lancer smiled inwardly at finally losing to someone as he was blown away, skidding across the ground till he smashed into the tree. Boom! The backlash from the colliding prana and chakra blew away both Naruto and Lancer. He managed to land on a tree branching, while Lancer smashed into a tree, both having cuts and bruises on their bodies but were already healed up except for a slash across Naruto's chest and a scar on Lancer's shoulder. Lancer chuckled in pain and stood up, cracking out the kinks of his sore body, and turned away, not before sending a smile at Naruto. "You win, Uzumaki, win this war for the sake of all. Until next time we fight, stay alive, kid," he shouted before jumping toward the rooftops, vanishing into the night, leaving Naruto and the others staring at his back, with the former smiling as his hand hovered over his battle scar, a memento from his new rival. "Guess I found me a rival and a new best friend, huh?" he mused, looking at the sky only to yelp from getting tackled by 3-5 blurs, turning out to be Rin, Shuru, Saber, Sakura, and Ruler, who immediately began barraging him with questions on seeing was he okay and does he need anything, making him sweat drop, but had a smile on his face. Naruto each gave them a kiss on the forehead, making them blush slightly. "I'm fine, girl. It seems his spear prevents any cut inflicted to not heal," he muttered, rubbing his now clean scar on his chest, a reminder of their forged rivalry. Rin suddenly smiled mischievously and grabbed Naruto by his hand and began dragging him, causing him to blink in surprise while the girls steamed in righteous anger. "Rin-chan, come back with Naruto-kun, sama," they shouted and began chasing Rin, who was running, dragging Naruto along the way, who had a bigger sweat drop on his head and a sheepish chuckle. "Well, ain't this a predicament?" he chuckled dryly. "At Medea's mansion. Good job, Naruto-chan. I thought you would actually have trouble against Lancer." Medea smiled proudly at her surrogate son, while Jiraiya looked at his godson in pride. He had come a long way from the person he was behind he masked and growled inwardly at how his sensei did this to Naruto and vowed to stand beside his godson should Konoha turn on him. Sakura bandaged his chest while secretly oogling his form and admits he feels attraction to him and decides to interact with him further to know him better and hopefully love him later on, but blushed at that thought, not seeing Ruler's smirk it on her. "Naruto, take the next few weeks off, but only use your clones to train, okay?" Jiraiya said sternly with a smile, which Naruto nodded at with a soft smile. "Thanks to San." Jiraiya's eyes widened hearing the honorific in his godson's tone, making him see the visage of Minato behind Naruto with a sad smile and a nod. Jiraiya nodded with a smile, but it turned to a perverted leer, making Naruto and Medea twitch and Ano Yance at his perverted side surfacing and are planning on stamping it out completely. "So many girls, Soichi, you heading for second base already?" He wagged his eyebrows suggestively, making Shuru and the other girls blush, while inwardly they were drooling and had nosebleeds on the outside. "To-san, not now." Naruto groaned in exasperation at his surrogate father's perverted tendencies. Jiraiya's Rin turned evil and pulled out 2 orange books, making Naruto turn pale in horror and fright and back away, hiding behind Ruler and Saber, shaking slightly at those evil objects. "Keep those things away," Naruto hissed dangerously, making Jiraiya smirk, while Sakura and Ruler tilted their heads in confusion. "What kind of books are those, Naruto-kun?" she asked cutely, making Jiraiya's grin grow even more sinister and evil, making Kiara panic seeing that look. "Naruto-kun, don't let him corrupt Sakura-chan," she screamed in desperation, causing Naruto to put Jiraiya in a chokehold, making both of them fall to the floor and began wrestling in a comical white cloud, biting, scratching, punching and slapping, making Medea sweat drop, while Shuru and the others giggled seeing the father and son play around, laughing jovially. Medea smiled at this. Ever since becoming a servant to Jiraiya, he treated her like a human being, an equal, and soon a wife in just a month, and came to see Naruto as her own son and dote on him like a mother would. When she heard of his life she held him tightly to her and whispered soothing words to him, calming him Naruto down, and vowed to never leave him or Jiraiya ever. Naruto looked at a smiling Medea and smiled himself with a tear trailing down his face seeing his mom Kushina standing beside her. Ka-san, he thought happily. Naruto finally felt the tear in his heart. From years of neglect and scorn vanish, and so did the darkness that clouded his mindscape, causing the sun inside the mindscape to shine brighter, making Kiara shed tears of happiness, feeling Naruto-kun feel happy. Even you deserve happiness, Naruto-kun, she whispered with a smile as she laid down on her paws sleeping. Fuyuki City just gained a new ray of sunshine. At Medea's estate we find Naruto training his class abilities of an archer and is concentrating on replicating all the rare swords he has seen his entire life. If he can get these right he could make him permanent versions of He originals. So here he sits in the garden with seals placed so no one will notice him while his 4,000 clones train hard on his ninja abilities. Others were researching on what happened to his eyes when they first encountered Rin, Archer, and Lancer because he saw lines adorning the weak points on everything he saw. Naruto placed his hands on the ground and channeled his prana, focusing on the memories of the swords he encountered and envisioned them. Kusanagi, he whispered, and just like that a carbon copy of Orochimaru's sword appeared in a dark blue sheath. Kubukiri Hako. Za. Buse's blade appeared in all its glory except it had a more deadly aura than the original. Raijin. The legendary lightning sword appeared in his hand, crackling with golden lightning. Time for the final one, I recall Samahata. Naruto looked in his other hand to see the bulky sharkskin sword with its familiar clacking sound of shifting scales. Naruto smirked, knowing he can master these weapons easily thanks to his past months of training in weaponry, and seals them into separate seals on his arms before dropping down and doing a set of 2,500 push-ups, barely breaking a sweat. And after his workout he dispelled his clones before walking back inside wearing nothing but a pair of black shorts and a black tank top, showing his sweat-covered body to Rin, Saber, Joan, and Shuru-chan, who just walked in and looked at him with blushes and a slight bit of drool. Who knew Master could have such a supreme physique? He's only 14 and not even fully grown. He must have worked his whole life to have a body like that. Joan thought in awe and slight lust, oogling his form over and over, with the girls doing the same, while Saber wondered why she does such shameless things. Is there something you need, girls? Naruto's voice snapped them out of it and looked up to see him looking at them with an amused look in his eye, getting embarrassed blushes. We came here to tell you that we need to head to the Ryudo temple to let Shuru-chan get a good idea on how the war is supposed to go. Naruto nodded before getting dressed in his original clothes, topped off with his red fedora before heading out with the girls. Naruto went to his room to get something special. He tapped his wall a few times and entered a room that had many weapons, scrolls, and artifacts lined on the walls, but he was walking toward a box that held the thing he was looking for. The contender, he whispered, opening the brown case, showing a strange-looking pistol that looked to carry only one shot, but this gun used by He infamous Magus Killer was modified by Naruto, who placed seals that fired pressurized bullets of prana and chakra so he wouldn't need to make the bullets from his own bones, and thus were 2x more powerful than Kuritsugu's origin bullets, and quickly strapped it to his handmade holster that allows him to reverse summon contender before jumping out the window, landing beside Shuru and the others, who set off to the temple. Little did they know a big battle is on the horizons, and one's faith in their ideals would be questioned and truths revealed. Fuyuki City Church. Damn that Namikaze. Shinji C. Orst kicking a chair into a wall, throwing a temper tantrum like any arrogant asshole would, while Gilgamesh and Lancer just sat there with amused expressions seeing this little shrimp throw a temper tantrum, and had to snicker when they saw their master Kirei rub his temples in annoyance. Shut up, Shinji, it's just a minor setback, he said coolly, with Shinji grumbling, sending death glares at Lancer and leers at Gilgamesh, making said woman twitch, repressing the urge to riddle the rapist's body with blades, while Lancer wants to pierce the boy to death with his guy bulb from the way he's clenching it. Ryder suddenly appeared, kneeling with a look of distaste. I have come back to report Master Shinji, she said coldly, ignoring Shinji's looks, while Kirei looked at her with a raised eyebrow and Lee Stend as she detailed the battle between Naruto and Lancer, with Kirei and Gilgamesh's eyes slowly going wide in shock and awe, hearing Naruto's superhuman abilities. By the end, even the Queen of Heroes was quiet. He has the qualifications for every class there is, and he's already a master in archer class. including a Saber class rider, but his other abilities are unknown. Naruto-kun, what drives you? Gilgamesh thought with a pink tinge on her cheeks while Lancer, who saw it, snickers but looks away when Gilgamesh turns a twitching eye toward him, giving him the evil eye. Kirei was quiet, wondering how he did not know about this Naruto person, and senses that Rin girl will bring her friend Shuru to the temple, which will allow him to play his role as the war judge and hopefully get info on his Naruto person and eliminate him if he has a chance. He nods before turning to leave, but not before his command spell glows, getting the one from Shinji, who gawks at him. Lancer is my servant, not some toy you can use for your own petty revenge. Kirei intoned, leaving a smirking rider and a fuming Shinji, who stomps off, leaving the rider known as Medusa in her thoughts, thinking about a certain pale blonde-haired teen who kept plaguing her mind every day before going to go rest, while making sure to barricade her room from that sick asshole Shinji. Who are you, Naruto-sama? She whispered. UNAW. Are of a toad that was hidden when it suddenly poofed away. Medea's estate. Jiraiya was looking over the reports his spies sent him back in the elemental nations with a scowl on his face, while Medea, who was looking with him, had a dark one on her face. I swear, this council is extremely arrogant. She sighed, rubbing her temples in irritation. The council had been demanding Naruto return to Konoha and be turned into their weapon, which in Jiraiya's mind will only end up with Konoha being shorter on the ninja and civilian population real fast. Naruto clearly stated he will kill any ninja who messes with him, even if it's Konoha. Probably so they can abuse him more, not anymore. My godson is no one's whipping boy. He scowled before hearing a poof and turned to one of his spy toads and read the report from it and narrowed his eyes after reading about Kirei and his plans along with Gilgamesh to think the Queen of Heroes was an archer caste servant. After looking over it a few times, he put it away before standing up. Let's go, Caster Heim, we have to warn Soichi about Kirei, he said seriously, getting a nod from Caster, who no longer wore her cowl. Hi Jiraiya-kun. They walked out only to narrow their eyes seeing Shinji. Jiraiya-san, I know who Shuru is. I am just a friend. Tell her I am a master in this war, but I won't participate in it, he said sincerely, getting a fake smile from Jiraiya. Who nodded before disappearing with Caster just as Shinji left with a smirk, thinking he fooled the others, not seeing Caster's dark smirk and glowing eyes. Ryudo Temple. Naruto leaned against the wall with Joan cuddling in his arms. She had taken to cuddling with him to make him feel better most of the time, and can't help but feel she is acting like him and her are already married. That made him smile a bit and just stood there while listening to Kirei explain the war's rules to Shuru, who was listening with rapt attention, except he saw Kirei glancing toward him every now and then, which put a frown on Naruto's face hidden under his hat. Kiera-chan, you have any idea why this baka is glancing at me? He thought, annoyed, while Kiera had narrowed eyes, only coming to one conclusion. I can only guess he's a master as well, but he's doing a good job at keeping it hidden. But I can smell Lancer's energy signature, and he has the main command seal. The one Shinji had was just one he used up, and I smell a dark taint from him, she said warily, with Naruto sniffing the air and narrowed his eyes at the smell being worser than the snakes, and made a mental note to keep an eye on him and Shinji. Thanks for telling me about this. Kirei waved her off with a slight smile before he scolded as he saw them leave, but narrowed his eyes at Naruto only to gasp in fear as he met the heteroc Romia eyes of Naruto as a visage of a man glaring down at him with purple metallic ringed eyes, wearing a monk robe and hakama pants and sandals with a monk's spade in his hand, eyes that glowed with godly power, and soon the feeling left, leaving the man gasping heavily on the floor with sweat trailing down his face, watching them leave his sight. That boy, no way is he human, he said in disbelief, before standing up and went back to sorting the books in the temple so nothing was out of order, not knowing his life will end one day by someone's hand. With Naruto. Naruto was quiet as Joan hung of his arm, his eyes kept straight on the road. Although he sensed a huge prana signature, it was big by comparison, but not equal to his in the slightest. His prana levels were equal to his chakra levels. Without Kiera's chakra, which was at least 5 tails, along with the fact he had low cage control due to him training with a seal blocking Kiera's chakra from his system, allowing him to fight without her chakra at all, which was a feat in itself since it hurt like a bitch. He was slightly surprised when he detected Ilya's signature right next to it, meaning only one thing. She was a master in this war as well. Interesting. Girls, stay alert, he whispered to them. They nodded with their eyes alert and senses sharp. Rooftops. Ilya raised an eyebrow seeing Naruto glance in her direction. Wondering how he found her that easily before turning to her servant, who was a very huge person carrying a large stone slab sword that had a serrated blade and was no doubt heavy, yet it looked lightweight in his hands, and the intimidating thing about him was his crimson blood eyes that seemed to hold lots of rage inside them waiting to be unleashed. Berserker. Berserker turned to his master stoically. It's time to test Shirune-san. I want to see if she's actually ready for this war. She commanded softly, with Berserker letting out a growl before jumping down as Naruto and the others reached a cemetery. With Naruto and company, Naruto suddenly stopped when he felt the ground tremble, causing the others to follow suit, looking around with narrowed eyes while Naruto looked at one rooftop with an excited smirk. So this is your game, Ilya-chan? He whispered in a bloodthirsty tone as his face became shadowed, only his heterochromia eyes were visible. Badass, right? Downplay. Save me. Saber looked up in alarm to see a large sword heading for them. Shuru-chan, watch out! Naruto shouted, grabbing both Saber and Shuru, and used his wind manipulation to blast them through the air with Joan following him just as the sword impacted deep into the ground, causing cracks and fissures, and the size of the sword made Naruto whistle, but secretly analyzing it, taking in every detail of the blade so he can make another copy just to scar the piss out of his tormentors back at home. Naruto looked up to see Jiraiya and Castor land next to him with their battle faces on, eyeing Berserker airily, noting the high amount of prana radiating off his body. Naruto, you know who this guy is? Jiraiya asked, not taking his eyes off the Berserker, who was growling, radiating killing intent in huge amounts, getting ready to attack. His name is Berserker, Jiraiya's sensei, but he's a hero reincarnated in the form of a human turned god named Heracles, and from what I can see his class suggests he has SSIVE amounts of strength but slightly equal amount of speed, and I must stress the point, we avoid that sword except me, since my body can go against it due to its modifications and the fact I trained to be tough. Might get a bruise or a scratch though, he muttered before he called out his energy arms that solidified into 9 arms on his back. Berserker growled before dashing at Shuru with fast speed. Eds that looked out of place on a Berserker and was about to slice her, only for Shuru to dodge and slash at his chest, only for it to be blocked, causing a shockwave, getting surprised looks from Saber and Joan at how fluent her moves were. It was like they were refined and sharpened, and smiled seeing the blazing fires in her eyes of determination and fierceness. You want to fight, Berserker? Shuru saw it lowly before her, marking glowed bright blue on her arm and face and a blue aura to blaze around her, and roared, slashing at Berserker, sending him skidding back, crashing into many tombstones, shocking Ilya completely, never seeing Berserker get thrown away like that. Impressive, sister, most impressive, she whispered, watching the battle between Berserker against the master and servants. Berserker growled in a guttural way that seemed like approval and slight respect before dashing at Shuru again, much faster, only for a pair of metallic arms to grab his sword without any resistance, and when he locked down, he saw Naruto looking at him with bloodthirsty eyes. This is between me and you, Berserker. Shuru-chan is ready for this war, one guarantee it, he said fiercely, with the others looking at him in awe. Jiraiya smiled when he saw the image of his late student standing behind Naruto, smiling at his son in pride before vanishing just as Naruto roared, launching a barrage of punches at Berserker's abdomen, with each contact blasts of energy shot from the impact and shockwaves cracking the ground around them. Show me what you got, Heracles. Berserker narrowed his eyes at Naruto and dashed at him with even faster speed and met him in the middle as both clashed fists against blade, causing massive shockwaves and craters from their attacks, missing and connecting. Naruto's hair spiked up ferally and clenched his fists tightly and took 2 steps, seemingly appearing in front of Berserker, fist in mid-swing, shocking Rin, who saw the familiar stance. That's Kirei's martial arts style, she whispered. Naruto punched directly at Berserker's chest at unseen speeds that Berserker wasn't fast enough to counter, and embedded in his chest while Naruto continued to push deeper, reaching his heart closely. Before he shot a shockwave, blasting Berserker all the way across the area, smacking into a wall, causing it to fall down on him in the collision. Naruto breathed in deeply with a sigh of disappointment. I expected more from you, Berserker, Naruto said, turning away, walking back towards the others, only to stop, glancing behind him only to catch the blade of Berserker's weapon between his 2 fingers, seeing a crater under his feet, and looked up to see Berserker looking more angry than ever. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. Interesting, you survived having your heart exploded inside your chest. You're the first to survive besides those Root Anbu that managed to sneak into this city. The other's eyes widened hearing what he said, to think his hand-to-hand prowess was so deadly he could destroy someone's heart with one attack. But when he said Root, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes in anger. Damn you Danzo, I'll kill you if you go after my godson again. He growled inwardly, with Caster sending soothing feelings through their mental link, calming him down. Naruto sensed another person hidden, two of them. He sensed the one that was hiding when he fought Lancer and Archer. Archer Heim, you can come out now. The signature seemed surprised before Archer appeared with a serious look, while she sent a searching one toward Shuru, who returned it with a cold gaze, surprising her. So Berserker makes an appearance. She muttered. May I ask why you're here? Naruto asked, not looking at her. I came to help you fight Berserker, though it seems you have it handled. She shrugged, only to freeze seeing Rin's stern low okay on her, and yelped when she was dragged by the ear towards the others, giving the Archer class servant a tongue lashing, making her seem like a pouting child. Berserker got annoyed, then attacked Naruto. After getting his blade from his grip, only to his shock he was blocked by a Zanbeitu blade, except it was the legendary Kubukiri Haucho, gleaming ominously. Jiraiya grinned. So you traced that blade just from memory alone, huh? Naruto flashed a smirk in their direction, while Archer's eyes turned to hearts, seeing such masterful weapon tracing, getting a sweat drop from Rin at her servant's bipolar attitude. Let's go, Berserker. His eyes gleamed madly with excitement, and saw a slight smirk on Berserker's face, and thus both began their dance of death. Every slash, thrust, block, and parry met with masterful precision, and after a couple of hours battling, nearly the whole ground was destroyed by their titan-like strength, and Berserker had acquired a multitude of wounds, while Naruto only had ruffled clothing from their scuffle. Berserker roared, slashing at Naruto, who blocked but was sent skidding back, and was about to attack, only for Berserker to turn towards Shuru and dashed at her, only to clash with Saber, only to smack her away with a viscous backhand, wounding her, and was about to finish her off, only for Shuru to appear in the blade's path. Naruto's eyes widened in horror and tried to stop her, but was too far away. Shuru-chan, no. Shuru was sent flying from the slash to her torso, blood flying from her mouth and a sad smile in his direction, and whispered those words forever burned into his mind. I love you, Ruto-kun. She whispered before crashing into a wall, cracking it, and slowly slid down, bleeding heavily. Everyone was quiet, only to freeze as Naruto's breath sudden got heavy as he started hyperventilating, and tears dripped from his eyes. Kami-sama, why have you done this to me? He whispered in a broken tone, tears dripping from his eyes even more, while Joan felt her heart tear seeing her master in this state, and was about to unleash her fury on Berserker, only for the air to suddenly go heavy as Naruto's sobs turned into animalistic growls that made everyone's neck hairs stand up on end. Complete trace on continuous fire. Naruto shouted as a portal appeared behind him, and suddenly blades of every kind began firing rapidly at Berserker, who was having trouble blocking all of them and began getting more severe wounds as Naruto sent more of them at Shuru's slayer with cold, unfeeling eyes. Naruto held out his hand, and to their shock did an exact replica of Saber's legendary Excalibur sword appear in his hand, except instead of gold and blue it was crimson, red and black, radiating such malice the air was suffocating, and watched it glow as he held it in a kendo stance, raising it above his head, cold eyes never leaving Berserker, who for the first time felt fear. He whispered in a demonic tone as the aura around the blade grew into a blazing fire, and suddenly his eyes glowed ethereally and was about to slash down, only to freeze eyes wide, hearing a weak voice sound out. Naruto-kun, stop, that's enough. Shuru's voice whispered weakly. Why? As she stood up shakily and walked toward him, her chest still bleeding and her body rattled with coughs, yet still had that confident smile that captured his cold, closed heart. Naruto stared at her with shaky hands and dropped his sword, looking at her in shock and happiness. Her eyes were like mine when I wanted to be acknowledged. He whispered in his mind, with Kiera nodding in agreement. Berserker-san, go back to your master, I know what is required of me, okay? She asked sincerely, with Berserker nodding at her before jumping away into the night before she collapsed, only for Naruto to catch her with his palm being covered in a green aura. Naruto pressed a power point on her chest, and right before their eyes did her wound stop bleeding and heal, and her skin got its color back, along with her breathing sounding more clear and soft. Rin asked in an odd voice. How? Naruto smiled softly, something he found himself doing a lot. Hokuto Shinken can kill, but it can also save lives. The key is to gently press the power point on the body and it will boost the body's healing capabilities. Shuru-chan should have a slightly better healing factor against cuts, bruises and scrapes, along with some minor and mid-level poisons, though it will take a few days for her to get rid of any severe wounds. He explained, much to their shock and surprise. You know, if you could heal with a touch, Tsunade would be drooling in envy. Jiraiya deadpanned, causing Naruto to snort in amusement, picturing his grandmother on his Uzumaki side demanding he teach her that, and that was very funny indeed. Naruto turned to his godfather, who had a grim look on his face and that somewhat made Naruto wary. What's wrong, father? He asked, dreading the answer. When me and Medea were walking around Fuyuke City on a date, me and her sensed life force stealing seal around the school, except there was more than one seal. There aren't any students at school, right? We'll have to get rid of them tomorrow. He explained, with Naruto scowling deeply, knowing only one asshole was petty and self-centered enough to pull this shit. Shinji Meitu, he said coldly, making everyone get chills. I almost feel sorry for that asshole. Saber whispered to Joan, who nodded in agreement, knowing Naruto is going to make sure he kills the asshole for the sake of Sakura and the others. Shinji had no idea how fucked he was right now. Next day, Naruto straps his weapons and gear on before using his concealment genjutsu on them so no one will freak out, and heads outside with the girls, only to hear Shuru and Saber gooing about another servant at the school, and sees Saber run off toward the school, making him curse before running after her. Come on, girls, Rin yelled, rushing outside to follow Naruto, who was nothing but a blur, going after Saber towards the school. 5 minutes later, Naruto appears inside the school to see it empty, and concluded everyone must be in class or just not here, and heard clangs of me. Talon rushed further into the school, noting the hall seemed to turn blood red in color, and soon reached the hall where he found Saber fighting a man wearing the clothes of a noble, and both were about to use their noble phantasms. Stop now, Saber! Joan shouted, using her command spell ability, causing both servants to cease attacking and back away. Thank you, Ruler Sama, I tried to explain to San I had no intention of fighting, but she didn't seem to listen. The man said, giving Saber a stern gaze, which Naruto copied too, making Saber pout childishly with puffed up cheeks. Saber-chan, yo! You were acting more like a berserker than your calm, composed self. He scolded her, making Saber pout again like a 5-year-old getting a tongue lashing. I thought he was that Baka Shinji's servant. She whined, with the man named Assassin having a look of utter disgust and revulsion. If I was his servant, I would have severed his head and stuck it on a pike. The man ranted about how a noble man like him wouldn't stoop so low to be a servant to someone like Shinji, making Naruto and Ruler deadpan at Saber, who looked sheepish. Although that was a good fight, someone was watching our battle, no doubt. Waiting for us to use our noble phantasms. Assassin said lowly. Only Naruto and his group could hear him, with Naruto's lips quirking into a smirk, and suddenly used his presence concealment to dissipate. Somewhere, getting a look of shock from Assassin at a human being able to use that, before hearing a yelp of surprise and pain as Shinji Meitu was kicked out in front of them, whining in pain, and had to pale when he saw Naruto's cold gaze on him. Do you remember me, Shinji-kun? Naruto asked, eyes closed, with a calm smile that seemed to radiate malicious intent, making Joan, Saber, and Assassin shiver in fright. Scratch that, no way, this kid's human. Assassin sweated as the aura around him grew dangerous. I am going to give a simple option, Meitu Shinji. He said coldly, causing Shinji to shrink in on himself. War is it? He squeaked, with Naruto smirking darkly, and stopped right in front of Shinji and leaned down into the boy's face. Slightly. Deactivate the spell or your life is forfeit, he said in a dark tone that made Shinji piss and shit himself. What are you gonna do, Namikaze, if I don't? He sneered weakly, with Naruto smiling evilly, making Kiara scared again so much. She retreated deeper into the forest, her eyes wide, scared. Naruto pulled out the contender that was colored black and red. I kill you right here and now, along with the fact no one will miss you, I'm sure, on second thought. Naruto thought for a second before snapping his finger as a surge of prana covered the entire school. Suddenly the oppressive air around the school vanished, replaced with a calm atmosphere. Rider's Blood Fort. Andromeda is cancelled, he said triumphantly, with Shinji gasping at him with a shaky finger expression of shock and anger at his plan ruined. How the hell did you cancel it? He roared at a calm, composed Naruto who was cleaning his ear with his sole pinky. It's quite easy since I have the same class as her except my abilities in her class is class SS++ meaning. Overpowering her reality marble technique is a very easy feat since it's similar to my Jikuken Kekai skills where I trap someone in an alternate dimension. He said boredly looking down at Shinji Th and lazy eye in his heterochromia eyes. If Rider-chan wants a new master I will let her decide, you can come out now. He heard soft footsteps and saw Rider stepping out her lavender flowing hair weighing behind her looking at Naruto with a pink tinge on her cheek. Is what you said true you're giving me a choice? She asked hopefully getting a nod she immediately kissed him causing her connectee. On with Shinji to sever while Naruto gained another connection and kissed her back with equal passion causing a moan to escape from her mouth causing their connection to strengthen till she gasped say. Naruto's eyes change into multicolored with the eye being mostly light blue. It seems I have a dojutsu of some kind. He mused and saw lines tracing everyone's body and it hit him like a ton of bricks. These lines show the weak spots on the human body except each one could potentially kill, injure, or cripple someone permanently but, he just smirked and traced a line on Shinji's should. Causing a gash on his arm getting a howl of pain which was like a song to Naruto's ears. Rider smiled. It seems Naruto-kun has the mystic eyes of death perception those eyes are very rare in a Gus's bloodline they allow you to tell how someone will die and when and also those lines you see allow you to trace them causing the death to happen but, it seems you have control over it from the gash on Meitu's shoulder. She mused with a grin hugging his left arm and motioned the others that they were leaving but not before parting some words to the Meitu member. Remember this Meitu Shinji yo. Her life is in my hands and I can easily take it away. He laughed demonically as they disappeared from view leaving a very scared Shinji who ran back to class. Main Street. Naruto was talking with others about his eyes and what's been happening around the city while Medusa gave them information about what's been going on at the temple and suddenly jumped back as a wave of swords and blades erased their previous location and looked up to see a golden armored female smirking down at them like they were bugs under her heel well except for Naruto that is. Well what's the Queen of Heroes doing here in this war? He asked in a mocking tone making Gilgamesh chuckle in a melodic tone. So this is the infamous sage class Naruto Namikaze it's an honor to meet such a delicious specimen such as yourself. Gilgamesh purred seductively making Naruto's back go ramrod straight as he felt himself under the gaze of a hungry lioness. You don't say, he said twitching slightly. Gilgamesh held her gaze on him for a while before turning to the others. We'll meet later Naruto-kun then we can see if you're worthy of your title besides a queen does need her king. She said sultrily making sweat drop down his neck before vanishing to who knows where and soon Naruto felt gazes on him and turned to the girls with blank eyes. What? Naruto-san I pity you right now when the Queen of Heroes sets her sights on something she will get it no matter what. Assassin said in a tone of pity before walking off into the night as the girls barrage him with questions making him irritated before walking home. Lancer suddenly appeared from an alleyway with a chuckle of mirth looking at Naruto's back. Looks like we're gonna have our own King of Heroes soon. He chuckled mirthfully before heading back to his master to relax. Naruto sneezed wondering who was talking about him before heading back home to sleep. Later at night, Shuru was sweating in her bed the reason why is because she is having dreams of Saber during her time as Arturia one who fought for their country and another dream being saved by her father figure Emiya Kuritsugu from the fire that was started by the Fourth Holy Grail and realizes her and Saber have more in common than they thought and got out of bed wearing a pair of light pink panties and a black t-shirt covering her legs and walked toward Naruto's room. She entered and saw Naruto's peaceful-looking face shining in the moonlight wearing only a pair of black boxers leaving him barechested making it hard not to blush and drool before tapping Naruto on the chest so FTLY which was enough to wake him and he was surprised to see Shuru in his room. Shuru-chan what's wrong? He asked after rubbing the sleep out of his eyes and saw Shuru looking down shyly with a blush. Anyo. Ruto-kun is it okay if I sleep with you tonight I can't sleep? She asked with Naruto smiling softly before lifting up the covers showing ruler on his other side and allowed her to occupy his right side and snuggled close to him and looked up into his eyes that gazed at her with love and worry before kissing her before going to sleep and hugged both girls close. I won't let my loved ones go, I swear on my Nindo. He whispered, getting smiles from Ruler, Shuru, and Kiara, who heard him before letting sleep claim them. The next day Shuru talks with Saber about the dreams she had and Dee realized once the war is over she will have to relive her life over something that Shuru begged and pleaded her not to accept, but she just smiled weakly and replied with tears in her eyes. Shuru, Chan, it can't be helped, I'm destined to forever relive my previous life, there's nothing you can do for me. She whispered, hugging her master, who sobbed into her chest at losing the one she came to see as a sister. Saber, there is a way. Saber gasped, looking toward Naruto, who smiled, walking on. Naruto channeled chakra and Yuki to his fangs and bit her on the neck, getting a gasp from Sabe. Before moaning as a very powerful aura formed around them as both started to kiss, and soon Saber felt her connection to the growl sever before feeling connected to Naruto and pulled back with a smile, letting the aura die down. Thank you, Naruto-kun, you released me from my shackles. She whispered happily at finally being able to live a new life, while Naruto did the same for Ruler, Medusa, and Shuru, as he had gotten very close to them and those feelings evolved into love. Screw their age. Ruler had a fox overlapped by a purple cross. Saber had her sword Excalibur surrounded by a blue kitsu. Nay, Medusa a viper and a fox intertwining each other. Shuru had a coat of arms surrounded by a nine-tailed fox. You girls wanna go out on a date tomorrow, my treat. Naruto grinned charmingly, getting a set of girlish squeals from his now four mates, who glommed him and immediately went to sleep with images of their date in their minds, while Naruto went to bed with a chuckle and his heart warm at finally having those he can love, but his thoughts darkened about meeting certain members of Konoha, especially some of the sensei's rookies, Anbu and Council. If they think I'm some kind of slave, I will bring down Kami-sama's wrath on them. He whispered dangerously, his MEODP eyes flashing. I'll call it this for short, or I might say the whole thing, whatever floats your boat. Q shrug. Kiara just shivered in her seal, shaking her head in pity, already knowing Naruto is gonna be a freaking unstoppable maelstrom after the training trip is over, and that made her grin excitingly to think he had mastered her chakra already and accepted his own dark hatred along with hers without even keeling over, showing his resolve. Ryudo Temple. I had no idea you were this pathetic, Meitu. Lancer sneered, giving the arrogant boy a menacing mocking grin that made the boy more pissed off by the second, as Lancer and Gilgamesh were simultaneously insulting and throwing jeers at him on his weakness as a magi. Ch was a blow to his pride and ego, inwardly swearing to take his frustrations out on his sister Shinji. I will make you pay, Namikaze. He snarled hatefully, not seeing Lancer and Gilgamesh's narrowed eyes that were filled with malice at the threatening tone when he spoke Naruto's name. This little shit isn't worthy enough to lick the dirt from Naruto-kun's boots. Gilgamesh sneered at the pathet. I see boy before her, with Lancer having the same thoughts as her. The next day Naruto and the others had a day off, so he and the girls got ready for their dates. He was dressed in some black jeans, white sneakers, a black shirt with a golden dragon imprinted on the front and back, along with his red and black belt, and some opera-length black gloves with dark red belts strapped on, and his hair shaggy and wild, giving him a bad boy image. You girls ready? He called out, and when they came down his eyes bulged seeing their looks. Shuru wore a black skirt with matching shoes and a blue shirt. T hugged her figure along with her hair being in a ponytail. Saber was dressed in a pair of blue skinny jeans, black heels, and wearing a simple dark blue t-shirt with her name on the front. Ruler wore some black pants, purple sandals, and a black shirt, along with her blonde hair tied back into two pigtails, giving her a cute sister look. Medusa had her eye blocker off after Naruto used his Master F. Uinjutsu skills alongside Jiraiya to make a seal where she could activate her petrification eyes whenever she wants, showing her pupilless blood-red eyes that were like beautiful gems to him. She wore a black skirt with some shorts underneath, black long heels, and red blouse that made her look gorgeous. Naruto turned toward an amused Jiraiya and Caster. "To-san, Ka-san, is it me or am I in HEAV? And because I'm seeing some beautiful angels in front of me?" he asked them, making Shuru, Ruler, Saber, and Medusa blush while inwardly squealing at his compliment before heading out. Jiraiya smiles as he held Medea in his arms. He's growing up already, Jiraiya-kun. Medea smiled as she saw them run laughing with each other while Ruler had jumped on Naruto's back laughing the whole time. Yay, in this city Naruto can find happiness and love without being around such biased people, but He isn't going to like it when we have to return. He cringed at that along with Medea, who clutched him tighter. I'm going with you after you use that fuinjutsu. I won't disappear if the Grail is destroyed thanks to Naruto's help, and also his girls are free from the Grail's power as well. She smiled in triumph with Jiraiya chuckled at before heading back inside with Medea. The question I am wondering is, how did the Root Nin know where Fuyuki City was? Unless there was someone who wanted Naruto on a leash. He scowled inwardly, picturing that stupid Haruno patriarch and her slut of a daughter before writing a report to Tsunade, except it didn't detail their location, and watched one of his toads poof towards Konoha. With Naruto. So girls, how do you like the food? Naruto asked, smiling. All he got were a set of 4 kisses from Shuru, Saber, Ruler, and Ryder, who were eating at a cafe with him. They were eating ice cream with him, and Ryder was doing a very good job of sending some not-so-innocent images through his head that made even Kiera blush a bit. Nay, Naruto-kun, is it possible for us to use chakra? Shuru asked curiously, with the other girls turning to Naruto with the same question while Naruto tapped his chin thoughtfully. You think it's possible, Kiera-chan? He asked his favorite vixen, who was in deep thought. Yes, it's possible, but the process will be painful since you will have to use my Yuki to unlock it, but I'm sure they can handle it, though. As a warning, their chakra et works might be the size of a seasoned Anbu, meaning they can start their training much quicker. Naruto nodded at that and relayed the confirmation to his girls, who squealed and hugged him tightly. A gasp of surprise at Ryder grinding against his crotch, making him blush slightly. Ryder, what are you doing? He asked quietly, trying to keep a moan from escaping him while Ryder just looked at him in lust and arousal. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama, it's just that my love for you has been burning inside me for a while. Ever since I saw your battle with Lancer, I felt attracted to you, and it became stronger after you stopped Shinji from draining the students of their life force at school. Words can't express how deep I love you. The others feel the same, Narukoi. She said, pointing to Shuru, Saber, and Ruler, who nodded with smiles, making him feel even more warm, and felt something drop from his eye. Looking at it, he saw it was a tear. I thought I trained myself not to cry anymore. GHT shakily, while Kiera sighed sadly at her loved one. You may be all-powerful, cold, emotionless, and unfeeling on the outside, but on the inside your heart is still human. Don't give up your own humanity just so you won't feel sad anymore. Kiera told him softly, with Naruto chuckling weakly at how futile his effort was. Guess I was still too cautious about being used, my mask kept coming back. He chuckled weakly, getting sad looks from his girls while Ryder was boiling in rage at what he heard about his sabotage to his education. If any of these Konoha nin try to harm my master, I will make sure no one finds their bodies. She said ominously, making Naruto whistle, knowing Konoha is going to get it now. Hell hath no fury like a protective wife. That made him chuckle as they continued their date, which he enjoyed along with the girls, and soon they realized it was nighttime outside and walked out after paying for their meal, promising to come back later. Naruto's senses were blaring and grabbed bed Shiro and held his palm out, creating a purple barrier that had lotus petals in the corners, just as a barrage of blades impacted against the barrier, clanging to the ground after hitting the shield. After the assault stopped, Naruto looked up to see Gilgamesh looking like she swallowed a lemon, making his eyes narrow. She's being forced to do this and that signature. Shinji. He sneered inwardly, sensing the Meitu male was near and could gladly say he was very suicidal to come after him again. Gilgamesh, why did you attack me when I was on a date with the girls? He said sternly, making Gilgamesh pout at not being invited to the date, but winced when she had her order reinforced and sent another wave of swords and blades at Naruto, who stood there and waited till they were close and closed his eyes. Juraten, Shinra Tensai. All the blades were instantly blasted away by a shockwave that erupted from Naruto that managed to knock Gilgamesh back a few feet, shocking her. He can control gravity repulsion. She whispered under her breath, eyeing Naruto critically before her eyes bulged when the massive Kubukiri Hako materialized in the air, landing in his hand, cracking the ground. From the weight, and saw the blade crackle with azure blue flames, and instantly Naruto swung it. Azure blaze wave. Gilgamesh's eyes widened before jumping out of the way as the flames passed below causing the ground to become scorched along with the metals being reduced to metal goop. The heat from it was felt even when she was high in the air, and it made her sweat. Naruto rolled his R slightly with a look of boredom before a red portal opened behind him, showing the hilts of various swords. He sealed away the massive sword before grabbing the hilt of a black nodashi and a silver wakizashi and dashed at Gilgamesh, who managed to put up her own sword blocking the strike only to use her gauntlet to block a strike from Naruto's wakizashi as he and her began a dance of death clangs of metal rang through the night as they zipped across the city, fighting on the ground and even mid-air, causing shockwaves destroying the ground, both of them looking each other in the eyes the whole time. Jiraiya and Medea were looking at Naruto in shock and awe at how skilled he is, and it reminded the Toad Sage of Kushina and Minato, except he was going harder than they ever did as he was fighting using a mix of Kenjutsu, Taijutsu, and Bukijutsu, as he was fighting with multiple swords on his body like the Raikage's little brother. It's amazing at how far he's come within just 9 months, isn't Koi? Castor said as her eyes followed the flashing lights and blurring figures of the two warriors battling with grins on their faces. Jiraiya nods. There's no other prodigy or hard worker out there that can match Naruto's intellect, skills, compassion or ruthlessness. He makes Kiri Nin look like little baby sharks. He ranted, with Castor snorting in amusement at that thought as she had seen his ruthlessness when some sexist pig tried to hit on her. He sent the man to the hospital with a pole stuck up his ass along with a broken pelvis and a busted skull, making many fear getting the same if they went after Castor. Naruto danced around Gilgamesh's strikes and got close to her face, causing her to blush at his ladykiller smirk, and suddenly he licked her neck, causing her to moan in lust and arousal along with pleasure at his soft tongue on her creamy skin, and jumped back as he tried to slash her abdomen again, and suddenly he sheathed his single sword and shifted into a Batojutsu stance. I will show you a fraction of my true speed, Gilgamesh Haim, my Kenjutsu Ugi Shutensatsu. Instant heaven kill, he shouted before he blurred like a streak of light while simultaneously unsheathing his katana and appeared behind her, sheathing it instantly. Gilgamesh suddenly arched her back in pain and let out a silent scream as a deep slash wound appeared on her back as his attack cut through her enchanted armor and was about to plummet to the ground, only for Naruto to catch her with wings of white chakra behind him and slowly descended looking like a heavenly angel, which Gilgamesh looked at him in awe. Tenshi-kun? She asked weakly, with Naruto letting out a heavenly chuckle that made her heart flutter. Yes, I'm an angel, Gilgamesh Haim. He grinned at her odd look before he leaned down to her neck and licked it slightly, sending a shiver through her. Since I defeated you, Gilgamesh Haim, I claim you as mine, he whispered before he pierced her shoulder with his fangs, making her moan in pain and pleasure as his yuki coursed through her body, and instantly a mark of a golden nine-tailed kitsune appeared on her collarbone along with the symbol of her blade Enuma Elish in her eyes, to gain a darker shade of red and a slit in the middle, giving her a vulpine visage. Gilgamesh smiled at her mate, already knowing she was finally defeated by someone other than her longtime friend Saber, and tried to stand up only to wince from the pain of the wound. Naruto saw this and placed his palm on her back, and to her shock the wound closed, leaving unmarred skin behind, flawless as ever, and the feeling of pain gone. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she muttered before hearing footsteps and looked up to see Rin and the others running toward them with worried looks. Guys, we've got a problem. A's been kidnapped by Kotoheim due to her being a vessel for the Grail. He also ordered Gilgamesh to kill Berserker. We have to get her back, Rin said hysterically, with the others nodding while Naruto was quiet, his hair covering his eyes, and suddenly stood up with Gilgamesh. It seems I will have to use this after all, he muttered as a tri-pronged kunai materialized in his hand, shocking Jiraiya, who looked at his godson in awe. Could he already have it mastered? Minato, Kushina, you would be so proud of your son. Jiraiya smiled fondly at his surrogate son. Let's go, Gilgamesh Haim, go back Kotoheim after our fight so he won't be suspicious. Gilgamesh nodded before running off to the Kotoheim church, with the others doing the same while Naruto just grinned before vanishing in a black lash, showing his mastery of it after using it multiple times on seals he placed around Fuyuki City, outside it and at Ilia's, Rin's, and the temple's locations to get a feel for it, and could gladly saw why he can use it without any side effects. Kotoheim Church. Ilia grunted, tugging at the ropes she was bounded to on a chair, while inwardly she is weeping at the loss of her first friend Berserker, but doesn't show any sadness outwardly while giving Shinji a cold look. It made the boy hide behind Lancer, who gave the girl a sorry look which she nodded at while she glares hatefully at Kotoheim, and decides to taunt him. Chan, you call yourself a priest, Kotoheim Sano, how naive. She drawled in barely contained scornful amusement, making the man's hand twitch while Lance looked away with his hand overing his mouth, trying to keep from laughing. Be quiet, Einsborn. Be grateful the mighty Grail has decided to use you as its vessel to bring Angra, so I will become this city's god. He spat at Ilya, who just gave him a bored glance which infuriated him, but mentally clammed himself before setting the requirements for the ritual, only for an explosion to rock the church. Castor, Kuzuki. Two men appeared by his side with passive expressions. Hey Kotoheim Yaro knock knock motherfucker. Naruto's voice boomed, making Ilya and Lancer bust out laughing. Ilya noticed a marking on her Heston realized it was a teleportation one and grinned and whistled at Kotoheim, making the others snap their heads toward her and raised an eyebrow seeing her grin. Sayonara, assholes. She barked E4, vanishing in a black light towards Naruto's position, making the priest roar in rage before ordering them both to attack now. Outside Kotoheim Church, Ilya instantly appeared in front of them, landing in Naruto's arms. Hey Ilya, hi, miss me? Naruto grinned at her blush while she poked him in the chest repeatedly with puffed up cheeks. Yes I am, and what's this I hear about you taking them on a date? She said furiously, pointing at Shuru and the other girls before pointing at herself. And not me. After this you Naruto Namikaze are taking me on a date, no questions asked. She demanded, making him blink before shrugging. Sure Ilya Heim, he said in his cool voice, getting a squeal from Ilya, who glomped him, making Shuru glare at her in indignation before arguing with her at how ETS to hug him like that, making Jiraiya sweat drop at how those two acted like the Banshee sisters back in Konoha. Namikaze. Naruto looked up with a smirk, seeing Kotoheim appear with Suzuki and Cast along with Lancer and Shinji, who sweated seeing Naruto's face. Naruto analyzed their opponents and mentally calculated who should fight who. Jiraiya, you and Medea against the clown, Shuru, Rin, S. Akira, you guys take Castor and Shinji along with Lancer. He told them, getting nods while Sakura and Rin got curious. Who will you be fighting? Her answer was a terrifying demonic bloodthirsty grin, as his gloves tightened against his fists. Kuzuki and Kotoheim are mine, he said ominously as an armor of red lightning appeared around him, causing his hair to spike up. Oh my, if it isn't Joan Heim. Castor crowed in delight, making Ruler feel green in the face and disgusted while Naruto's face darkened. Ruler Kobito, who is this thing in front of me? Naruto asked in a clipped tone, making the there's go rigid, knowing that tone means he is going to break someone into pieces. He used to be one of my comrades before I was executed for just doing my job, and he just abandoned me. She spat angrily, but everyone's eyes widened as the air's temperature dropped several degrees and saw the source was Naruto, who cracked his knuckles ominously and glared at Kuzuki and Kotoheim, who began to sweat. Show no mercy to anyone, he said harshly. Yes, Naruto-sama. Naruto's girls chorused in unison with deadly grins on their faces, reeking bloodlust that made even Jiraiya nervous. Naruto, what the hell did you teach these girls? He asked warily, seeing the smirk on Naruto's face. He got one reply that confirmed his suspicions. I taught them how to fight like warriors. The girls immediately sprang into actions, attacking their acquired targets while Naruto confronted Kuzuki and Kotoheim, who stood in martial arts stances. Naruto moved into his Suchoken stance as his eyes turned cold and ruthless, scaring them at the eyes of the 14-year-old. Let's finish this, he said coldly before slashing the air, sending a pressure wave causing both of them to dodge and engage Naruto in hand-to-hand combat. Baton realized that Naruto was more experienced in hand-to-hand combat than them, as every time they attacked he seemed to move around them with the grace of a bird, sending knife hand strokes and slashes that caused cuts to appear on their faces. Naruto blocked and knocked away their lethal strikes with a clam face, never leaving him, and saw Shinji trying to backstab Sakura and grabbed Kuzuki by Hi's arm and judo tossed him into Shinji, sending both crashing into the ground in pain, while Kotoheim tried to use his speed to strike at Naruto's heart. Time alter. Double excel. Naruto instantly got faster and flowed around Kotoheim before pulling out the contender and revealed its true form, a gunblade, and saw Kotoheim pull out some kind of finger grips that sprouted knives and dashed at Naruto with inhuman speeds thanks to his magecraft. Naruto smirked before channeling Earth Chakra and fired a hail of bullets that impacted his body, knocking him back each time before the blades cracked and fell to pieces. Naruto put his gunblade away and took a sprinter's position against Kotohime, who did the same, and then suddenly both took 2 steps before disappearing, their fists in mid-swing. Kotohime tried aiming at his heart again, only for Naruto dodge and spin with a Rasengan in his hand and plunged it into the man's back. Rasengan. Kotohime screamed in pain as he was launched into the church. Like a spin top, crashing into many chairs before impacting across, making him look like a crucified victim. Kuzuki snarled and charged at Naruto, hoping to kill him with his back turned, only for Naruto to flip into the air like a bird glowing with power and shouted with a powerful voice, "Nanto Suchoken Ugi, soaring pure grace." Naruto swooped down, slashing downward in a clawing motion, swiping at Kuzuki, who dodged, barely getting away, and saw Naruto stand up and walk away just as Jiraiya killed Caster with a Rasengan to the head, and saw Lancer grab Shinji and Kotohime before escaping and kept walking to the others. "We aren't finished here, Namikaze." Kuzuki growled, as he was one of the teachers who saw Naruto as a failure and tried to make Shinji feel better by making false grades on air tests, and when he saw Shinji defeated brutally by Naruto, he tried to physically punish Naruto himself, only for Naruto to take him down without a simple movement. Naruto gazed back at Kuzuki with a look of stoicness. "You are already dead. Unlike Hokuto Shinken, which destroys from within, Nanto Seiken destroys from the outside, and it should happen in 3, 2, 1, he counted down boredly before Kuzuki screamed as blue lines appeared on his body, and suddenly pieces of him split apart into a gory mess, with Soshiro Kuzuki ceasing to exist. "Yada, we won." Ilya cheered, with the others doing the same, while Naruto, Medea, and Jiraiya chuckled at the girls dancing around each other before they stopped, making Naruto get a foreboding feeling when they turned toward him with eerie looks as they eyed him like a piece of meat and walked up to him. Can I help you?" he asked, backing up slowly, and shivered when Medusa giggled pervertedly along with Ruler and Saber, who made groping motions along with Ilya as they advanced on him. "I believe we need to relieve some stress, don't you think, Naruto Koi?" Saber asked sweetly, with another giggle making the blood drain from his face. "Hey, what's that?" he said dramatically, pointing behind them, causing the girls to look with wary eyes before blinking. Turning back, they saw Naruto running with a dust cloud behind him at very fast speeds, making air eyes gleam in a deranged fashion and licked their lips in a vulpine manner and ran after Naruto. "Come back here, Yoko Koi." Naruto sped up as he saw them gaining on him and cried, anime tears. "I'm too young to lose my innocence," he cried as he yelped, dodging a grab from Shuru and Ilya. Jiraiya and Medea chuckled as they were dashing along with them to head home to rest and prepare for the next year. "Only 2 years before we return back to the elemental nations. Wonder how those bastards will take it when he shows them the true Naruto that was hidden away. Kukuku," he cackled inwardly. 1 year. 1 year had passed since that fateful battle against Kotohime and his comrades. 1 year where Naruto Senju Uzumaki Namikaze had finally found his heart, healed from all the pain he endured at the hands of his village. 1 year he had found the loves of his life, and felt complete. After the battle at the temple, Naruto took to training the girls on how to use their chakra, and was floored that they had such high reserves, and displayed mid-level control, and taught them his signature jutsu, allowing them to split time between training, reading, studying, and sparring, and had to admit these girls would be a force to reckon with one day. He was happy. His godfather, along with his never-ending determination, he became very experienced in taijutsu, weapons, ninjutsu, genjutsu. He developed on his own from Kiera's instructions. Fuinjutsu he had become a master in 1 year, thanks to him re-engineering his seals to the Kage Bunshin, allowing the memories to flow at a fast, yet gradual pace, allowing him to get the full effects of his training. He now stood 4 inches taller than his so-called friends back in Konoha, and thanked his godfather and Ka-san they got him off the ramen addiction, and he got him to find a taste in vegetables, fruit, meat, and other foods like pasta, which he was seen eating every day, turning his fat into diamond-hard muscle, making him get what was like a 20-pack, which left Sakura and the other girls drooling like mad. He had talked with Kiera about another summoning contract and was gifted with the Demon Fox summoning contract, where he would begin to learn senjutsu to help aid him in battle. He had figured Medusa would be more gifted in taijutsu, genjutsu, and medical jutsu. Shuriken jutsu, taijutsu, ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu, Ruler taijutsu, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and tactics. Saber would be like Ruler in the same regard and saw they were hard learners under his tutelage where Jiraiya joked he was training his own team which Naruto replied with a hard, firm tone. Jiraiya 2-san. I am through with Team 7. That team has brought me nothing but bad memories. After this training trip a new team will bloom in the leaves consisting of me as the leader, Shuru-Heim, Rin-Heim, Sakura-Heim, Gilgamesh-Heim, Rider-chan, Saber-chan, Ruler-chan, Archer-Heim along with 2 others as Team Arashi, the first squad to have more than 4 members, and we will make sure everyone knows what happens when you mess with family. Jiraiya had never been so touched and awed by his godson's speech and decided to take him to become a sage and was awed at Naruto having a demonic contract and agreed. After meeting Kiera his opinion changed as her and the Biju were peacekeepers of the world. Naruto told him he shall wait a few weeks before heading to the summoning realm and declared he will master senjutsu in a few months, which Jiraiya smirked and agreed, knowing his godson always did the impossible and wondered how Akatsuki will fare against him now. He was astonished the teen was already above cage level in just 1 year, constantly doing taijutsu and physical training on his own while his clones worked on the other subjects and had to shiver at the sheer power of his taijutsu styles, especially the surge fist that allowed him to unlock the yin and yang parts of his own mind, body, and soul. It was like he was some sort of superhuman. Right now he is sitting on the patio with Medea. Naruto and the other girls wearing cool clothes consisted of shorts and t-shirts and were basking in the cool air and sunlight, enjoying the feeling of peace. Quote, "You know Sensei, Fuyuki City makes the shinobi world look meek when it comes to peace," Naruto said in a dry, amused tone, getting a snort from Jiraiya at that understatement. It would make Orochimaru look like a straight person, but realized they couldn't let Fuyuki City be involved with their world and concluded with Naruto that they belonged in the shinobi world. "I am impressed you managed to bring these girls to elite Junin level in just a few months after your birthday." Medea smiled proudly at her son, who blushed slightly at her praise and rubbed his head sheepishly. "I developed it after self-teaching me thanks to that disgrace Hatake." He spat in anger, his eyes glowing with malice at the one who stunted his growth. Just remembering that bastard's face of smug satisfaction is enough to slightly crack his emotionless look. "If I get to him, Ka-san, I guarantee you I will truly make him a cyclops," he muttered ominously, making Jiraiya sweat as the visage of Kiera appeared behind Hai's godson and felt almost sorry for that silver-haired bastard. "Naruto-sama, even with your limiter on at its max setting you're already cage no scratch. That you're most likely the level where you see and beat the 6 tails in sheer strength alone," Medusa said truthfully, with Kiera voicing her agreement. "I agree with her, Kit, your growth and skill is inhuman even in my eyes. Not even my father was as powerful when he was your age." Kiera whistled in sheer amazement at how powerful her container is. "I had to hand it to such beautiful angels, Shuru-Heim," he purred seductively, making Shuru giggle at him cutely. "Naruto-kun, you spoil us too much," she spoke in a mock-chiding tone which made Saber snicker. "Along with your mystic eyes of death perception, that's an assassin's wet dream, Gaki, that's for sure," Jiraiya pointed out, with Naruto nodding. "Those buzzards on the council will expect me to take my beatings when we get back. Oh, will they be in for a big surprise, kuku. Naruto chuckled darkly, making a shiver go through Medusa's spine. She loved how evil he sounded. "Naruto-sama, if you keep doing that, I won't be able to stop myself from taking you on this patio," she said with lust, with Naruto's eyes glowing deviously. Era, I had no idea Rider-chan was such a lewd woman," he said flirtatiously. "Comes with the territory, Naruto-sama." Ruler deadpanned at Rider, who pouted. Naruto's face turned serious. "Jiraiya, if encounter Orochimaru when we head back to the village, I will take Orochimaru and his toy. I always wanted to test my Hokuto Shinken on that snake." He grinned ferally, with Jiraiya smirking darkly, making even Kiera disturbed by the demented gleam in his eye and had to whistle. "Well, Pedo-tem is boned now," she sniggered. "What about that bitch Sakura Yaro, Naruto-sama?" Saber asked with a grin, showing her lengthened fangs from him, marking her and the girls. "She's fair game, girls, you have my permission to do anything you want with her," he replied, boredly looking at his nails while the girls' eyes lit up with sadistic joy and put on an innocent face. "Anything, Tilda?" they asked cutely, with Naruto and Jiraiya looking at each other, mirth shining in their eyes. Tsunade is so going to love these girls, ha ha ha. Both men cackled in laughter. Why, yes, that includes memeing her if she's arrogant enough to think her pitiful taijutsu will help. Even if she trained under Tsunade-sama, she would still be weak just like Ino. Shuru cheered and huddled into a circle with the other girls, whispering with the occasional evil cackle and giggle. Every few seconds getting raised eyebrows. Should I be concerned for the assholes in Konoha? Medea asked her son, who thought but then chortled. Not one bit, Ka-san. She shrugged and went back to snuggling with Jiraiya. For the rest of the day Naruto and the others sparred, trained and had great laughs with each other and went to rest since Naruto will leave for the summoning realm tomorrow. Fuyuki Park. Archer sat near a tree looking a bit sad with her eyes closed as she recalled how harsh she had been for insulting her counterpart and didn't take into account Naruto throwing every arg Yumint back at her and screamed what could he know of her feelings and pain, and got a sad, sympathetic smile, understanding shining in his multicolored eyes. We are one in the same boat were used by those we thought were our friends and loved ones. Don't take your frustrations out on your counterpart Shuruheim, give her a chance and you'll see she's ready. Besides, she could surprise you, after all she's my mate. She had been shocked to the core at his conviction and set out to think on his words and cried for the first time, realizing he had been right, and blushed when he called her counterpart his mate and wondered how she looked so mature now. Penny, for your thoughts. Archer looked to see her master Rin sitting beside her, except her hair had a crimson highlight along with her having a set of fangs. Naruto-kun marked me and Ilya-chan after the battle since we got to know him better. She sighed in happiness while Archer just chuckled at her master with a sad sigh. Both were quiet till Rin spoke up. Archer-chan, Shuru-chan doesn't blame you for feeling this way. She understands you because of hearing Naruto's life and how similar it is to yours. She's strong now, she could probably beat you now. Something within Archer sparked like a small flame that became a blazing inferno. She snorted and replied arrogantly. Like she could compete with me. Rin smirked with a vulpine look to it. Really? Guess Naruto-kun attracts girls with arrogance as well that need to be humbled. She replied in a sing-song voice, causing a tick mark to appear on Archer's temple. 11 months, is what Shuru has before we fight. Tell her to show me her resolve and loyalty towards Naruto, and maybe I'll let my arrogance go and join you girls as his mate. That's if he can handle this vixen, of course. She ended in a teasing voice, with Rin raising an eyebrow in amusement. Did she not realize who she was talking about? That's what Gilgamesh-chan said before getting her ass handed to her. Archer, who was drinking a bottle of juice, did a spit take and looked at her master with anime round eyes. Naruto, that hot guy, had beaten the Queen of Heroes. She speaks the truth. They looked up to see Gilgamesh wearing a pair of jeans, white undershirt, boots and an open leather jacket that showed her concealed mate mark where Naruto bit her. Also Rin-chan, that chakra thing Naruto taught the others. It was quite easy to figure out now. I won't have to be around Kodoheim all the time and can relax without hearing that Lech Shinji rant about killing Tenshi-kun. She scowled along with Rin hearing that rapist's name. Naruto-kun spared his life on a whim, next time he won't be lucky. Archer nodded at that and stood up before walking off, her overcoat blowing in the wind. Remember, Rin-chan, 11 months then we'll fight. Tell Naruto-kun I'll take him up on his offer. She smirked as she disappeared into the night. Gilgamesh shook her head. I'm off. I'm sure Kodoheim is bitching again. She drawled, Ed getting a giggle from Rin, who bid her goodbye. 2 hours later, outside cafe. Come back again, Naruto. Naruto waved at his friend Ryudo before walking home, only to stop when he saw some guys harassing a woman with light pink hair and wore a regular suit and had silver bar earrings, but what he saw made his eyes narrow as he saw her bleeding profusely from her arm, side, and back, and saw the lecherous looks the men were giving her. His eyes flashed back to Konoha, where he always killed rapists in a blind rage but was always subdued by the bastard Sandame and had his memories sealed awa. Why? And that made his eyes darken with rage and walked toward the group, the earth shaking under his steps as his black and crimson red tinted Meituki demonic aura flowed around him, his eyes glowing a white orange. Hey baby, you don't look good. We can get you some help if you give us something in return. One was cut off from his perverted tendencies as they felt someone's eyes boring in their back. And turned around to see a teenager with pale blonde hair looking at them with a hard look, with his heterochromia eyes making them shiver, while the injured woman named Bazet looked into his eyes and blushed when she found herself drawn to them and wondered why he had the look of a trained killer. I suggest you back away from before I decide to kill you. Naruto said coldly, making even Bazet flinch and saw the group take out switchblades and swords. What you gonna do about it, Gaki? Another sneered, making his chubby face look even more revolting, but gasped as blood escaped his mouth as he looked down shakily and to his friend's horror while Bazet had an odd look. Naruto's hand, which was covered in azure lightning, was plunged through his chest out the back, and saw Naruto had an emotionless look on his face, showing he had no remorse for what he did. I hate rapists, and rapists deserve a death sentence, he snarled before his hand blurred using another style he learned, taking Goge's of flesh from his neck and caused him to bleed and freeze in ice. Nani? He choked out as his body froze before shattering to pieces, getting gasps and intakes of breath from everyone at what Ha peeped and saw Naruto exhale chilly breath and looked up with his ice blue eye. Taisen Tenroken, feel its icy claws of death. Naruto shouted and swooped down using his time altar he developed to affect the area around him in a large radius to slow down their bodies while his sped up. Time Excel, Double Excel. He instantly became a blur, striking and sending claw strikes to them, gouging out chunks of flesh as their bodies shattered violently. Bazet sat there in shock, seeing a 15-year-old take down some strong dark magi that were sent to kill her with barely any effort, using his bare hands along with using the time altar that Kuritsugu Emiya was infamous for with better proficiency than him, all without any remos, and saw he left one alive and he was shaking badly as Naruto walked forward casually. Get lost and I may spare your life, trash, he said without looking at him, enraging the surviving magi who fired swords of darkness at Naruto, who snapped his fingers causing them to disperse, shocking both of them at displaying an ability that even casters have a hard time doing, and snapped his fingers again, causing swords of wind to appear at every angle around the man, who looked arrow-wound in fear, trying to see if he see any escape. Don't bother, my wind sword engagement spell is inescapable because it homes in on the target, piercing them from all sides. Repent your sins in the afterlife, bastard, he said in a dark tone, closing his fist like his friend Gaara did, causing the swords to fly at fast speeds toward the screaming man, shredding him completely. Naruto clicked his fingers aga in causing the remains of the Magi's to burst into flames, leaving nothing behind, and turned to Bazet, who was blushing at him as his handsome face came into view. Are you alright? He asked concern. As he placed his glowing palms on her wounds, healing them at a fast pace, getting a small smile and a nod which Naruto smiled at. I'm glad you're okay, I was wondering where you were since Kuritsugu-san mentioned you being Shuru's caretaker if he died. Shuru-heim will be happy to see you now, especially Lancer if he can you walk? She nodded and stood up to her awe and surprise. Her wounds were healed to the point no scars were on her skin, and thanked Naruto before following him to the Medea residence. Sensei, girls, I found, he yelled, and heard footsteps and saw them walking down the stairs, and to her surprise she was glomped by a happy Shuru. Hey Bazet Oba-chan. Naruto slapped a hand over his mouth to cover his snicker as he saw her eyebrow twitch while Shuru had a twitch of her lip. They conversed with Bazet, who they found out was betrayed by Kotoheim and had her command spell for Lancer stolen. It was a shock for Bazet to be Lancer's master, and that pissed him off since he was protective to those in trouble and hoped he could kill the bastard this time. Anyo, Naruto-kun, thank you for saving me. She bowed, which Naruto waved off. It's no problem, I always seem to end up rescuing cute girls all the time, as you can see. He gestured toward Ilya, Sakura, and Shuru, who blushed in embarrassment, which Bazet giggled at. It's time, Naruto, leave some blood clones of you and the girls so you can keep in touch with the others. Naruto nodded and cut his finger, allowing him to bleed, and did 4 hand signs. Chishio Bunshin Jutsu. Instantly the blood swirled in to different directions. There stood perfect replicas of Naruto, Ilya, Sakura, Ruler, Shuru, Saber, Rin, who nodded before heading to their originals' rooms, getting confused looks from the girls, who grinned at the look on Naruto's face. Yes, you girls will joining me at which is close to Kiara-chan's realm to train with me, Kuchio's no jutsu. Naruto slammed she hand on the ground, and with a poof smoke, an orange-colored toad appeared, looking happy seeing Naruto, and hugged him. Aniki, great to see you, man. Naruto laughed warmly as he rubbed Gamakichi's head and noticed he was at the height of his upper body. So you ready to begin your senjutsu training? Naruto nodded and motioned for them to step into the circle along with Bazet and watched Gamakichi do 5 hand signs and stopped on the ram and shouted. Yuku Kuchio's no jutsu. Everyone vanished with a poof of smoke. A poof of smoke appeared as everyone opened their eyes while Jiraiya had a smile as they took in the sights of He Toad's realm and saw everywhere was nature, ponds, animals, grass, trees, and buildings and saw many toads talking or hopping around. This place is beautiful. Shuru breathed out getting a nod fr. Naruto who was equally stunned at the beauty and felt at peace and soon felt an energy intruding his chakra but welcomed the calm feeling while simultaneously keeping all of his energies under control, unaware of the crowd gathering in front of him nor the shocked looks the others had, especially Jiraiya. He felt at peace and calm but felt it was incomplete and drawed in more of the energy keeping his energies balanced at equal levels and heard an astonished whisper. He's learned it already. He opened his eyes and saw everything in slower perception and felt he was more stronger than ever and looked into the lake and saw to his shock. His eyes now looked like that of an amphibian along with his eyes lids gaining a shade of orange. So this is what Sage Mode feels like but it feels unmastered still. He muttered before deactivating it. My word Jiraiya Buya, you never told me he understood Senjutsu that well. A small old green toad commented in amazement along with a pure PLE toad who stood on his godfather's shoulders. I'm just as surprised as you are, but I won't deny that I'm not proud of him. I still haven't fully mastered it as it makes me look hideous. Medea rubbed his shoulders saying it doesn't matter. Naruto felt an aura that came with age, wisdom, and experience from the 2 toads that reminded him of a grandmother and grandfather and bowed. It's nice to meet you Ma-sama, Pa-sama. Both elder toads raised an eyebrow in wonder at the utmost respect for them and looked at Jiraiya who looked at his godson fondly. So respectful, Jiraiya, how was he raised? Ma flinched at the hurt and emotionless look in Naruto's eyes as he lowered his head refusing to meet their gaze while Fukasaku had a look of recognition. They abused him, didn't they? It wasn't a question but a statement and saw Naruto make a hand sign with shaky arms showing his discomfort on the subject and whispered in a pained voice. Ninja art. Memory revealing jutsu. Instantly everyone including the toads saw all of his memories getting cries of disgust, sadness, and outrage at what Naruto had to endure. Even the girls including Bazet who felt attraction to Naruto sobbed their hearts out seeing his memories that was just too real to be true. Those monsters. Bazet snarled in fury, her gloves sparking with electricity while his other girl's chakra was blazing like an inferno. With their eyes glowing blazing crimson with rage, planning on all sorts of revenge on their mates' tormentors. Calm down girls, Konoha will be dealt with in time, he said coldly, already planning on showing them their place in time. Fukasaku-sama, Ma, when will my training start? We can start right now. Naruto turned his head to see a black and red striped fox with 8 tails flowing behind him smirking at Naruto who smirked back. I would like to train my girls in your arts if that is okay with you Kuro-sama, Ma, and Pa. The elder summons nodded. I want to learn too. Bazet yelled looking at Naruto with a blush which he chuckled at dryly. In just the span of a few hours she was already developing feelings for him. Seems I got more than your charms too, San. He muttered dryly. 4 months later. 4 months had passed since Naruto and the others entered the realm, and after the viewing of his memories Shuru and the girls upped their training and determination and even resorted to training from day to night in everything with multiple shadow clones. Sakura also told Naruto about the magical worms in her body which he eliminated with Medea's help after finding out she was experimented on by her grandfather Zuken Meitu. Kuro, Ma, Pa, and Jiraiya furthered his knowledge on Senjutsu and found himself fascinated and amazed at the potential of Senjutsu. It increased the body's physical abilities. Senses along with massive chakra stores increase and mastered it in just 4 weeks. He mastered the Oni-Yoko Senin Moto in just 5 weeks because it provided more than just physical enhancements, senses, and chakra increase. It allowed Naruto to wield the flames of Makai, manipulation of Yuki, and complete control over the elements. Along with monstrous strength he could cause tsunamis and earthquakes on the same scale Kiara did, and had further mastered both modes to where he can gather the nature chakra instantly and stay in Senin Moto for as long as he want. He named them Ian Gama Senin Moto and Ayan Oni Yoko Senin Moto. He even tried combining them, thus resulting in both Super Sennin Moto, which had the abilities of the Gamma mode and Oni-Yoko mode. The girls had Sig, Ned both contracts as well after getting the boss's blessings. Bazit and him got closer to where they started going on dates discreetly in the elemental nations after Naruto learned and mastered the reverse summoning jutsu. Bazit confessed her feelings to him after spending a whole 2 months with him, but decided to take it slow and allowed him to mark her and joined the girls on their training as ninja and sages as well, since there wasn't a rule that said there could be only one sage, and they mastered it with 9 weeks time, though it took Ruler, Shuru, Rin, Saber, and Sakura 7 weeks to master since they meditated regularly. He learned and trained with the other summons of the Oni-Yoko and Gamma summons and quickly developed perfect teamwork with all summoning levels. He also mastered the Awazu Kumite Frog Kata to the point where his attacks had the effects just like it would in Sennin Moto. For the demon foxes, he learned the Hell Fox Taijutsu, which consisted of Naruto using counter-strikes, feints, kicks, and grapples, and included reversals and punches into the mix, and mastered it easily thanks to his reputation at being unpredictable, and got to the point where he could defeat even the most experienced summon from his contracts. Rin, Shuru, Ilya, Saber, Ruler and Sakura had mid-Junin chakra reserves while having low Junin control back then, with Bazit having high Junin, yet mid-Junin control. After training them for so long, they gained the reserves of 3 cages and cage level control, and explained he wanted them to be at either Gobi or Nanabi level in sheer chakra reserves, which they were seen every day doing chakra increasing exercises. They also massively increased their prana reserves, allowing them to learn reinforcement and projection magic to a greater degree, and made sure Shuru was ready for her battle against her other self. Sakura also showed them her hidden persona known as Dark Sakura, who was very flirty and seductive. Even Ryder was envious and was fiercely protective of him, and warned them of Zukin Meitu's plans for her, allowing Naruto to prepare in case they encountered the Grail. Naruto was meditating while he was monitoring Fuyuki City through his clones, as he made a seal that allowed him to possess one of his clones if he wanted. He sat near the pond with Jiraiya, who finally managed to get rid of his weakness and got the perfect sage mode now. Naruto glanced at him. "Yay?" Naruto asked softly as both stared off into the sky. Jiraiya was quiet for a second before replying. "Do you think that our world will ever know peace?" he asked his godson, while Naruto just sighed. "Truthfully, the shinobi world will never know peace. They are made and bred to maintain war, kill, sabotage, lie, and steal all the time, and most of all were too arrogant and power-hungry to accept peace unless it benefited them." Kyofu, "Truthfully no," he said sadly, looking at his godfather, who nodded sadly. "Our world would never accept it. Most of the shinobi in our village are too arrogant, stupid, prideful, overzealous, fanatical, warmongering and downright power-hungry to accept it. Konoha is already a shell of its former self thanks to the actions of your sensei and the council." He shook his head in disappointment, with Jiraiya agreeing. Mito-sama and Shadaime-sama would rolling in their graves at how their village turned out. "I argued with sensei many times that civilians should not be allowed to vote in shinobi affairs, that it was a bad move, but he kept saying everyone deserves a bit of power." The white-haired sage ttered darkly, with Naruto's eyes glowing ethereally as he stared at the swirling ball of Raiden and sweetened chakra like an atom. "The only civilian to treat me like her own son was Mebuki Haruno, who I like to admit is beautiful, unlike that bitch Sakura Yaro." He grunted as his other hand formed the Rasengan, except this one was loaded with futon chakra and seemed to gain 4 spinning blades that slowly enlarged themselves before the energy ball dispersed. "Mebuki always stuck with Kushina through everything. She's a good person." Naruto nodded before standing up as his chakra blazed. "Care for a spar, old man, or are you too scared you might break a hip?" Naruto said teasingly, with Jiraiya looking indignant, and stood up, his chakra blazing, and dropped into the Kawazu Kumite stance, with Naruto copying this movement, and later shockwaves erupted from Naruto and Jiraiya, blurring from one place to another, their attacks causing craters, explosions and downright destruction as both sparred. 9 months later. "Let's go, Naruto." Naruto nodded and ran to Jiraiya with the others, who all wore black version of Konoha Anbu clothing. Shuru's was black, Saber's was dark blue, Ruler dark purple, Ryder a slight crimson, Rin violet, Sakura black and red, Ilya gray, silver, Medea a light purple. Much to Jiraiya's joy, all had various pouches strapped to their hips along with katanas and nodashis on their backs. Ready. Getting nods, Naruto flipped through hand seals and shouted, "Yuku Kuchio's no jutsu." They instantly vanished back toward their home. "Good luck, Naruto, Jiraiya." Fukasaku smiled. Medea residence. Finally. I can take a shower. Bazet cried out in her dark red-brown anbu suit as she stretched her ass, straining against her pants, which she made sure Naruto noticed, especially her camel toe she teased him with. "I'm hitting the Heigat school in the morning," he said lazily and entered his room, discarding his clothing, leaving him in black shorts, and laid down as the moon she. Ned threw his curtains only for Shuru to land on top of him wearing a black gown over her bare breasts, which were a low D cup, and wore a pair of light pink panties which were a bit see-through. "Shuru-heim, what are you doing?" he asked, looking through his hair, and saw Shuru looking at him in barely restrained lust as she licked and nipped at neck, making him feel aroused, and bit back the gasped tea. Hat came from his throat as she rubbed his member slowly, making him moan. "Shish, Shuru-heim, wait, I'm not ready for this yet," he panted, but didn't really sound like it at all, and it made her grin widen and stroke him faster. Lemon warning. Naruto moved her gown slightly, letting her breasts out, and saw her nipples were erect, which were light pink, and started sucking on them, getting a moan from she. Ru started grinding her snatch against his crotches. Naruto continued to lick, suck and tweak her nipples, causing her lust to spike, and began stroking and grinding him faster. Naruto-kun, I'm going to come," she whispered lovingly into his ear as she felt the pressure building and was about to burst. "Come then," he whispered as he gave a jolt of Raiden chakra to her nipple, causing the dam to break, and then Shuru came hard, soaking her panties. She felt Naruto lean up, pushing her up against his chest, and began exploring her mouth, getting muffled moans of pleasure as she lost the tle of tongues and let Naruto have his way, leaving her a panting mess, and stared at Naruto and his crimson and ice blue eyes before he tapped a seal, causing his shorts to vanish, and when she saw his member her eyes bulged. 16 inches. She thought in awe, not knowing the other girls heard her. "Nani, he's that big." "Hi, Naruto-sama is beyond well endowed." "No fair, Master Shuru-chan, you got to him first." She met him first, so she gets that chance. She took off her panties and dropped them to the floor with her gown, and climbed on top of Naruto and lowered herself, getting a wince at how it's stretching her out, but in pleasure. "Remember, Shuru-chan, there's no turning back." She nodded and slammed her hips down, but moaned in a mix of pleasure and pain, and began rocking her hips slowly. Naruto groaned and started thrusting upward into her womb, getting a gasp of lust and pleasure, and suddenly her eyes burned blood red with a fox slit, and her fangs extended and began riding him paws. Terror-licking groans of pleasure from Naruto. Naruto growled and flipped Shuru off him in her stomach, and entered from behind and started pounding her doggy style, making her scream in pleasure and ecstasy, and heard the other girls moan from the mental link and bond as they were all feeling the mind-blowing pleasure. "Faster, harder, Naruto-kun," Shuru cried out as her lover began drilling her pussy hard while his finger rubbed her clit that had a cute patch of dark red hair above it, making her bite her lip to keep from coming as her pussy was being overstimulated by Naruto's member as it went in and out at a hard and rapid pace. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head when he thrusted one more time, blasting a torrent of cum inside her, sending her senses haywire, forcing her to cum with him, their juices mixing together. She moaned when he disconnected with her, only to yelp as she was turned around and was getting pounded again, and moaned in pure lust as her mind was clouded. "Still want to go, Naruto-sama?" she growled huskily, which Naruto smirked a fanged smirk and went harder. Everyone around Fuyuki City heard their activities and got no rest, even Archer, who was walking by, blushed tomato red. Lemon end. The next day at school, Shuru was practically bouncing with a step in her walk, with a glow to her that just screamed, "I got laid, look," while hanging off of Naruto's arm. Il Sakura and the other girls giggled pervertedly beside him, getting an eye roll but a good-natured smile, and winked at an amused Gilgamesh, who blushed, earning the envious glares from both guys and girls. Gilgamesh for getting Naruto's attention, and Naruto for getting the hottest girls. Time skip 3 hours later. "So you've decided to start ahead schedule, Archer-chan?" Rin asked, looking at her companion, who nodded and explained Kotoheim wanted her to kidnap her and bring her to the church, but what made Rin's face darken with rage is that she'll be vulnerable around Shinji, even with Lancer there to protect her. Rin suddenly grinned and snapped her fingers, forming a blood clone, much to Archer's shock, seeing an exact replica down to the last detail, and gave her master an impressed, amazed look. The wonders of chakra can do many things, and Naruto-kun made sure to train us in using it. Archer nodded and said she'll start in 2 more months for her plan to test Shuru and take down Kodoheim. Naruto-kun can have the priest. Not my problem. Archer shrugged dismissively before walking away. Later at Naruto's home, the others sat in the kitchen, sitting in different spots, while Naruto sat on one of the counters listening to Jiraiya explaining his reports from his spies in the elemental nations. How's are things back in the elemental nations? Jiraiya rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Akatsuki is still looking for you and the other Jinchuriki, except the villages are making sure their heroes are protected at all times with multiple ambush squads, it seems, while things in Konoha are still the same. Tsunade's apprentices have gotten very arrogant under her. The council is arguing with Tsunade to recall you back to put you under emotional training along with some of the other rookies, hoping you'll come back weak, starving for attention and more forgiving. Crack. Everyone turned slowly to see Naruto's gloved hands gripping a rolling pin until the cracks became so many it exploded into splinters while his eyes glowed with malice. Sensei, if I see the Uchiha, I am going to give him the same scar he gave me, he said coldly, not caring for anyone's opinion in Konoha, even if Tsunade begged him to bring the Uchiha back. He will make sure the Uchihas die with Sasuke. Somewhere a certain Uchiha felt her heart clench for some reason. Naruto-kun, she wondered before going back to her training. Back with the others, they were discussing what to do with Kodoheim and Shinji. Kodoheim and Shinji are mine. I am not letting them live any longer, especially Shinji for abusing Sakura Heim and Yami Heim, he declared coldly, while Sakura and Dark Sakura felt a blush on their faces at the promise. How did we find such a perfect lover, Yami-chan? Sakura asked her alter self, who sighed in happiness with a smile. Those who know our pain are always brought together somehow, that's all I can say, Sakura-chan. Sakura nodded before eating lunch while conversing with the others. Nay, Ka-san, I managed to incorporate my prana and chakra into my complete Rasengan, and let's just say it makes Kiera's Bijudama look tame in comparison. Everyone stared at him in shock. NCLUDING Kiera to create a technique that can outdo a Bijudama from Kiera the nine-tailed kitsune is a very ludicrous thing to even accomplish. Everyone saw the sun was setting and got in one more tea raining session before sleeping, preparing for the battle in 2 months. Their days are numbered. Everyone thought. 2 months later, Fuyuki High School. Naruto was just playing a game on his iPod Wick. He liked immensely due to the technology it had and the features and music, until Gilgamesh landed beside Naruto, who looked at her with a blank face. Is it time? She nodded and he stood up, tucking his iPod into his pocket and put his earphones away as his clothes shimmer into a black and red version of Konoha's Junin attire he acquired by sending out hanged blood clones back into the elemental nations along with more ninja tools. He had an okatana strapped to his hip, a wakizashi vertical across his back, and a katana sheathed on his back with a string, while he had his headband in dark blue strapped around his forehead reaching to his back. Let's go, Gilgamesh said, wearing her own Anbu clothing after Naruto got back and trained her after severing Kodoheim's connection with her and became her master, adding her ruler and rider as his servants, and dashed blurring through the air using their futon affinity as the sun is rapidly vanishing. Boy, will Kodoheim Tem be in for a surprise. Gilgamesh grinned as they landed on another roof and saw the Einsborn castle far in the distance, and saw Jiraiya and the others heading across the rooftops at high speeds, nodding at him. Naruto and Gilgamesh landed on the street and started running before breaking into a sprint, showing their godlike athletic skill. Seems you're at SS plus in running speed, Gilgamesh Heim, but mine is SSS plus. Naruto suddenly became a streaking light across the ground, making Gilgamesh gawk before upping her speed, becoming a yellow blur. Einsborn Castle. Rin's blood clone just looked at Kodoheim, Shinji and Lancer boredly while waiting for her master to reach the castle already, while stopping itself from slicing that leering look from Shinji's face until it morphed into shock and anger as a massive explosion erupted, making Kodoheim frown while Lancer secretly smirked. About time you got here, Naruto. Outside castle, Gilgamesh and Shuru smirked at their jutsu combination, creating a large hole in E-Castle. After bypassing the boundary field with no difficulty, they ran inside, dodging any falling debris and structures, and entered the main hall only for Shuru to narrow her eyes seeing her counterpart. "We meet again, Archer." Archer smirked and stood aside. "Kotoheim and the others are upstairs. Go. Me and Shuru-chan need to resolve some issues." Shuru smirked at Archer, getting nods before they left. Only Ilya, Rin, Bazet, Medea, Saber, Ruler, and Ryder stayed behind while Naruto and Jiraiya went ahead. Archer stared at Shuru, seeing so much of herself in the redhead it made her heart heavy at how she had been treating her younger counterpart, and sighed. "Shuru, do you know why I kept insulting your ideals?" she asked sadly, with Shuru closing her eyes and sighed. "You said it was a fool's dream because you will be betrayed by them in the end. That's what happened to you, hasn't it, Archer-senpai?" Archer nodded while pride shined in her eyes before they hardened, and instantly blades appeared in her hands. One was black and the other one white with a wave-like pattern, and got into a dual sword stance with Kansho and Bakuya in a reverse grip. Shuru held her hand out and warmed both, except they had a more deadly aura to them than Archer's. Both fighters stare each other down, one who wishes to follow her ideals and be a heroine, while the other wishes to kill her counterpart so she won't suffer from her own mistakes. Shuru dashed at Archer with inhuman speeds that surprised the older fighter as both clashed in a battle of blades, clangs, sparks flying everywhere as they battled. Shuru's crimson blood-red eyes met Archer's onyx-colored ones as both opponents fought subconsciously as their souls waged battle, clashing instantly. Complete trace on continuous fire. Both shouted as blue portals opened up behind them and fired blades of every kind at their targets and ignored them as they jumped in the line of fire, slashing, stabbing, punching, kicking, parrying, and countering, creating a dance of death as they cut down any sword that was in their path. "This is unreal," Saber breathed out, never seeing Shuru fight with such determination to prove Archer wrong, and saw a smile on both Archer and her face as they continued to fight till it clicked in Ruler's mind and she smiled. They understand each other now. Everyone else looked at Ruler with confused eyes until they remembered something Naruto explained to them. When powerful warriors fight in combat, they can communicate with one another through the exchange of fists. During this, one can understand the other, like yin and yang both coexist with each other, a bond that cannot be broken or severed no matter how sharp the blade. They believed his words clearly as they saw both opponents fighting. Ith smiles on their faces and suddenly jumped back while Shuru had a soft smile. "I understand you, Archer-chan, and Naruto-kun does, thanks to our mental link. He understands how it feels to be betrayed." Archer smiles and nods at her counterpart and blinked when Shuru closed her eyes and put a half-ram seal and chanted. "His body is made out of swords. His blood is of iron and his heart of glass. He survived through countless battles, not even once retreating. Not even once being understood. He was always alone, intoxicated with victory in a hill of swords, thus, his life has no meaning. That body was certainly made out of swords." Shuru snapped her eyes open, glowing ethereally, and called out, "Unlimited blade works." A fire spreaded, bypassing everyone and suddenly engulfed their vision and ared into everyone's shock. They saw what they saw was an island with nothing but waterfalls and mountains, but in front of them were millions of blades, including legendary swords that Naruto helped Shuru trace on and master. Archer stared in awe. "Naruto-kun taught you well." She laughed warmly, and suddenly two sabers appeared in their hands, and like that they were clashing again. As each time they clashed, sword after sword broke and reformed, forcing them to use different weapons like knives, short swords, tantos, durandals, rapiers, zanbatas, nodashis, dados, katanas, and wakizashis. Both went at it for the next few hours inside the illusionary world while time outside was still a second as their battle waged, and suddenly both stood apart, panting slightly with excited grins on their faces. Shuru decided to end this and dashed at Archer, who did the same when they were inches apart. Shuru chanted, "Time alter, triple excel." Shuru instantly disappeared and Appy read above Archer with a swirling ball in her hand, causing Archer's eyes to widen, and suddenly screamed as the attack drilled into her back. Rasengan. She was instantly propelled into the wall just as Shuru cancelled the illusion, ending up impacting it so hard it cracked, making Archer moan in pain and sat up with a smirk, looking at an approaching Shuru who had a grin. "All right, Shuru-chan, you win." She rolled her eyes only to moan when Shuru appeared behind her, licking her neck with her tongue sending shivers down her spine, and gasped as her collarbone was pierced by Shuru's fangs flooding her body with yuki and chakra. Archer felt her hair lengthen and gain black highlights, her teeth sharpened into fangs and her body became more voluptuous and her eyes turned gray with a slit in the middle. "Welcome to the family, Archer-chan." Shiai smiled at Archer, who chuckled and stood up. "We should go and assist Naruto-sama." They nodded before jumping upstairs and ran down the hall where the explosions were coming from. With Naruto. Naruto smirked as he toyed with Shinji and Kotohime. He had found Shinji trying to rape Rin's clone when he dispelled her, and soon they began to bat. Lin saw Kotohime attacking with more seriousness while cursing him with every swear word known to man at how he kept ruining his plans and he should have killed his horse to spite him in that ear. Ned him the ire of Naruto and Lancer, who tagged with Naruto and began to kick their asses. Kotohime coughed up blood as Naruto's fist destroyed his artificial heart and felt him slowly died and resolved to do one last thing. "Die, Lancer," he shouted, using his command seal, causing Lancer to stab himself with his own weapon, getting a horrified look from Naruto, who roared in anger and appeared in front of Kotohime and slammed his foot down on the mad priest's skull, sending chunks of gray matter everywhere while firing a no-hand sign fire dragon, burning the body completely. Lancer coughed, alerting Naruto, who ran to his side and tried to heal the heart wound, only to his despair and worry seeing it wasn't closing. "It's over for me, kid. No wound can be healed that is caused by the guy Bold." He coughed up more blood, feeling his life slipping away. "Kid." Naruto looked up with tears running down his eyes and saw Lancer's warm smile and pressed his forehead against Naruto, rubbing his hair like an older brother would. "Remember, Naruto, don't let your own hatred consume you. Rin and the others wouldn't want you to be like this. I lived a full life, Odoto. I want you to take my spear. Guy Bolg, and use it how you see fit. It becomes stronger depending on how many it kills and how powerful the wielder's prana is. Use it well. Naruto." He breathed out one last time, his eyes closed. And suddenly vanished into the wind, leaving his spear stabbed into the wall. Naruto kept his head to the ground, his body racking with tears that threatened to come out, while Kiara tried to soothe his pain as he met Lancer secretly every day to hang out, and the man was an older brother to him, and to have him disappear like this created a crack in Naruto's heart at someone he saw as family vanish like that. He suddenly heard something that made his cold, ruthless personality snap back into place. "Serves that bastard Lancer right, dying for something so stupid." Shinji cackled madly, not seeing the disgusted faces of Jiraiya along with Castor and Naruto's mates who were about to kill him painfully, only for cold, dark and scornful chuckles to erupt from Naruto's mouth as he stood up slowly, a crazed grin, and turned his head toward them, causing their hearts to beat with fear at the pure malice and rage swirling in his eyes. "So, Lancer Aniki was wasted on me, huh?" he asked in amusement. And gripped Guy Bolg. Instantly it changed from light red to dark crimson red with black lines streaming around it. The length increased till it suddenly shortened to its original length, and the kanji for yin and yang appeared on the shaft and the tips grew even more sharper. Shinji began to panic and backed into a wall, causing his fear to elevate, and suddenly speared past the girls, not seeing Naruto's dark smirk that turned into a look of rage, and snatched the spear from the wall, destroying the stones in the process. "You think I will let you live, Shinji Meitu, after what you've done? Die, you fucking TME. Shin Guy Bolg." He channeled his wind chakra into it and threw it like a javelin as it shot forward with a green sheen to the metal, causing the force to rip the ground and walls in. When it reached Shinji, who turned at the last moment only to screech in agony as he was pierced all the way through the chest and through his heart, causing the wind chakra to cause his body to explode violently, sending blood splattering the walls along with some on his face. Naruto just snorted and summoned his Guy Bolg back and fueled his chakra, shortening it till it was a circular tube, and clipped it to his belt and side. "Let's go home, guys. Something tells me the final battle will commence soon." They nodded before shining home, while Naruto gave one last narrowed glare, spotting an old man in the shadows, and pointed at him and drug it across his neck. "You're next, Zuken Meitu," he shouted before teleporting in a black flash, leaving a sweating old man who used a teleportation to teleport back to the Meitu underground lab, where his magical worms sat and wondered why the ones in Sakura's body aren't responding. With Naruto looked at the scroll in his hand, ready ing it with a stony look, while Jiraiya and the others stood him with worried looks. Naruto Uzumaki, the civilian council have declared you be brought back to Konoha immediately for your induction as Konoha's weapon. The Godime has no say over this. You are a demon, you always will be and you shall be grateful. To serve Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka as their slave and weapon. Failure to accept will result in you being stripped of your ninja rank and chakra sealed forever. You have 1 year to comply and I suggest you accept unless you want another beating when you get back. Signed Civilian Council and Elders of Konoha. Naruto suddenly started roaring with laughter that sent chills down their spines. You guys have pretty big balls to threaten me like this, a slave to Haruno bitch, and Yamanaka bitch. Well, here's my answer. He instantly wrote a reply and summoned Gamakichi and ordered him to take it to the council, who he is sure arguing with the Godime, and sat down with a smirk. Jiraiya looked at his godson with a wary eye. Naruto, what was your response? He asked with weariness only to get a dark chuckle. I simply gave them a warning. That tone made even Kiera feel small in compa. Raizen, it would have turned Shukaku into a whimpering mess, that's for sure. Konohagakure no Sato Council Chambers. You fucking bastards, you dare to overstep your boundaries. Tsunade roared in fury, blasting the entire Elder and Civilian Council with Ki along with the other clan heads, making most of them sweat, while others fainted, and suddenly a poof sounded, showing a bored-looking Gamakichi who handed out a scroll. Naruto Aniki has sent this as a warning to you bigots, Fu and Kai. The scroll instantly poofed and there stood an astral projection of Naruto, whose eyes were back to heterochromia though instead of the cheery brightness in them they were now frozen cold orbs, and his face was so emotionless it made even Hiyashi and Danzo quake in fear. HMPH, you civilians must be pretty bow. LSY to think you can threaten me with those two bitch banshees, and I know they can hear me as well. I am going to give you imbeciles a warning, very simple so you primitive brains can understand. He spat coldly, his eyes shining with hate, and the whole council could feel the astral form's killing intent, and it felt completely ungodly. It felt worse than the Kyuubi attack. Damn, this pup is severely pissed now. Is this the real Naruto? Thought a sweating Sume, who felt the need to submit to the alpha radiating from him. When I get back I will only listen to someone who has a clear head and is the Hokage, not you elders. Not the so-called Rookie 11, not that bitch Ino or Horuno. He raged on while most gasped at his colorful language. Not some fucking scarecrow who is a disgrace to his father's name. Not a bunch of Uchiha ass-kissers, and definitely not Konoha as a whole. Thinking I am a container entitles me to listen to their fucking orders. If I find something I don't like I will fucking leave Konoha and join another village and fucking slaughter each and every one of you swines. He said in a dead cold voice, not having any remorse, causing even Tsunade to pale. Naruto's project. Action smirked and leaned forward, showing his face, getting gasps at the extended markings, and left them with a mocking, haunting parting statement. I also know my heritage and I have mastered it all. Including Kyuubi-sama's chakra, and rest assured if any Konoha nin attacks me they will die. If an Anbu squad attacks me I will kill 5 squads. If you order an assassination contract 1 Miyagi and SLA. Uter your family in front of you, and if you think of touching my mates I will raise Konoha like Kiera-chan should have done years ago. Goodbye maggots, have a pleasant day fuckers. He gave them the BIRD before vanishing, leaving a quiet council along with the rookies. Well, it seems I won't need to stop him no longer. Tsunade drawled in amusement while blushing, seeing Naruto's sexy face. I'm glad Hinata is not like those other idiotic rookies except the Nara, Akamichi, Weapons Girl, Asuma, Anko, Guy, and Lee, and unlike my fate's bitch Neji. Hiyashi sneered in contempt and walked home seeing the stunned rookies while Hinata just broke down laughing at her cousin's red face. Get the fuck out of here, you damn swines. You're on thin ice as it is. All the civilians and elders scramble to get away while Mebuki just giggled in amusement. It seems Naruto-kun decided to drop his mask, and it seems he has a personality more ruthless than Itachi, it seems. Mebuki cackled before shining home, leaving some incensed Junin. Naruto hates Konoha it seems and is more ruthless than Itachi. This could be a problem. Kurenai and Kakashi thought as they were tasked to make sure Naruto stayed weak. Konoha's day of reckoning draws near, and it will be the maelstrom that storms the nations. Another year started and passed. Now he only had 1 year before going back to that hellhole that he would gladly raze to the ground if he chose to do so, but promised Jiraiya and Medea to not let his anger cloud his judgment and decided to continue his training along with the girls as he Till had much to learn, especially after learning about Sakura's family history. He had taken out Kirei and the other dark mages that were in the country with the help of Bazet and the girls, allowing Fuyuki City more peace, and it was very welcoming to be congratulated for something that helped others and not on orders from those Konoha lapdogs. He was getting off track. He had been searching Fuyuki City for the damn grail and so far had little leads and wondered if he should sneak into Zukin's lab to find the real location of the grail and kill the old fart, not that Yami-chan would have mind. Since she clung to him like glue when he finally separated her into her own body he made using his yin-yang element and trained her up to the girl's level. Medea also taught Naruto, and the others, her forbidden magic, which wasn't really forbidden, it was classified as forbidden because of the large amounts of prana reserves they used, and they had those in spades and could take on a full Anbu uni. Using just one spell, making Naruto grin sadistically, making Rider try to take him in front of everyone only for Naruto to stop her. Kiera also talked him into reading manga to get inspirations for weapons, and he was a bit intrigued and found several weapons he immediately liked and trained everyone in trace on, which allowed them to create weapons like Tetsusaiga, Sunga, Bakuseiga, Tenseiga, Masamune, Lionheart's Gunblade, Buster Sword, HF Blades, the Sakuri Blade, Rebellion, Sparta, and the blades from that manga Bleach, and got the same abilities the originals had, making them giddy. Yami had warned them of some monster killing other servants at night, turning them to dark versions of themselves, making Naruto get a small inkling to who it could be and heard the words true assassin meaning. The dark figure had gotten to assassin first, which saddened him since he saw assassin as a surrogate uncle in his own right, and it made him extremely angry. This thing was turning all of his friends into mindless killing machines. In his anger he encountered the daughter of the bastard that killed Lancer, his brother, and found out her name was Karen Hortensia, who had wanted to speak to him and was with her servant assassin, who was surprisingly flirty with him and admitted she was quite the looker, especially Karen. Naruto sighed. Karen Uho-sama, what can I do for you? Karen blushed at her FFIX and title while assassin pouted at him, complimenting master before seeing Avenger walk into view blushing at Naruto. I want to help you destroy the grail. Naruto raised a speculative eyebrow. ND crossed his arms looking into her golden eyes. Tell me. He began slowly while sensing an unwanted evil presence watching them, and noticed assassin, Karen, and Avenger noticing it as well. YW. Old, you want to help me after killing your father Kirei Kotoheim? He spoke emotionlessly, with Karen tilting her head and giggled eerily so much it made Kiera creeped out. Naruto-sama. Her eyes looked at him in lust as she looked him up and down, making him shudder slightly at that look as she trailed a finger down his tight muscle shirt over his pecs and leaned into his chest. Because I am the same as you. His eyes widened at this. Looking into her eyes he found understanding, loneliness, anger, hurt, want, lust, and resentment just like him, and heard Kiera speak. Naruto-kun, her yes, do not lie or show deceit, her feelings are genuine. Naruto looked at Karen closely and smiled warmly, making her heart flutter as her cheeks heated up and then their lips touched, sending a spark between them, and soon a rainbow-like aura surrounded them as they melted into the kiss. It soon died down and Karen noticed her vision looked even sharper and looked down and her eyes lit up with IOUS joy seeing her F-cup boobs, now a high G-cup, and noticed Naruto looking down the street with assassin and Avenger and asked quietly. Naruto-sama, what is it? She felt a dark presence moving, and it wasn't friendly. The monster that has been terrorizing Fuyuki City, turning servants into mindless monsters. Naruto said, scowling, and saw who stepped out of the shadows, and it made his eyes darken with rage, seeing it was Meitu-zuken, who was smiling darkly at him like a hunter finding a meal. So you're the master of true assassin. To think you couldn't stoop any lower as to plant your crest worms in Sakuraheim, but now you are attacking other servants unprovoked, breaking the rules of the war. Naruto's voice turned menacing while assassin and Avenger glared at him and unsheathed their weapons, ready to make this bastard pay, while Zuken just smirked arrogantly. I was just waiting to lure you out, boy. Now I can take your body and be the strongest in the universe. He crowed insanely. As several servants stepped into views, and it made him narrow his eyes seeing them look like darker versions of themselves, and saw something that made him very pissed. Saber ruler berserker Gilgamesh Medea Bazet. And, Shuru. Ha 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 ha. Wallow in despair weakling it's all. You're good for. Zukin cackled insanely as he saw Naruto lower his head, hair shadowing his eyes when suddenly the air grew to cold temperatures, making all of the altered servants freeze in fear as his eyes turned multicolored. Naruto's hand crackled with black lightning as thunder boomed across the sky as it rained drenching him and the others in it as the booming continued in frequency and loudness, making them get a very ominous feeling. With Shuru. Shuru gasped as a picture of Naruto cracked, making everyone stop and look, and knew that sign was a very bad omen, and suddenly looked outside to see thunder booming rapidly, making their eyes widen, and ran out into the rain. Naruto oh 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 oh. With Naruto. Naruto glare ed down at them like a very angered god ready to deliver divine punishment, and held his arm up, causing it to intensify, making them gulp, while Karen and her servants stood on a rooftop a few feet away from Naruto, watching the display with awe and curiosity. He suddenly spoke in a cold tone that shook the earth. You dare to make these disgusting abominations of my loved one's Zukin? His voice, thundered, being heard from every corner of this earth, making several shake and tremble. Konohagakure no Sato. Tsunade looked up with trembling hands on her paperwork along with several other shinobi. As they could feel Naruto's chakra from thousands of miles away, and it was absolutely monstrous, and felt none of Kyuubi's chakra flowing to him, making their hearts beat faster. Kami-sama, Naruto is very angry. Hinata whispered in fear and slight awe as the chakra was literally controlling the storm. Otogakure no Sato. Sasuke, who looked very feminine, looked up at the storming sky with wide eyes along with Orochimaru and his medic Kabuto, with fear running through their bodies, while she had one thought on her mind. Naruto-kun, what is happening to cause this? This is your chakra. She thought, seeing his chakra flowing into the sky. They were not the only ones who could feel his rage, as it was reaching the gods' realm as well. Kami's realm. Everyone from the gods to past shinobi were literally shaking in their boots at the unholy amount of energy Naruto is generating, and it was staggering. It was like he swallowed the jubi a million times over and looked very pissed. Even ZT. Hisandame Raikage was pale white in fear at the power being unleashed. Kami-sama, how much chakra does Soichi possess? Kushina yelled with wide eyes, seeing her son literally control the heavens themselves as thunder and lightning boomed everywhere. Susanoo was looking wide-eyed, seeing what Kiera's container is doing. I can't believe it, he's commanding the skies as if he was their creator. Everyone looked wide-eyed at him, and it widened further as they saw Naruto raise his other hand, calling a massive amount of water to his electrified hand, swirling around it rapidly. Yami looked ashen white. It's impossible, he's doing something even the Rakudo isn't capable of doing. He's bending the elements of water, wind, and lightning to his command. She shouted in disbelief as Naruto glared down at the scum before him with glowing eyes. This is all your fault, Sandame. Kushina glared at the manipulative old man that ruined her son's life, with Minato and others glaring at him too, which he scoffed. It was done to make Konoha strong. Kushina, family doesn't get set above the village. He sneered, only for the very person they were speaking about to appear behind the Sandame Towery. Him with cold glowing eyes, making even the gods shake in fear. Is that so, old man? He grinned demonically at the shaking shell of the one he once called grandfather. How did you get here? It's impossible. He screeched while Naruto's eyes took on a crazed look, making even Madara Uchiha scream in fear. What's the matter, old monkey? Didn't expect me here. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze fucking Senju. You think my body would be restricted by such petty human limitations? He laughed darkly as his spiritual pressure blazed wildly as everyone was cowering in front of him. If you're here, then who's out there? Hashirama yelled, pointing at the image while Naruto just smirked. That is nothing but a simple shadow clone with 1% of my chakra, which is equal to a whole tail of Yuki. He grinned at their shocked looks and suddenly frowned as he sensed Jiraiya and the others approaching, but that can't be right, and then his eyes widened and vanished in a black flash, shocking Minato. He mastered it. He whispered in shock. With Naruto. Stop. The clone looked at its creator with a raised eyebrow, only for its eyes to widen, seeing Saber and the others alive, making it sigh in relief before stopping the attack, but still was raining rapidly and dispelled. Naruto sighed in relief and slapped himself for his stupidity again. Why is he always so easy to emotionally upset? God fucking. Damn it, why am I so easy to upset so damn much? He cursed loudly before turning burning eyes toward Zukin and his altars and flipped through hand seals. Water style. Multiple giant water dragon jutsu. The water suddenly formed into multiple water dragons bigger than a biju and raced toward Zukin and his altars and managed to teleport his strongest ones to safety, leaving the others to perish with a watery boom. Naruto frowned and clicked his tongue in distaste before floating toward Karen, who was blushing and laid in her arms as it rained and leaned into her for comfort. "Just hold me, Karen Heim, I'm exhausted. Right now," he said in an emotionally tired voice, which Karen nodded at as she, assassin and avenger, kept him warm till Shuru and the others arrived. "Thank you, Karen Heim, foe. Are understanding me even if I killed your father," he whispered to her sleepily before falling limp, getting gasps. "He's just unconscious," Karen said softly, calming them, and smiled at Ilya. "It's been a long time, Ilya-chan." Ilya nodded before everyone returned home to help Naruto recover from his emotional plight. Jiraiya stared at the opened sky in awe. He literally opened the heavens using his chakra alone. Damn, he makes a biju feel tame. He whistled before shining after the others. Medea residence. Medea placed a warm towel on his head as he slept with a peaceful face void of any mental anguish. She smiled sadly. "No one like you should have to suffer so much." She let a few tears drop before standing up and walked out with Jiraiya, who gave his godson a worried glance before it hardened and swore to make Zukin pay for doing this to his godson. Zukin's lab. Damn it. Zukin cursed as he slowly bandaged the wound. A stray piece of earth pierced him and was in a RLD of pain and was angry. Half of his altars were taken out by just one damn brat. "I swear I will make you pay for destroying my plans, boy," he thought, not knowing his time on this earth was running up fast. 2 days later, Naruto stares at the coffins rising, showing the activation of Edo Tensei. He had berated himself when he woke up for letting his emotions get out of control and thought about Berserker and Lancer and decided to work on his life revive seals and managed to make 2 of them for the specified people and sees the coffins open up and Berserker with Lancer walk out smiling at Naruto. "You bringing us back?" Naruto nodded and placed the tags on their backs, making them glow before their forms were enveloped in light, and when it died down Naruto's jaw dropped along with Kiara's. Berserker now stood at 5 feet 9, creamy smooth tanned skin. She wore leather leggings with a black leotard that seemed to tighten around her busty features. Her hair now seemed more smooth and blacker with red streaks, and her glowing red eyes seemed to look at him in hunger. Lancer stood at the same height as Berserker, wore brown leather leggings with a blue leotard and blue chestplate armor. Her eyes were a darker wine red that seemed to sparkle looking at him. Her butt seemed to jiggle with little movement and her hips were very curvy and slim, and her darker blue hair was now waist length and seemed to sway in the wind. Lancer looked over her new body with a practiced eye and squealed and started to chase a creeped out Naruto all over the garden. "Kiss me, little Otuto. Your Ne-sama wants a little smooch." Lancer cooed with hearts in her eyes while Kiara started laughing her ass off at her container's horrified eyes. "Oh holy Rakudo Senin, this is funny, ne Naruto-kun. Why don't you show how much of a yow?" She was cut off as he sent a mental ass pinch, making her yelp in pain, and continued running only for Lancer to pin him down, pushing her body into his with a smirk as she locked eyes with him. "Are you avoiding me, Ototo-kun?" She purred, making him blush with a pink tinge, and was about to reply only to hear a loud roar in the distance, making their eyes widen while his turned cold and dashed through the house and landed out a broken window and saw it came from Ilya's home and started sprinting like crazy with Lancer and Berserker keeping up with him. "I will not let you take them away from me," he whispered coldly and dashed forward, becoming a streak of light as he reached hypersonic speeds. "Einsburn Castle. Kill them, Berserker," Zukin shouted with a mad look in high as Jiraiya and Medea's efforts at eliminating the altars in the city, destroying his plans one after another, caused his mind to finally crack from all the time he did experiments in his labs, and his evil plots to become one with the Holy Grail lead to him being a madman under his grandfatherly facade. "Blade beam." Rin and Ilya shouted, firing an energy beam from their gun blades, knocking the Arc Berserker back while Saber and the others battled Alter Saber, Alter Gilgamesh, True Assassin and the other altars in a fierce battle, though their side was winning easily since they were trained to fight multiple opponents by Naruto, and Karen was showing her stuff by using her flexibility and grace to cripple them. Gilgamesh jumped back, forming 3 one-handed seals and shouted, "Kaiten, Goryuka no Jutsu." She exhaled a stream of golden fire, burning a group of altars to ashes, and began fighting using Aya with deadly precision and expertise, and saw Jiraiya and Medea fighting against Zukin, who was getting angered by the second. Dark Berserker roared and charged at blurring speeds, only for Naruto to appear in his path in a spinning motion and connected with his abdomen that seemed to grind Aga. Inced him and quickly knocked him airborne, with Naruto following him, and roared, "Metsu Tatsumaki Senpaku." He finished with a roundhouse kick to the forehead, knocking him into a pillar, burying him under the rubble, and turned towards Zukin, who began to sweat, and ordered Alter Saber to kill Naruto. Alter Saber launched herself at Naruto. "Forgive me, Naruto-kun." Naruto only caught the blade too in chest from his heart-shocking Alter and kissed her on the lips, passionately, getting a moan before she glowed and his command symbol appeared on her neck, showing she was his now, and quickly knocked her out and gave her to Saber, who looked at him with a smile and turned to see Zukin gone, making him swear. He suddenly stopped just as Berserker and Lancer arrived, shocking them at their appearances, and were about to speak, only for the rubble to go flying everywhere, and Dark Berserker's lumbering form staggered forward and looked at Naruto with anger and rage before charging, when Naruto suddenly roared wildly as his chakra formed into metallic arms on his back, and his eyes turned completely white with an ethereal glow to them. He clenched his fists tightly and charged at Berserker. "Come on!" he roared as they both clashed. Asura vs. August boss battle. Everyone watched as both clashed fists against blade, and each exchange neither seemed to be backing down as their bodies and spirit fought with ire brute strength. Only shockwaves were caused by just Naruto swinging his fists, causing part of the ground to collapse. Berserker launched a kick, only for Naruto to spin, parrying the attack, and burying his fists into his chest, launching a shockwave on impact. Naruto fired a shockwave from his palm and fired a barrage of red energy projectiles from swinging his arms like missiles, hitting their mark each time, making the Alter Berserker roar in pain and agony, as those attacks were powered by Kiera's chakra as well, making the attacks more potent and powerful. He held out his hand. Trace on, Oblivion and Oathkeeper. Two of his special keyblades appeared in his hands, one black and the other pure white, and began parrying, countering and slashing Berserker's wilder strikes as his footwork got even more sloopier. Naruto grunted as he had enough of this damn war and is going to end this fucking death game, and dispelled his energy arms and snapped his fingers, causing something to smash into the ground next to him, getting shocked looks at the familiar blade. 9 lives. Berserker whispered with a smile of pride and bashfulness as Naruto picked the blade from its spot with barely any effort. Tien gave it a few test swings, noting it felt light in his hands, and hefted it on his shoulder with a cold smirk and motioned Berserker to bring it, making him roar a battle cry and charge, getting closer each second. 5. Naruto shifted his foot slightly. 4. Berserker was only 4 feet away from him. 3. He moved 9 lives to a one-handed grip and got ready to attack. Everyone stared as Dark Berserker got close, even Alter Saber, who was staring at her new master in awe and love. Naruto then struck, vanishing like a ghost and reappearing on the other side, slamming the sword into the ground, and simply intoned, "9 live blade works." Dark Berserker screamed as he exploded in a shower of dust and blood from the attack, tearing his body apart. Alter Saber smiled at her counterpart. "He's a good master, isn't he, Saber Oni-san?" Saber smiled at her alter self and nodded as they walked toward Naruto, who was chatting with Berserker and Lancer, making them grin. "So, this is little Cu-chan now?" Bazette teased, making Lancer's eye twitch and bash heads with the woman, lightning sparking between their eyes. "What's wrong, angry? I got a bigger rack than you." Bazette growls at the jab toward her assets. ND got into a verbal match with the female Lancer, making Berserker giggle as she reconciled with Ilya before discussing what to do about Zukin, and Naruto cackles madly along with Jiraiya and grinned darkly. "We need to pick up a certain sword, then we'll take care of Zukin, honey, so don't worry, this will be the final battle and showdown," Naruto declared as they arrived home to rest. Naruto was eyeing in his bed till Alter Saber landed on top of him, wearing only a pair of black Victorian panties and sports bra, rubbing herself against him like a cat, making him blush a bit as her bubble-shaped ass jiggled but looked at a blueprint in his hand curiously. "Naruto-sama, what is that?" Naruto smirked demonically, making her loins feel hot, and gasped, seeing the blueprint for a special sword. "T.S. is the schematics for the gem sword of Zelrech." He chuckled darkly as he projected the blade into existence and slept, preparing for the final battle tomorrow. "Zukin will pay with his life." In His lab, Zukin suddenly felt the feeling of death up his spine, making him sweat badly, wondering what could possibly make him. Zukin may do this, afraid and helpless, but shook it off as he prepared to add to the mountains where the Grail sat there waiting for its power to be claimed, and soon he will be this world's god. Outside Fuyuki City. We'll stop here for the night. A lazy voice spoke, and the light from the moon showed a leaf headband. With Naruto. Naruto suddenly shot up with a narrowed glare and looked out toward the outskirts of the city with a dark frown. Kiera-chan, it seems they're here. He scowled, knowing that chakra signature anywhere, the chakra of his damn sensei. It seems they are trying to stop your progress, it seems. She said darkly, making him snort coldly. Let them come. Not like they'll make it into the city, since the seals I placed around Fuyuki makes it impossible for those unwelcome to enter. It will transport them right back to Konoha if they try. Well, seems they got a little irrational and got transported back already. He smirked smugly, with Kiera shaking with mirth and laughter. It was good being her container. Next morning, Naruto's eyes fluttered open and leaned up and saw with a smile Alter on his chest, sleeping peacefully with her sister Saber on her side, and saw the other girls sleeping around him, and smiled, knowing he will always treasure them like they treasure him, and spoke authoritatively. Girls, it's time. Everyone's eyes snapped open with serious looks and nodded before vanishing into their different rooms. Naruto and the others, dressed into their Anbu clothes, wearing all black and strapped their traced weapon on their backs. The girls had Tetsusaigas on their backs, while Naruto had Zelrech on his back. Jiraiya and Medea had Lionheart on theirs, and to Naruto's surprise, Jiraiya was wearing a dark blue Anbu outfit with his old Anbu arm and leg guards from the war, and saw the pervy look in his eye was completely nil, making him smirk. Jiraiya walked alongside Naruto with an eager grin, ready to cause some mayhem. Naruto cracked his neck from side to side and gained a bloodthirsty grin as everyone's own animal mask appeared on top of their heads and stood on the rooftop. Never been better. He cackled in glee, making Jiraiya chuckle before setting off jogging before breaking into a dash. Then it became a sprint as they became flickers of light to everyone but themselves. Ilya looked at her hand with the map of Fuyuki's mountain area and smirked, seeing the blinking red dots moving fast, and shouted, "Naruto-kun." Naruto turned his head slightly as they continued to run, bypassing the woods of the city. Zukin Tem and his alters are heading to the mountains of Fuyuki, that's where the Grail is. Naruto smirked with a nod and motioned everyone to move faster, and looked like they were doing the Hiraishin. Naruto and Jiraiya flipped through hand seals and slammed their palms to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Hoofs of smoke erupted, and suddenly Gamabunta and Kiera appeared in their boss summoned forms with grins as Naruto, Alter, Karen, Bazet, and Berserker landed on Kiera and Jiraiya and the others on Gamabunta. Naruto, wait. Naruto looked back surprised and saw it was Assassin, to his shock running at light speeds, looking very much alive, and quickly jumped beside Naruto. Assassin, I thought you died fighting that alter version of you. Assassin chuckled. He only managed to get a drop of my blood, that is why he has my appearance. He said, simply, getting a nod from Naruto. Gamabunta. Kiera-chan. Full speed ahead. Both summons nodded and soon started sprinting across the countryside towards the mountains, causing the earth to shake with each step as they held onto her with chakra. Naruto unsheathed Zelrech as they got closer to the mountains and saw with his perfect eyesight Zukin and his army almost at the entrance. Jiraiya. Earth-fire combination. The sage nodded a ND, flipped through hand signs and stopped on the rat seal, causing a huge earth dragon to rise from the ground. Doden. Dai Doryuden no Jutsu. He dragon roared and started firing huge balls of mud Ju. Saint as Naruto did the dragon seal and inhaled air. Kaden. Karyu Enden. He fired multiple flame bombs at the incoming mud shots, causing them to harden instantly and become massive spheres of fiery destruction, and watched with glee as Zukin and his alter army dodged frantically to avoid getting extinguished by the spheres of flaming death. Naruto drew 9 lives along with the others, drawing their own weapons and simply intoned Kurigakure number jutsu. The mountains were suddenly smothered in ice blue mist, making Alter and Saber grin demonically as they drew their own Excaliburs and used their special attacks. Excalibur. They roared in unison and slashed at the mountains, firing violet and gold energy waves, impacting the center, causing a massive explosion, taking out half of the altars. Boruto nodded at the boss summons, allowing them to dispel, letting them free fall towards the mountains as they gripped their weapons and sped down faster and impacted the rocky terrain with a loud boom, dispersing the mist, and suddenly started cutting down each and every shadow in their way. Raiden, Taju Raryuden no Jutsu. Gilgamesh and Karen shouted, firing multiple dragons of lightning that too re-threw everything in their path, giving it an electrified death, and had to dodge flying swords of fire, wind, darkness, and earth from the caster-type shadows, and shouted, trace on continuous fire. They were pierced by multiple blades and weapons, allowing Naruto and the others to advance using their skills in taijutsu and kenjutsu to carve into their forces. Monster by skillet. Naruto became enveloped in his chakra mode and became a god of death as he flashed everywhere, destroying multiple shadows with one strike as his chakra arms and chains smashed, slashed, crushed, and pierced those. Ho came close while firing off large Rasengans on the walls, letting the debris do its work. Zukin growled and barked, Gilgamesh, assassin, come on. He ran in with his two powerful altered servants, leaving the others to perish as they headed toward the Grail. While in the Grail, a black-haired girl looked up with hopeful eyes. Naruto-sama, please hurry, she whispered as she felt Zukin getting closer. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shuru charged inside after Zukin and came across hidden shadows trying to ambush them, getting indignant looks at them, thinking they could sneak up on them and simply Lao Nched neck-breaking punches at them, causing them to disperse into simple shadows and dashed ahead. Outside, Gilgamesh growled and flew into the air using her ki and brought out Aya and called on its knob. Le Phantasm, generating a massive red energy sphere above her, causing panic through the shadows fighting, and that allowed the others to float to her side, arms crossed with triumphant smirks, looking lick. Women about to sentence someone to death in peril. Finish them, Gil-chan. Alter smirked, getting a feral grin. Gilgamesh lowered the power so it wouldn't destroy the entire mountain and slashed down. Enuma Elish. The alters tried to use their attacks to weaken it or retreat, making them laugh sadistically at how futile their actions are, and watched as they were enveloped in a bright light. With Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shuru. Naruto looked up suddenly as the place started to shake and smirked, realizing who made that attack, and shook his head as they continued their chase on Zukin. Still the bad girl, I love Gilheim. He chuckled inwardly before skidding to a stop and narrowed his eyes, seeing Alter Gilgamesh and True Assassin. He looked at the two monstrosities before him and decides to end this very quickly, and pulled out two tri-pronged kunais, making their eyes widen in fear, making him smirk, and threw them at blinding speeds and made a one-handed seal. Taju kunai kage bunshin. Two alters' eyes widened as the two kunai became thousands and surrounded them in a circle and looked at each other with one thought. We are so boned, was their last thought before their heads rolled off their shoulders and dispersed into nothing as the kunais poofed into smoke, and Naruto reverse summoned his two kunai back to their holsters and his eyes widened, sensing Zukin trying to absorb the Grail's power, and heard a faint cry of pain. Naruto-sama, help me. He heard the voice of the Grail and his eyes widened. Angra Mainu, he whispered before dashing down the hallway, dodging NY traps he came across, and entered a large atrium and skidded to a stop, seeing Zukin screech in anger and frustration with a black aura around him at the Grail denying him, and tried pushing his soul harder against Angra, who was losing strength, only to see Naruto and cried tears of happiness since she had felt his energy and it made her completely sane again and wanted to be his servant and lover if possible, and had been finding a way to reach him. Get away from Angra-sama, Zukin. Naruto roared, punching the man in the face, rocketing him into the wall, cracking it, making him cough up blood and pain. Naruto looked to see a tan-skinned woman walk from the Grail and felt his heart break, seeing all of the markings on her body. Even Kiara was sad. Kami-sama, what happened to you? He whispered, while Angra smiled sadly behind her cowl that hid her beautiful smile. I was punished for someone else's mistakes. She replied in a dead tone of sorrow, making his eyes flash red in anger, remembering his childhood when someone would lie to get him in trouble or worse, beaten again, and placed his golden glowing palm on her chest, making her moan as a pleasurable feeling enveloped her being, and saw. To her shock, her markings from her past began to fade, and soon her tan skin was completely unmarred of any scars from her torture. She looked up at him to see, to her shock, her power glowing in his eyes, the power of the Holy Grail. Why you absorbed my power into your own? She whispered, getting a nod as his hands glowed with black and red flames and wisps of smoke rolled off him until he closed his eyes, causing them to vanish. He tapped her on the collarbone and looked at the marking to see Naruto's command seal appear, signaling she was now his, and hugged him with tears running down her cheek. "You damn brat. That was supposed to make me a god and you ruined my perfectly made plans." Zukin roared insanely with anger and hatred shining in his eyes while Naruto just smirked coldly and put his arm around Angra, who just smirked just like him, leaning into her master's embrace and shivered in euphoria, feeling the pure dominance rolling off him, and was thinking a lot of unhealthy things. "Your power, huh?" He looked at his finger, muttering as a black orb appeared at the tip, making everyone, even Kiara, look at it in surprise when she felt his chakra doing that, and not her Yuki, till her jaw dropped in realization. His energy has become more denser than Yuki and more potent. "Damn Naruto-kun, I so want to take you right now," she growled lustfully. Naruto pointed his finger at the empty powerless grail and smirked darkly. Zero-tailed shot. The grail was instantly turned to dust as the massive beam blasted through it like a nail through wood, making him grin at his power increase. While Angra looked very aroused, and Zukin, well, he was very pissed, scared and angry. He started to deplete his prana, firing blasts and projectiles of fire, wind and water, only for Naruto to cancel them out using another of his new abilities, and that was to cancel prana with the snap or wave of his fingers or hands, and watched them crumble away again and again. Naruto held his palm out and started firing multiple arrows and blades of light, fire and earth, causing an agony as Naruto laughed evilly with Angra giggling eerily, while Kiara watched in boredom as the man pleaded with his life. Naruto suddenly stopped with a thoughtful expression before it turned to an evil one, turned to Angra and kissed her on the lips, slipping his tongue in with hers, getting a gasp and moan as her tongue nced with his an unsheathed Zelrech, and saw Zukin charging at them with a dagger raised desperately, only for Naruto to spin, slicing the air, firing a beam of pure prana that enveloped a screaming Zukin, turning him into ashes before blowing away into the winds. Naruto stared with a satisfied smile and turned to see Gilgamesh and the others smiling at him, and saw Angra. "Girls, say hello to your new harem sister." Angra blinked as she was suddenly being looked over like a specimen. "She's a real gem." Karen grinned with a thumbs up, making Naruto sweat drop and Angra blush before laughing with Naruto and the others, who felt a weight lifted off their shoulders as the grail was drained of its power and destroyed. But realized something: they had 3 years up now and had to return to Konoha in a few more months, and that made Naruto irritable. Fuck. Naruto started to rant about how he wanted to blow shit up right now, making everyone make sure to not get in the way of his anger, and learned another thing. Konoha was fucked in the ass sideways. Certain people in Konoha and other countries shivered in pure fear and looked around with one thought. Why do I feel like someone is really pissed at us? Me. Naruto suddenly gained a demented grin and started whistling a jaunty tune, making them get chills up their spines, even the gods in Kami's realm. Kami's realm. Everyone light. Rally shivered as Naruto's whistle sounded everywhere, making even Kushina jump at the slightest sound. Soichi very scary. She squeaked, getting nods as they watched him punch through boulders and Teal completely without any chakra, just physical strength alone. But Yami and her sisters giggled perversely when they zeroed in on Saber and the other girls, discussing how to help Naruto and soon cuss. Hina was giggling pervertedly as well, getting a shrewd look from Minato and the other shinobi. "And they call men perverts." Madara deadpanned at Hashirama, who looked very flustered at what his wife was doing. "Shut up," he grumbled in irritation, getting snickers from the others, which made him even more irked and annoyed, though he had a small smile on his face. With Naruto, orgy warning. Naru, to sighed as he laid down in his bed to take a nap after his shower, to remove all the tension from that huge battle, wearing nothing but a pair of black shorts and a red tank top, only to feel a weight in his chest, and looked through his lengthened bangs to see Saber and Alter along with Angra laying on him, looking at him in lust, making him feel a chill up his spine. Girls, what is it?" he asked airily, getting only perverted giggles, and suddenly heard his door being locked and turned wide eyes to see a naked rider locking the door, along with his other girls being naked like Alter, looking at him in lust and hunger, especially Kiara. Saber snapped her fingers, causing his clothes to vanish along with showing his new and improved features, making their eyes bulge in shock and renewed in hunger. 19 inches and 4 inches thick. Angra licked her lips lustfully as she crawled toward it, her ass swaying from side to side, and cupped it in her hands, while Alter and Saber had a 3-way makeout session with their master. Angra licked it, making her eyes glaze over at the musky scent that was suddenly released, and soon everyone was doing very lewd acts with each other, though Naruto was the getting it the most as his member was being sucked and swallowed by Angra while Saber and Alter were having their pussies massaged by Naruto's loose hands. MMMMH. Angra Heim. He hissed in please. As she sped up, making him pant with a blush on his face, and felt his cock twitch, and suddenly he released in her mouth, making her moan in euphoria as she swallowed all of it with a hungry look on her face, and climbed on top of him, rubbing his cock tip against her cunt that had a patch of black fur above the clit, and slammed her hips down, moaning in a mixture of pleasure and slight pain. She started to rock her hips back and forth, getting moans as Saber and Alter came before she started riding him like bucking on a horse, making Naurot growl as his eyes glowed with power and began bucking and down, getting a gasp as he pounded into her repeatedly non-stop, sending her pleasure into overload. Oh yes, Naruto-sama. Fuck me harder. She breathed out as Saber and Alter kissed her nipples and sucked on them, which she got a reply in the form of harder thrusts, and felt herself come again and again. Naruto groaned as his cock swelled and suddenly yelled, "I'm coming." Angra screamed in plea. Sure as his load exploded inside her, sending her eyes rolling to the back of her head in pleasure, and passed out, falling off of him, showing his cock still standing tall and proud, making Yami smirk in lust, and mounted him and started bucking her hips, causing the girls to want a piece of him, and began getting fingered, fucked, and licked, causing the entire room to start smelling of sex and sweat. Yuto thrusted once more in Yami's pussy, coming inside her, causing her abdomen to bulge slightly as he added more semen before making a familiar hand seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly all GIRLs were suddenly being mounted and fucked by multiple Narutos, turning into a literal fuckfest, to where Naruto's lust was overwhelming and he was fucking each and every one of them with reckless abandon, releasing all of his pent-up stress, howling to the moon. Suddenly Naruto looked up to see two other Sabers in front of him staring at him with blushes and lust. One had silver and red armor while the other had black and white armor, looking at him shyly. "Be gentle, master," they cried out as they joined in the romp. Lemon and Kami's realm. Everyone stared and had a massive nosebleed, even anime at the stamina showed by Naruto, and then Kami answered in a lustful tone, "Damn, and he's not fully grown yet." She trailed off, with every female getting a blush and a contemplative look, which Kushina and Mito protested loudly. Shinny only smirked smugly. "Oh really, Kushi-chan, Mito-chan, do I need to point out the fact your pheromones are literally leaking all over the palace, and my senses do not lie?" Both redheads turned beet red as they tried to deny her claims, only to fail with words, making everyone except Sarutobi, who was irritated, snicker at them. Naruto Uzumaki was interesting indeed. 1 year later. The war had finally ended. Fuyuki City had finally found peace and tranquility. His reward was a hot night of passionate sex and 2 new servants that were alternates of Alter and Saber, and when learning of their lives he held them closely as they cried their hearts out to think someone like Saber could have suffered like that, especially after seeing the haunted look in her eyes. He had also reunited with his sister figure Taiga Fujimura. He met her when visiting Shuru one day and quickly got along with her bubbly personality that made him remember his old mask, that made it painful to remember, till she cornered him one day and got him to let out his childhood, and she cradled him in her arms like an older sister and sang to him that made him feel like he and her were actual brother and sister. She also got him to train her to a very high level, to the point where she could fight Jiraiya to a standstill, never mind his experience, and became high Kage level thanks to her high reserves and Kage Bunshin training, and asked her why she wanted to be strong for him, and got the warmest reply ever. "Why would I not want to become stronger for my little Otuto?" He bawled his eyes, hugging her tightly, happy and relieved. Taiga though of him that way, and was soon smiling more, and it was a huge improvement from his normally emotionless, cold expression. Lately him and he girls had been hearing rumors of people gathering at Tiger Colosseum past the city outskirts, and Naruto was curious and got the others to go with him to investigate. When they got there they were shocked. With Naruto and the others. Nani? Taiga yelled as everyone looked around the Colosseum, seeing masters and servants all over the place chatting, laughing and arm wrestling. Naruto then saw something that caused him to bust out laughing, and when the others saw it they broke down laughing too, except a confused Saber, Alter, Lily, and Red, who saw what was so funny and grew appalled looks. They saw another Saber dressed in a lion costume posing with her sword in a stance, but the terrifying look she normally had made her look too adorable. Oh my god. Naruto laughed uncontrollable. Why, with tears of mirth and laughter running down his face while Kiera was rolling on the ground in outright laughter so much her face was turning red. Lancer grinned teasingly. Hey, can I get an autograph, Lion-chan? Red grew a large tick mark on her head and started attacking Naruto and Lancer playfully till everyone noticed them, and a lot of female servants and masters blushed at Naruto while guys drooled at Saber and the other girls till Jiraiya and Naruto blasted them with killing intent. Back off their Rs. Both men roared in unison, making the males pass out in fear while the girls scay aled at how protective they looked, while the girls blushed at their respective guys and hugged them with red, shy faces, mumbling their thanks while Naruto just rubbed his head slightly with a sigh till he noticed someone who was staring at Sakura with a tilted head and saw the white hair. Sakura Imouto, is that you? Sakura's eyes widened and squealed before glomping the girl playfully. Karia Ne-chan. Karia laughed melodically as the Meitu sisters hugged while Naruto smiled. So, Sakukoi going to introduce us? He joked, making Sakura blush while Karia blushed at his looks, which Yami noticed and grinned deviously. Oho, getting a crush on Naruto-sama already, Karia-chan. Karia turned beet red and started stuttering out denials, but she was guilty as she kept glancing at Naruto, who as scratching his cheek with a pink tinge in embarrassment at how he keeps attracting beautiful girls, and looked away. Hey Anyo, it's nice to meet you and Naruto-ku-san. Karia squeaked while he shook her hand slowly, and she blushed more at how soft his hands were and delicate they were. Hey, Karia, who is this? Naruto suddenly felt a chill up his spine seeing a orange-haired girl wearing a school IRL uniform looking at him with chocolate brown eyes that had a sadistic edge to them, and hunger seeing him, making him take a large step back, making the said girl pout cutely at him. Mo, cutie, why are you so frightened of me? She whined while Naruto just gave her a shrewd look and chuckled dryly with a twitching brow. Well, excuse me when I seem to be a bit disturbed seeing a girl with the smell of blood on her eyeing me like she's about to jump me in a dark alley. The girl tilted her head slightly with a demented smirk and licked her lips seductively, making him gulp. Ooh, playing hard to get just the way I like them. She leered, making several guys step back far away from her as she looked like a rapist that found its new toy. She bows. Yuryu Ryunosuke at your service, Yoko-kun. She giggled, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up straight. Ryu-chan, quit it. Naruto suddenly saw a very feminine Kuritsugu Emiya standing next to a female Kirei Kotohime blushing at Naruto. Kotohime. Emiya. He stared confused while both just smirked. What's the matter, Uzumaki, see something you like? Naruto suddenly gained a bored look and looked at them lazily, and I smiled. Did you say something? They face-faulted, causing Naruto and Jiraiya to fall down laughing their asses off, especially Yuryu at how he trolled them. Even Karia was giggling in mirth. Kiera snickered. Someone got trolled. I wonder how Hataki will feel when he gets trolled using his own lines. She mused while Kirei and Kuritsugu stood up glaring at him with a blush. Real funny, Uzumaki. Kirei grumbled. Then suddenly Emiya charged at him with a combat knife, slashing at his arm, only to her shock and Kirei's did he parry it with ease, and was further shocked when she saw the familiar movements of Kirei's kung fu. She growled and sent a multitude of knife slashes at him, only for each to get parried every time, and he had that amused smirk on his face and launched a kick at her abdomen, and she responded with Time Alter, Double XL. Naruto's smirk widened when she dodged barely, only for him to pull out his own and shock them further. Time Alter, Triple XL. Naruto BL. Becoming faster and aimed at her heart, making her close her eyes for death, only to blink seeing him stop and stand before her a bit taller than her and Kirei, and poked her on the forehead playfully. Maybe next time, Emiya-chan. Kirei-chan. Both women blushed at his warm smile while Gilgamesh and Saber snickered with smirks. Seems the tough as nails Magus killer and badass priestess got schooled by Naruto Koi. They snickered, making them gain tick marks. Naruto turned toward them with an excited smirk. This will be interesting, nay. They shivered at that smirk that could mean one thing. Naruto was feeling bloodthirsty right now. Time skip 4 hours later. It soon became a huge free-for-all fight as masters and servants all battled in a battle royale which consisted of Naruto and Va. Riot's other fighters picking apart their opponents with ease. Berserker and the girls were going crazy as they caused carnage in their paths, literally using their super strength, causing most to retreat and call it quits. He noticed Yuryua was watching his back most of the time surprisingly, and so were Kirei and Kuritsugu, who spoke that he was interesting before going back to battling. Soon Naruto fought against his girls, Medea, Jiraiya and the remaining contestants, causing the Colosseum to be almost reduced to a warzone, but he eventually came out on top and was laughing as he sat on the ground, leaning against Shuru, laughing with the others as everyone had either a black eye, sore limbs and bruises. Nay, Kiri-chan, Emiya-chan, I was looking for a few new companions before I head back to my home. You interested? Both looked at each other, then him with a smirk, and nodded. Why not? Naruto grinned and started to head back to Fuyuki City and began partying hard at the estate, knowing they would need to return to that hellhole, but they were in for a rude awakening and decided to leave in style. 1 month later, Naruto leaned against a tree wearing his outfit with a black cloak that had red lining on it like the Akatsuki hat, except they had the symbol for Ilya's family on the collar, while Naruto had the kanji for King of Heroes on the back in blood red, while Gilgamesh had Queen of Heroes on the back in white, and saw everyone wearing the same outfit with grins on their faces. Ready, everyone? He grinned, putting a black-colored kasa on his head with the others following his lead, before turning toward Fuyuki, and gave a sad smile before turning their backs to the place of their most treasured memories before gaining dark smirks. Let's move. Then they were off, dashing through the trees, leaving afterimages as they headed back towards the hellhole known as Konohagakure no Sato. There's going to be a lot of disappointment back at home. He chuckled darkly as his mystic eyes glowed eerily in dark amusement, while the others cackled in glee. Anyone who saw this would run and scream in terror. 2 days later, near Konoha gates, Izumo and Katetsu were looking bored as they both played cards while not paying attention to the figures in cloaks bypassing them and the barrier, not seeing one of them shake their head in disappointment. How disappointing. Katetsu looked at the voice and suddenly his eyes widened, seeing a familiar ice blue eye staring back at them, sending a message. Naruto Uzumaki was back. Katetsu and Izumo smirked but decided to not speak, although He noticed that certain teams of Konoha and the rookies were following them, getting a look of pity shared between the Chunin. Someone is getting an ass whipping. Izumo snorted, then noticed a brown-haired boy's face that looked very feminine have a look of joy and did a double take. Was that Konohamaru? Izumo, was that the Surugaki? He muttered, getting a nod. Damn, Naruto got the Sarutobi girl after him, just damn. Katetsu grumbled in envy while Izumo just snickered at his friend, who glared at him playfully before following, deciding to see what their surrogate brother will do with Naruto. Naruto looked at the civilians with cold eyes under his kasa while Queen and Kuro beside him rubbed his shoulders in comfort, making him grunt as he looked at the arrogant civilians acting like they were untouchable. Just a kunai to the throat is all it takes. He shook his head from the dark thoughts and sensed a familiar chakra signature following him that seemed to radiate with happiness and joy, making him smile softly. It seems Saruka-chan knows it's me. Gama chuckled, walking beside him. I know sensei would shit a brick if he found out his granddaughter had the hots for you along with Ayame and the other girls, and I can sense company following us, and it's the rookies along with their senseis. Naruto chuckled in amusement while Heroine snorted, fingering her broadsword with a bloodthirsty smirk and a predator gleam. Naruto smirked as they reached a familiar training ground of Team 7, but to him it was nothing but a cursed number. Let's relax for a bit, we have all the time in the world. They nodded and leaned against the tree while Queen, Yoko, Ken, Castor, Medusa, and Gama sat on the tree branches coolly, while King, Heroine, Kuro, Shadow, Priestess, and aka leaned again. Saint, their leader, sitting with his back to the tree with affection. They waited while having silent conversations, and right as he predicted, multiple signatures entered his senses and smirked when he SME LT the fear from them, and it was intoxicating to him. Well, the Konoha 10 graces me and my companions with your presence, King said in a sarcastic tone, making Yoko, Gama, and Shadow snicker him. You cement, while Kiba growled and was about to attack only to get a stern glare from Shino. We would like to see some identification, stranger. Kakashi asked politely, making Heroine snort, making them tice the blade on her back, causing Tenten to drool in awe. No one touches Tetsusaiga. She spoke pointing at Tenten, who blushed at being caught like that. As for your question, Sharingan no Kakashi. Do not think you can order me around with your arrogant banshee of a student. King's tone suddenly turned cold, and emotionless as he stared at them with multicolored eyes under his kasa. Also IWOU. LD like to point out genjutsu does not work on my Yuhi. Kurenai gasped as she felt her genjutsu reversed on herself and broke free with some effort as that illusion felt reinforced. How dare you insult us like that? Show yourself, you bakas. Sakura screeched in fury, making the other cloaked figures jump down from their spots with annoyed postures. Hitaki Yaro, I would suggest putting a muzzle on your student. Heroine is quite overprotective and does not like anyone disrespecting me, and is very deadly with that blade. King deadpanned as she pulled the large sword from her back and slammed it into the ground, creating a large crater, making them tense, getting a snort of laughter from Heroine. Ha! You think I draw this blade for just any opponent? This blade is something I use to give my enemies a quick death. She sneered evilly, making the other cloaked figures laugh loudly. How unyouthful! Rock Lee shouted and attacked King with a roundhouse, aiming for his kasa, only to his shock. K did the earth suddenly encase him in stone up to his neck, leaving him immobilized. Lee-san, attacking someone head-on like that is a sure way to get you killed. You are a ninja, not a samurai, act like it. Priestess said coldly and knocked Lee back to his teammates with a wince, feeling his ribs crack from that punch. It felt worser than Tsunade-sama's. Priestess, stand down. She nodded and stepped back in line. King tilted his kasa up slightly, showing his shadowed face, leaving only his heterochromia eyes visible that were slit, and soon their bodies froze as they felt a genjutsu on them, and I spelled it only to feel another in place, getting shocked looks. Double-layered genjutsu with just a glance. Kurenai thought in jealousy and dispelled the ones on the others. Nay, Gamma, you think they deserve to know. Gamma tilted his head in thought, with Caster doing the same, only to tilt her head up slightly, a smirk hidden. It seems the Godime is here. She was correct as Tsunade landed from the sky with a crash, cracking the ground under her feet, not fazing them in the slightest, while the Konoha nin felt nervous seeing her. State your business. King shook his head. Soichi-kun, it's time. King nodded silently and motioned them to show their faces. They threw their kasas off, showing Kuritsugu, Yuryua, Archer, Rin, Alter, Red, Lily, Saber, Shuru, Ilya, Berserker, Lancer, Kirei, Medea, Rider, Angra, Jiraiya, Assassin, Taiga, Sakura, Karya, and Queen, leaving King covered. Jiraiya. They shouted while seeing his more younger appearance, a side effect of having prana and chakra mix in his system, and kissed Medea lovingly, making them gasp again. Jiraiya-sama has found him someone. The Anbu thought in shock, while Tsunade smiled at him happily, which he smirked and asked a question. Jiraiya, where's Naruto? The rookies and senseis turned toward him for answers, while Medea looked at the rookies with a cold look, along with Taiga. Why should we tell you of my Ototo's whereabouts? They shivered at the ice in her voice. He is one of us, obviously. Kiba said loudly, making Taiga laugh darkly with glowing brown eyes. I wouldn't agree with that, since he had spoke to us out how you treated him after he risked his neck to bring that stinking Uchiha back. She sneered, feeling satisfaction at seeing their frightened looks, and Medea spoke up. Yes, Soichi-kun was hiding behind an emotional mask the whole time. You actually thought you knew him? Don't make me laugh. Medea snorted, walking toward King, who was smirking under his hat, and unbuttoned the top of his cloak and slowly took off his kasa, showing pale blonde hair, fair skin, extended whisker marks, and last of all, cold, unforgiving heterochromia eyes staring back at them like they were 2 years ago. We meet again, Hitaki, how very unpleasant. Naruto spoke in monotone, unlike his loud mask years ago, shocking them, while Hinata, Tenten, and Hanabi blushed at his handsome face and had one thought. Naruto-kun is so fucking hot. They squealed, which Naruto smirked at before turning his eyes toward his former team. Naruto, what the hell is this? Sakura said threateningly, stalking toward him, only for Sakura to appear in front of the Pinkett with Yami looking at her coldly, both wielding Tetsusaiga. So you're the abusive bitch that was his teammate. I find myself disgusted having the same name as you. Kura sneered in disgust, making the Pinkett recoil in surprise. He told you what? She screeched in anger, getting a snort from Naruto, making them gasp at him not defending his crush. He noticed the looks and got a disgusted face. You think I would ever go out with I have better tastes than this. He said, talking like Sakura was a lab experiment gone wrong, while Sakura and Yami slid their arms around his waists with smug, seductive fanged smirks making their jaws drop. What's wrong, disappointed? He asked sarcastically with a straight face. It seems that way, Naruto koi. Gilgamesh smirked, condescendingly making the girls laugh, angering the rookies except Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, Lee, Tenten, Hanabi, Tsunade, Asuma, Anko, and the others. Naruto, why didn't you ever think of Sakura's feelings? Kakashi said in a disappointed voice while Naruto just gave him a bored glance. I don't think my love life is any of your concern, you failure of a sensei. He replied in an uncaring, cold tone, making Sakura angry to the point where she attacked him, hoping to send him flying, only for Naruto to catch her super punch with barely any effort as he saw it coming at a snail's pace and looked at her with boredom. You honestly expected me to let you hit me? He raised an eyebrow in amusement while she just struggled in his grip, which was stronger than her sensei's, and got pushed back, harshly landing on her ass. Naruto Baka, how dare you? You were supposed to stay weak, not get stronger than Sasuke-kun. Ino screeched at him only to get a dismissive snort, making her incensed. Here's my words for you, Yamanaka bitch. They shrunk back at his name for Ino. You and Sakura are the most weakest, arrogant, self-centered, pathetic and shallowest whores I have ever met for my entire life. He thundered at them, ignoring the frowns from the council walking into view as he continued to insult them using their weaknesses, fangirl attitudes and failures. You call yourself my comrade? Bitch fucking please. I saw that message you had that fucking civilian council draw up with this conniving whore right here. He pointed at a scared Sakura and sneered down at them with contempt and hatred. You think you can order me? Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze fucking Senju. I am the baddest motherfucker on this fucking earth. Who the fuck do you think you bitches are fucking with? He shouted at them, making Hinata and Hanabi blush and drool. Naruto-kun is so hot like that. Tsunade looked shocked at Naruto being a Senju and inwardly jumped and cried for joy while being shocked at his coldness to the rookies. He then turned toward Ebisu, Kakashi, and Kurenai with cold looks that made them shiver. You are a fucking disgrace, Hitaki. You say those who break the rules are trash. And those who abandon their friends are trash. Here's a little something for you. He sneered at Kakashi. Those who break the promises of their own sensei is worser than trash. My father is disgusted with your favori. Tism toward your little bitch Uchiha who ran with his tail between his legs. He spat at him and turned to Kurenai, glaring at her. You expected this mutt to make me quit being a shinobi? You really are a fucking rookie. He said coldly, making her red in the face. Watch your mouth, you spoiled brat. She hissed at him, only getting a cold smirk from his mates. What's wrong, not feeling so high and mighty, Uchiha ass kisser? He sneered, making Kurenai go red in embarrassment while getting angrier at his truthful words as she wanted to make him submissive to the villagers so he could be molded properly. Kiba growled and stalked toward Naruto threateningly as he felt his ego damaged seeing the hot babes around Naruto and felt to defend his honor as a alpha. Apologize or else, Naruto. He growled. With Naruto throwing his cloak off, showing his bodysuit tightened against his muscled boy and toned muscles. You beat me. You couldn't beat me when I had my chakra control messed up, and be lucky I didn't decide to permanently cripple your ass. He smirked at his angered look, taking a swipe at his face only for his hand to be caught by Taiga, who slowly crushed his hands, getting a scream of pain. Back away from Ototo, be lucky he found some pity in his heart to let this slide. She kicked him harshly and Naruto dropped the bomb. I am done with Team 7, it is nothing but a cursed team from now on. I am leader of Team Prana. Members to me. Shuru and the other girls jumped to his side immediately, making them gasp as the leaf headband appeared on their heads with white bands. No, you are not Naruto. Kakashi yelled, trying to keep Naruto from being too strong or independent, only for Naruto to snap his fingers, causing two crimson gates to spring open, showing the blades aimed at you. Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Kurenai shouted, getting a raised eyebrow. This is my resign from this pitiful team. That Naruto all those years ago was fake, nothing more than an emotional mask to hide my true self, and now I won't hide anymore. He finished in a cold voice. We support your decision, Naruto. This came from Asuma, Shikamaru, Hinata, Hanabi, Choji, Anko, and others who liked Naruto. Seems fate allowed you this again, Uzumaki. Neji sneered, with Naruto looking at him with cold eyes, making him shiver. Fate is nothing but a tool for the weak-minded and those who blame others for what's happened to them. I had hoped you would change, Hyuga, but I guess I was wrong. People like you never change. He finished in monotone and walked past the others, not sparing them a glance and gave Hinata a smile in her direction before seeing the council. What do you want this time? Naruto's voice sounded irritated, making a civilian angry, and moved to strike Naruto only for Shuru to place Tetsusaiga in front of Naruto as the girls and Jiraiya stood beside Naruto, glaring holes at them. They are now very pissed at seeing the reason for his suffering. You brat have some nerve refusing our orders. One civilian shouted, only for Naruto's eyes to turn into Sub-Zero frost, making everyone back up as he walked toward the council with a purpose and sneered in their faces. You think that Jew Saint because I am a shinobi you can tell me what to do when you owe me your very lives for not letting Kiara Heim destroy this cesspool? They were confused at TWHO Kiara was till he smirked and said one word that made their blood run cold. 9. He smirked darkly. Yes, Kiara is the nine-tailed fox inside me, but I can allow her to come out after I made my own changes to the seal, and as for my training. He smirked as the shadows suddenly writhed in glee, responding to their master's mental thoughts, and formed into long tendrils with mouths of sharp teeth and red eyes sneering at them while on. He purred, nuzzling against his cheek like a loyal worried pet, which he rubbed its head with a soft smile, getting gobsmacked looks. How you are no Nara. Ino screeched, not believing he the power of S. Hados were his, which one of them narrowed its eyes at the noisy blonde and suddenly spoke. Master, is this the wench along with the bitch that kept annoying you every time? It asked in a deep voice, Sue. RP rising them at it being able to speak, which Naruto snorted and nodded at its question. Hi, she's also a known gossip queen that tends to snoop in other people's business that doesn't concern her. He said coldly with no hint of remorse. Honestly, Shika, I do not know what you see in that girl. He gave her the evil eye, making her shiver in fear while Shikamaru slapped his head in irritation, wondering why he liked her in the first place as well. I know Naruto, but congratulations on finding love, even if the others don't approve. I do. Shikamaru smiled at his friend during the academy R's, ignoring Ino and Sakura's angered look along with Kiba, Kakashi, and Kurenai. Who are these women, Uzumaki? Kaharu demanded, only for Naruto's eyes to glow ethereal white, and leaned closer in her face and spoke in a toneless voice. Who is with me does not concern you or this village. They are my mates, lovers, and teammates, and let me put something straight for you maggots. His cold voice shook them. Team Prana does not answer to the council, or any other shinobi in this village besides the Hokage. If I find out anyone from Konoha or any other village tries to force them on a suicide, mi Seijin like you treat with Anko-sama, I will feed you to my shadows. Got it memorized. He narrowed his eyes, making one got angry and stab at Naruto, who just teleported using pure speed, shocking them. He's faster than sensei. Kakashi growled in fury while Asuma snorted at him and gave Kakashi a look of disdain. I'm starting to wonder what my father was smoking when he put Naruto under your neglectful ass. He said coldly, with the cigarette burning intensely from the Kaden chakra in it, while Kakashi twitched in anger at Asuma, pointing that out. Yes, I wonder that myself. Uncle Asuma, Hitaki is not teaching material when it comes to someone who has larger chakra reserves than him. Naruto sneered before turning to the sweating civilian and mentally used his gravity chakra, lifting him up into the air, getting shocked looks. One of my favorite elements is gravity, since I can kill other annoyances so easily with just crushing them, like Gaara should have done to the Pinky. He said, directing his eyes to Sakura, who flinched, knowing Gaara still dislikes her and Ino along with his sister for being fangirls. It's understandable since they are still disgraces to Kunoichi. Only ones here that are real Kunoichi are Nai-chan, Hanabi, Hinata, Tsunade-sama, Neko, me, and these girls in front of us. Nice pick though, you got good tastes. Enko smirked, which he smirked back. Yes, I also taught them grandmother Tsunade's secret. He said, smirking in a cryptic tone, getting raised eyebrows before their eyes bulged to epic proportions while they just giggled. How dare you, Naruto Baka? That is reserved for me. And Tsunade-sensei. Sakura screeched, only for Naruto to flip her the bird. I don't know what any man would want to be with a manboy like you anyway. I'm glad I never liked you for real, or else I would have thought I was turning gay. He shivered in disgust while many males gave Sakura a disgusted look and stepped away, making her jaw drop in mortification, while Shuru and the Their girls fell down laughing their asses off, while Tsunade had a straight face though her eyes were shining with mirth and laughter. Yuryua suddenly poked Sakura's chest curiously before deadpanning and stepped back. Yep, flat as an iron board, even I was more developed than her when I was little. Sakura felt her face go red in anger and embarrassment. You're still a weakling, Naruto baka. I was always stronger than you years back then. Naruto just roared with laughter that sounded with dark amusement. It made her feel small and he decided to bring her down a notch. If I go after a Haruno T would only be Mebuki-chan since she is 10 times more smoking hot than you and has a body even Kami-sama would kill for. He said truthfully with Mebuki having a large blush. And felt touched by his comment on her beauty while Asuma and Anko snickered in laughter. Naruto 1, Banshee 0. Anko grinned and saw Naruto had more to say. Also, you being stronger than me. Pinky, I only held back on you because of my respect for women. Sakura felt her ego take another hit. Naruto 2, Banshee 0. Tiger shouted out with her friends snickering. Also, my taijutsu was always better than yours because I all of my skills from you and the copycat. Burn. Choji fanned at Kakashi who felt stupid right now, him Sharingan no Kakashi outsmarted by a genin. His pride took a major blow and was crying backstage. Also, as for being better looking, let me tell you Pinky, my heroic no jutsu had a better banging body than yours. He grinned as he shifted into his Naruto form, making every female and male straight, gay. And by get a massive nosebleed as it sprayed like a water fountain. Even Anko had one and Medea as well. Must not think unhealthy thoughts about Soichi-kun, grandson. Tsunade and Medea repeated in their heads. Damn, I feel jealous. Hanabi said while drooling at her longtime crush's female form while Hinata was trying to keep herself from taking Naruto or Naruko to her room and tie her to the bed and ride her till exhaustion. Naruto 3, Banshee 0. Shikamaru snickered and hid behind Choji who looked amused at her weak glare. And also, did you think my shadow clones were used for our diversions or cannon fodder? They allow me to gain any training experience back. When dispelled, meaning I could have learned the whole academy curriculum in 5 minutes if I wanted to. He smirked at their stumped looks and decided to pour more salt on the wound. And also, let's point out the fact I have beyond perfect control over my chakra that even 0.1% of it is now can make my shadow clones capable of taking out an Anbu squad with no scratches at all. It could even beat Cyclops with one pinky if it wanted to. Now that made everyone except certain people making an oohing motion at the now mortified Junin being weaker than a shadow clone. Now that was really a low blow even for Naruto. Damn, Naruto-kun, that was a low blow even for you. Hinata whistled while Naruto just smirked and decided to hit his capability as a man. Also, since you like to boast about the fact you are a capable man, let me put it in simple words for you. Asuma's eyes widened and started snickering at Kaka. She who felt he was going to feel worse now, and even Tsunade was snickering evilly along with the girls who knew Naruto was going to attack. She cried as a man. My Kaka's much bigger than yours. OICE sounded in the distance, making Kakashi drop his book in shock and was inwardly crying at what was said. Guda loves shadow clones. He stared as Naruto was still in the same place. Oh really, Gaki, care to explain the measurements? Anko asked curiously while Shuru and the girls just drooled, making Anko get the impression that she was going to enjoy his speech. 18 inches long and 4 inches thick. Kiara said in lust, causing every woman to snap their eyes toward Naruto who had a blank face with lust and arousal while Hinata and Hanabi were restraining themselves with all their being from kidnapping him right now and raping him, evidenced by their clenching of hands and the damp spot on their panties. Anko had a blank face but turned towards Kiara and got into a begging position. Please Kiara-sama, can you share him please? She was practically hanging onto the female Biju's leg, creeping her out slightly but smiled softly. If you have no evil intentions then we can work it out. ND, from what I am sensing you've got a pure soul even with that pedo's mark on you, unlike some people in this village. He pointed at Sakura, Ino, Kakashi, Ebisu, Kiba, and the council who felt insulted. That's it bastard, you and me right now. Naruto sneered in a superior tone. Know your place, mutt. Someone like me doesn't have time for weaklings like you who relies on his bloodline limit so much. At least Shino has decided to learn his elemental affinity along with Hinata and Hanabi. Shino gained an embarrassed look at his friend's compliment and it felt good at being acknowledged by so. Me-one with a similar burden while Hinata and Hanabi were swooning on the inside. Naruto-kun is so charming. They squealed in unison. How can you tell they are unlocked then, Naruto? Kakashi said arrogantly. Naruto smirked and pointed at Shino first. He has a very powerful Kaden and Raiden affinity along with a brand new acid sub-element. Shino's shades dropped in shock never knowing about his sub-element. He pointed toward Hinata and Hanabi. Hinata-chan has let's see. A powerful Suiten and Raiden affinity and oh ho. What's this a solid Rantan affinity, Hanabi-chan has a extremely powerful Suiten, and Futon affinity with a mid-high Doton affinity that contributes to her Juken and aha. A powerful affinity to Hyoten now this is surprising, we already have a trio of potential cage-level shinobi right here. He smiled at them while the three mentioned had shocked and awed looks on their faces and he decided to sweeten the speech. Also I have experience with sub-elements if you need help in mastering them please come to the house beside the Hyuga compound. He winked with a silent message getting beaming smiles and nodded while Kiba looked mad and jealous of his teammate and felt once again threatened. Hanabi suddenly got curious. Naruto-kun what elements do you have? Everyone turned to him except a grinning Jiraiya while Naruto just smirked. He needed Kaden chakra in his lung and exhaled it. Kaden, Goka Meshitsu. A massive blast of fire that was colored black with a blue tint burned through the incoming trees with unrelenting speed scorching even the grow. While the crowd jumped back in shock as the heat was simply ungodly is it stronger than people who specialized and were masters of Kaden Jutsu. It feels like being close to the damn sun holy shit Gaki. Enko whistled staring at the flames in awe. He stomped the ground and intoned. Doton, Taju Doryuden no Jutsu. Their jaws dropped as 10 massive earth dragons sprang from the ground and Bega. Firing balls of hardened mud that were 2 times the size of a boulder causing massive craters when impacting the ground making the earth shake making a few stumble. Damn that kid has a godlike AFF. Inity to Doton so much he can create multiple earth dragons just damn. A boar-masked Anbu whistled and clapped in approval since she was a Doton master as well. He suddenly clapped his hands and the eyes bulged as he formed a massive tidal wave using the water in the atmosphere and it looked bigger than the one in Mizu no Kuni. I gotta say again just damn. Boar whistled in amazement that was 3 elements so far mastered. Naruto sent a dark smirk toward Kakashi as his arm crackled with red lightning. I'd like to thank Sasuke for showing me this, Blood Chidori. His hand blazed with blow. OD red lightning causing Kakashi to stutter in shock and denial. What did he mean by Sasuke teaching him that? Tsunade narrowed her eyes in thought. Naruto blurred across the ground and appeared behind 10 trees that suddenly combusted into ashes sparking with static making certain people gulp and plan on making sure he is watched. Do not think I don't know what's going through those pea-brained skulls of yours councilman. He glared at them making them stiffen at how he knew. Naruto's Chidori suddenly became brighter and more deadly looking making Kakashi pale. Blood Reikiri. He sliced Re in half that sparked with red electricity and exploded violently. Chidori sharp spear. The jutsu suddenly extended 25 meters and sliced a group of trees in half. What's wrong Hitaki to shocked. To see the so-called dead last outdo you and the Banshee. He sneered mockingly making them sink in on themselves. He made a ram seal and channeled wind chakra to his lungs. Futon. Fujin Daitapa. EY were shocked when he fired a gigantic colossal wave of wind that went for miles shredding and crushing anything in its path and were lucky he directed it at the empty forest. Damn that is a freaking SS rank futon jutsu right there. Asuma whistled while Shikamaru was thinking about the range of it and noticed it took up more space than 2 armies could. That's a army killer jutsu, it could K out 2 whole armies if he added more chakra to it. He said analyzing the jutsu potential with Naruto smirking and nodded. Guess you have a brain used for other things than shogi. Naruto joked Aking Choji snicker while Asuma smirked at a blushing Shikamaru who snorted and crossed his arms. That's the 5 basic elements and that's enough for me to show, now I'm going to fix this place up. He got confused looks till it turned to shock as he charged Mokuden chakra through the ground causing trees to sprout form everywhere and Doton chakra to the craters making the earth even leaving them speechless. Such skill with elemental manipulation and chakra manipulation. Tsunade said impressed. Hokage-sama, it would be wise to keep the container inside the village. Kurenai spoke calmly. Will inwardly seething at someone so young being stronger than one's older than him. Can this bitch be any more stupid and bitchy? And Tsunade just frowned at her. Denied. Naruto Senju is now an elite Joe Unin and leader of Team Prana. Do not think because you have been Jonin Sensei means you get to boss others around and keep that mutt Kiba on a leash. He is already on thin ice with Naruto as it is. Tease. Unaid ordered before walking toward Naruto. Sakura wouldn't stand this. Naruto was supposed to be her and Ino's puppy to follow their orders till he was useless and became their slave after Shimari. Sasuke-kun and pulled out a kunai that had a purple sheen to it and charged with a roar, not realizing Naruto sensed her ill intent and spotted Ino charging with the stupid pinkett. He smirked and waited for both of them to get closer, and right when they were 2 feet from him he wrapped his hand around the back of their necks while jumping off the ground slightly and slammed their heads downward on a metal chair that appeared under him. RKO bitch. He roared as the 2 fangirls screeched in pain as they had huge red marks on their foreheads from getting RKO'd by Naruto. Don't mess with the viper, it can strike whenever. He laughed at them, rolling in pain, while Shuru and the girls were cheering with signs saying, Naruto, we love you, go Naruto-sama. And kick their asses, Naruto. Acting Naruto do a peace sign in a victory pose and turned toward Ino and Sakura, who were getting up with angry eyes. Get it through your thick skulls, no matter how hard you train, you two will never be stronger than me. The only kunoichi that can fight me without succumbing to exhaustion is Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-san, Medea-san, and my girls, and also Hinata, Hanabi, Yakumo, Saruka, Anko, my girls, and others who I will not mention right now. He said with venom, staring at the 2 annoying bitches from his childhood, and turned away in disgust. Get out of my sight. Your stench of weakness disgusts me. Naruto sneered coldly and was about to leave, only for Kakashi and a bunch of Anbu with blank masks to block his path, making Naruto gain a twitch in his eye. Get out of my way or die, Root. He hissed as his eyes turned pitch black, using anger's power, making him look like Satan himself. Naruto, you are not leaving till you apologize to my student and Ino right now. Kakashi ordered ONLY to get a snort of disdain from Naruto. You are starting to piss me off with your arrogance, Hitaki. Naruto spat and pulled out Masamune, making everyone except Jiraiya and the others' eyes widen in disbelief. Octaslash. Naruto spun, slashing multiple times at the root nin, and did a spin slash once more, causing the wind pressure to blow them away while they bled out on the ground and blocked a kunai strike from Kurenai, not even looking at her, and slammed his raised heel on Kiba's head, knocking him to the ground, causing a crater. He stared at his downed, weakened form coldly and kicked him away. Hinata-chan. Brother Shino, keep the mutt on a leash. Hinata nodded with cold eyes and dragged him roughly by his hair to his compound. I am disgusted with you, Kurenai. Asuma said coldly. Yo. You side with my father, I trying to turn my surrogate grandson into a fucking weapon. Naruto was right about this ungrateful village. He snorted smoke from his nostrils and took out his trench knives. More Anbu tried to attack Naruto and joined with him in fighting them off. Naruto swung his sword again, firing a Kanatsu wave, uplifting the ground and blowing the Anbu away while sending multiple street Rikes in one swing like Sephiroth could in that game, while simultaneously fending off Kurenai and the other Anbu with only his feet and trace on movements. This is pointless, give up and I may be lenient on you. He said coldly as he dispatched 3 Anbu, hitting a pressure point on their necks, knocking them out, shocking them as they witnessed Naruto take out a whole Anbu team while defending Aga. Instant A-rank Genjutsu specialist, and saw Kurenai get jabbed in the solar plex, knocked out instantly. Naruto sighed in disappointment and turned toward Shuru, walking toward her, lifting her chin up in the process, and gave her a warm smile. Head to the compound with the girls, I'll be by later. He asked softly, getting a warm smile from the redhead, who motioned the others to follow and vanished in multiple shunshuns and moved his hand through his smooth, spiky pale blonde hair with a very exasperated sigh that made the others shiver all of a sudden. I just wanted to have a peaceful entry of this ungrateful place, and it gets ruined listening to your bitching. He pointed at the council, who flinched back. He pointed at Kakashi. Your hypocritical ways. His voice got colder and harsher than ever, making Itachi look meek in comparison, and turned toward Sakura and Ino, looking angered, and sneered. I am done with Team 7. You and Hitaki are nothing but absolute disgraces to my grandfather's village. His voice thundered, making even Tsunade feel the need to bow. His eyes turned blank and emotionless but had a slight dark smirk on his face. If you ever try and attack me because of thinking I am someone's pet, I will make sure you get put in the S-rank security cells for women. I'm sure some locked-up kunoichi would just love to release their pent-up stress on you. His grin turned demented and malicious, making the two girls shake with fear. Ashen white, even Tsunade was pale at the threat. Everyone in the village knew that the S-rank cells for kunoichi made those who enter and subjected to the mercies of locked-up kunoichi would never come back sane after getting used as stress relief for a bunch of female rapists, and realized this Naruto was not above being cruel and ruthless to those who ruined his life almost. He turned and walked out of the training ground, stopping by a girl that was at his chest height, looking at him with a blush and had brown hair. Hope T. OCU and Moegi Heim again, Saruka-chan. He whispered huskily into her ear, giving her rear a good smack, getting a quiet moan as he vanished down the street. Saruka looked at his back in lust and happiness. Welcome back, Naru Oni-sama, she murmured before heading home to change her wet underwear. One day later, news of Naruto's return had spread through the village, and many were angry. Why and somewhat neutral? Well, the diehard blind villagers were planning on giving Naruto the beatings for not following their orders years ago, and were getting their weapons to cause him more pain and despair, unaware that this was not the same Naruto than before. With Naruto. Anyo, Naruto-kun, you're making me blush, Ayame said, blushing at Naruto, who was wearing a black and red version of Konoha's Jonin attire with a white headband holding back some of his front hair, covering his face, though it was covered slightly, giving him that bad boy gothic look that made Ayame melt from the seductive look in them. I thought you were joyed to see me, he asked in fake disappointment with a trembling face that made her gush and hug him tightly with a blush growing on her face. Hey demon brat, ready for your beatings? Naruto's eyes lowered with a twitch on his brow, while Ayame had a vein pulsing on her temple, and both slowly turned irritated looks toward a larger mob than Naruto had seen back then. If you don't mind, I am trying to speak with Aya-chan. Go away, he said as both him and Ayame went back to flirting, ignoring the indignant mob when one suddenly stomped towards Naruto and swung his bat at his head, only it was reduced to dust as it cracked on his head, making everyone go quiet while many Anbu and Jonin looked at the deep-in-shit civilian with blank faces. Well, someone's ass is boned, one of them said blankly. Naruto turned his head calmly, looking at the fat slob in front of him, and asked in a very cold voice. I know you did not just break a baseball bat on my head. The man got his bravado back and sneered. What if I did, demon brat? His answer was in the form of a hand gripping his throat and lifting him into the air with barely any effort, making the mob gasp in fear and anger at the demon fighting back. So you're the little weakling that thought he could frighten me with a simple message scroll, huh? Naruto grinned menacingly and gripped his throat tighter and suddenly uppercut him, sending him flying into the Hokage tower, landing in her office. Get him. Show this demon brat where his place is. The mob roared in agreement and charged at Naruto. Naruto just walked forward with no stance and assaulted them with a few harsh punches to the face, breaking noses, jaws and knocking teeth loose. He dropped 5 of them with a single roundhouse to their faces. Naruto grabbed one and literally spun on his back before grabbing his hand and slammed an elbow down on his spine with a crunch and a scream of agonized pain as he broke the monster's spine and arm in one movement and stood up, dusting the dirt off his pants. He dashed, looking like he was teleporting, planting an elbow in the man's gut, making him vomit blood, kneeling. Pathetic, Saruka-chan gives me more of a challenge than this. He snorted and chopped the man on his neck, knocking him out. Have pleasant dreams, asshole. Naruto sneered and walked away, leaving a lot of groaning civilians while Rid just looked at Naruto, lust in her eyes, while Ayame had a blush. Things are getting interesting now. Hokage Tower. You really like making life hard, don't you, Naruto-kun? Tsunade deadpanned at former blonde Jinchuriki, who simply sat relaxed in a chair, leg crossed over the other, with a smirk while looking nonchalant about using the groaning civilian as a footstool. She expected him to be more confident in power, but this bad boy attitude was kind of a turn-on for the busty Godime. She growled when he simply smirked wider at her, knowing she was checking him out like a hormonal schoolgirl. I have no idea what you mean, Tsunade. Ahem, I mean Godime-sama. I was just defending myself from little flies that thought they could take on the biggest predator in this village. I only be ing gentle, of course not to turn into red paste on the ground. Her eye twitched at the sarcasm but refrained from attempting to throw a paperweight at him. She looked at him again only to fume, seeing him tauntingly waggle his eyebrows at that would have made a certain green-haired troll king weep with pride. Naruto-kun, Jiraiya tells me acquired a new set of skills while on your training trip and even learned Senjutsu and Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto looked bored. Yes, you could say that. I'm Sama, and by the way, my partner and lover dislikes being called by her title. Her name is Kiera. He stat. Ed coldly staring at Tsunade with little emotion other than annoyance, making her and the Anbu flinch. Wait a sec. You mean to tell me that you and the fox are close? Are you crazy? The slug princess shouted, slamming crevices in her desks, glaring at her foolish godson, who merely stared back at her calmly like her glare was nothing but a speck of microdust to him. Yes, she's the one that helped me my entire life, unlike you who bitched out on your responsibility just because you lost 7 people in your life. He stood up, glaring angrily into her eyes. Mange the goddamn flinch back at the dis like shown in those now heterochromia slitted orbs. I have been denied love too many fucking times, all because stupid humans like the ones here in my father's village don't like anything being more superior and stronger than them. He scowled in the image of a red-haired woman with forked pigtails wearing red and black armor glaring at her, and the Anbu appeared behind him much to their shock. This is Kiera Heim. Goddamn Sama, she can become visible when she chooses to, and let's just say she is rather irate with nearly the whole village and its arrogant bigots. Kiera smirked at Tsunade and T. He Anbu with an arrogant confident smirk, like one you'd see from Rachel Alucard, and spoke. Hello meat bags to Naruto, Dana and my fellow sister mates and other Biju. I am Kiera, to blind ignorant by goated fools across the elemental nations. I'm Kyuubi, a demon, but to those who haven't earned my respect nor deserve it, you can call me Buster Platinum. Her powerful, alluring haughty voice spoke. Shish. Sounds like Minerva from Fairy Tale. With crisp clear disdain, Tsunade refrained from trying to attack the one her grandmother Mito had sealed her. As expected of one such as yourself, arrogant and is no doubt the cause of Naruto's unnecessary personality change. Tsunade scowled, trying to intimidate Kiera, who merely smiled coldly, sensing her mate's irritation and annoyance. Oh really, Tsunade? And since when did I allow anyone to act like they're my keeper? He ground out in annoyance, making Tsunade turn her glare to him, only he merely glared back coldly, both standing up, radiating blue and Cr. Imson black chakra respectively, making the room start to shake. Kiera smiled in amusement as her mate's chakra continued to rise to near Biju levels at an alarming rate. Naruto, for all we care, now she could be using you for Kami's sake. Tsunade argued, only getting a mirthless bitter mocking laugh. Oh, that's real funny, Tsunade. Who exactly in this village I really trust other than the Ichirakus, Mebuki, Hina-chan and others in this poisoned village? You see, I don't believe in second chances for scum. Tsunade looked like he slapped her, but he didn't care. After all, he looked at her with a sickly sweet smile while Kiera draped her arms around him, kissing up and down his neck. Hokage sees to the village more than family and doesn't know when to mind their own business, isn't that correct? His gaze made Tsunade shake uncontrollably. It was like she was in the presence of an annoyed Madara and her grandmother Mito. Hokage-sama, my friends aren't loyal to you, they are loyal to their loved ones, and if they wish it I would adopt them into my clan just to spite all who think I'm nothing but a weapon or tool belonging to them. Ma, I guess it can't be helped, such weakle ings are in a position of powers and only want more than they're allowed. He switched his tone to boredom and irritation, removing his gaze from Tsunade, letting out a breath she didn't know she was holding. What was that pressure? It was like he would have destroyed me in an instant. She swallowed thickly, still brutalizing. Naruto really looked at her, causing her to sink down into her chair at that stare he was giving her. It made her feel like she was a little girl. I believe I made my point a couple of years ago, Tsunade. He hissed, angrily glaring at her, with Kiera doing the same. All who dared to think they can control, abuse or manipulate me, I will fucking kill and slaughter and destroy everything they hold close to them if they even get the notion I won't do it. Kiera bared her fangs with a demonic grin, hovering behind her mate like a battle avatar. I agree, koi meat bags like the ones who beat you as a child and stunted you deserved to get a taste of their own medicine, as. Hame the big-titted bimbo is too pacifistic like little Hashirama. Tsunade fumed at the demon queen's mocking words. I am not pacifistic like my granduncle just because you are my godson doesn't Maya. And I won't give your arrogant ass a spanking biju or no biju. The slug princess thundered in indignation and rage. Really then tell me when was the last time you trained? His words and vulpine dia. DLY smirk made her lose all bravado again and she mumbled incoherently, see, Tsunade Haim I don't care one lick about this village, I am only here to become a great shinobi I should have been years ago. But your bitch-ass sensei tried to how was it worded? Keep me humble, assigning me a pathetic teacher and teammates, having me go against that little bitch Inazaka Kiba when my chakra control was fucked up. Then that one-eyed Cyclops had the nerve to look smug when he pawned me off to that fucknut Ebisu of all people and even when you came back because of me saving your ass, you have done little to nothing to assert more power back to the shinobi side and just sat in this office and at the hospital be grateful I had the compassion behind that doby mask to get you out of your sorry bitchy state cousin Senju. Tsunade flinched with each accusation and looked down seeing the disappointment from her godson cousin's eyes. What do you want me to do? The Mossis are expecting for you to be in Team 7 no questions asked. They even expect you to do everything in your power to bring the last Uchiha back unharmed. Naruto spat to the side getting twitches at the delinquent disrespect, well sore. Right a disappointment fools who I don't give one single fuck about but if they have any so-called complaints I'll be happy to return them with interest. He leaned forward forehead to forehead with the blonde godime whispering two words in her ear that made her feel terror yet arousal. In blood, he stood up from his seat turning to exit with Kiera floating beside him. Naruto stop you belong in Team 7 it is your family. A sour-looking Sakura stalked in looking at him imperiously like he'd obey and apologize. Naruto looked at her like she was beneath him, till he got a wicked idea Samet. Hing Kiera picked up on and found it hot and evil at the same time. Do it koi you can do the same thing to that little whore Yamanaka too. I forgot to mention your cum has aphrodisiac effects in it roads and corrupts the will of those who drink it plus it loosens their inhibitions around you, meaning you'll have some cum hungry sluts begging for your seat every hour of their life. Naruto had to do everything he could to not pop a boner at the mental image he always had when thinking of his revenge on those two banshee bitches. What do you say Naruto baka? She asked a bit timidly seeing him look like she was beneath him and found it turned her on a bit, not that she'd admit it to her puppy. Nay, Haruno-san why don't you and I catch up at my home just me and you? He purred in her ear with a very sinful seductive voice making the pinket's cheeks redden darkly along with her knees quivering. SS sure NNNN Naruto. Tsunade and her Anbu and Shizune who just walked in watched this with wide eyes. Is he seducing her? Everyone in the village knew the Pinket acted like a horny bitch for Sasuke Uchiha but here was the resident Jinchuriki putting the moves on the shrieking bipolar girl with ease. Tsunade fumed with jealousy seeing Naruto put a sly hand drifting up Sakura's ass not seeing Shizune giving Sakura a dark look seeing her eyes look like she was enjoying it and not letting him stop. Sakura grabbed his cock in her grip and had widened eyes feeling the thick long length and girth. SSSS so big. The Pinket stammered gibberishly not seeing Kiera giggle sinisterly nor pervertedly. Let's go back to my place instead, IW want to try something. She squeaked feeling his middle finger rub between her bubbly ass cheeks slowly and teasingly. After you Sakura. Sakura practically dragged an amused grinning Naruto along with Kiera lingering behind to grin pervertedly at Tsunade whose fuming was now full on grinding teeth together. Later Susu got things to do, bitches to tame Yane. Kiera grinned waving her hand mockingly as she vanished leaving a pissed off bunch of jealous females. Kyubi. Tsunade hissed demonically with a dark aura around her. Shizune. Yugao and several female Anbu were the same causing the male Anbu to huddle in a corner whimpering. Haruno clan compound. Ya know I never did get introduced to your family. Naruto snarked getting an embarrassed blush from the normally shrieking Pinket as she pulled him along past many pink-haired females with varying breast, hip and butt sizes and all of them were staring at him with lust and hunger licking their lips like starved animals. He noted that the place looked like a traditional Japanese compound, with many flower-decorated paintings aligning the walls, expensive rug and carpet on the floor as well. Didn't expect for a civilian clan to have such a grandiose interior. He commented with a bit of impression in his eyes as he looked around. Sakura blushed shyly. Thank you. Okawa-san asked me many times to bring you over for dinner but. She trailed off, blushing even redder knowing the unspoken answer. Naruto just snickered, earning a redder blush and a pout. Korra. No need to kick a dead horse already. She pouted childishly with a red face, earning an amused snigger from him again. It was just so much fun making the slender pinkett flush red at Sen. Such a wild thrill through him at how just a few words from his tongue he could make her feel different things. Hey, Sakura finally dumped the Uchiha brat and got some Adonis dish. A sinfully looking Haruno Kunoichi with pink hair and black onyx-streaked bangs looking about in her mid-20s taunted teasingly, and Naruto really got a look at her and one thing. Dat ass. Sumihime Obaa-chan. Sakura whined, hiding her face in embarrassment, so what she was in denial that the Uchiha would realize his mistake and sweep her off her feet. Hey Sakura, would you like some salt to go with that burn? Sumihime snorted at the sly remark from the Jinchuriki standing beside her granddaughter's sly tone, getting an even redder face than before. Naruto suddenly stiffened and sighed out loud with a hint of irritation. Haruno-san, excuse me, it seems Tsunade is calling me and your granddaughter back. Haruno. Sakura groaned in frustration before snapping out of it as her eyes were glazed, looking around confusedly and shunshined away just as Naruto did so in style in a swirl of black crimson smoke out the window, getting an amused, odd look from Sumihime. Gaki's got more style than his old man, that's for sure. Now that Sakura's around him, he can begin getting rid of that damned mental conditioning Kazashi Tem put her under. Her eyes darkened with malice at the mere name of Kazashi H. Haruno, who was a staunch supporter of Naruto being turned into a breeding stock or a weapon. Hokage Tower. I'm here, Tsunade Shisho. Sakura appeared with a brief bow. She turned to see her sensei Kashi reading that damned book, giggling like a mindless pervert and a fucking idiot. It made her so mad she cracked her knuckles. Ah, my book. She blinked, hearing Hitaki scream in anguish, staring wide-eyed in horror at his Aika limited edition sliced neatly in two halves, trembling badly just as a moving black, crimson smoke zoomed in the room, causing Kakashi and the others to tense up except for Team Prana, much to their confusion, until the smoke floated away, leaving Naruto in its place and a new outfit. He wore a red headband with no forehead protector plate, instead having it as his belt buckle, while wearing black pants. Red shoes with circular cuffs, a tight short-sleeved black undershirt beneath a large red coat with several buckles around his thighs, arms and chest. On the arm sleeves were gold cross decor. A high collar and black cloth hanging from the back and front, partially covering his legs from view, and elbow-length leather fingerless gloves, with his left arm having several armored plates along the fist to the forearm and up. At his back was a burnt red flat-edged rectangular blade, Saul Bad Guys Guilty Gear XRD blade, and this is a black and red version of Soul's Overture costume. Looking good, Yadana-kun. Yami Toshaka purred, wrapping her arms around his waist, getting an irritated glare from Kakashi at this foreigner flirting with his student. And just, what do you think you are doing, little girl? Naruto gave Kakashi a pissed-off glare. Piss the fuck off, Hitaki. Just because I got genuine girls who love me doesn't give you the right to try and order my group. So point that one-eyed ass glare elsewhere before I take that other fucking eye. Naruto's eyes glowed dangerously, hand gripping the handle near the opening tightly, showing he wasn't bluffing. Naruto, calm down. Sensei, you were out of line. Sakura frowned with a stern look, getting an incredulous look from Kakashi. We don't even know a single clue about these women. They could be plotting to turn Naruto on his home. Naruto had a disgusted grimace, while Artheria, regular Saber, Mordred, Saber Red, and Artoria, Saber Lily, all had disgusted, enraged expressions hearing the rant. Never did I think in all my years as a ruler did I think I would hear the words of another zealot. Artheria had a very dark, frightening scowl, calling her legendary blade Excalibur to her hand, glowing with an ominous golden light. I agree, sister. Back in the day I slaughtered legions of zealots like this cretin before Master Emiya, like pigs to a slaughter. In Mordred's hand appeared Durandal, glowing in its black glory with intense flames-colored night black. Artoria sneered venomously. In her hands appeared Caladbold, looking like a complete weapon meant for piercing with a spiral-like blaw. To it glowing with the same mystic, powerful aura. Girls, stop. His blood isn't worthy staining Excalibur, Durandal or Caladbold, so cool your jets. Naruto said, spreading his arms out. Pushing the blades down, the three pendragons growled, glaring at a nervous Kakashi before sheathing them at their hips. Tsunade-sama. A nameless Chunin burst in, panting with sweat, looking out of breath, getting raised eyebrows from both the Godime and Naruto. Kiera appeared and she looked furious. Naruto Koi, it's Shuka and Gaia, they've been captured. His eyes widened slowly just as Tsunade asked what's wrong. It's Akatsuki. They've kidnapped Gaia Subaku, the Godime Kazakage. Naruto snatched up the Chunin by his vest with a dangerous cold look on his face. How long ago was this message? The Chunin sweated at the monstrous killing intent pressing down on him and saw a 9-headed serpentine dragon with crimson scales and black sigils running along its body. Just a day late. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the implications, as did Team Prana. It seems another village mongrel was petty enough to sell out a nation's own leader. How pathetic. Gil sneered in disgust, adding on with her killing intent, followed by Yami, Sakura, and even CU, making the poor unfortunate Chunin pale and whimper in fear. Team Prana, Team 7, go now and stop Akatsuki from extracting the Ikibi. You will be joined by Team Gaia's backup once you've found the location of the Godime and her captors. Tsunade commanded, then looked at Naruto and Kakashi. You and Kakashi will be the leaders on this mission. Naruto Emiya. Kakashi Hatake, set aside your differences for the mission and save the cage. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kakashi and snorted. As long as he leaves me the hell alone, I'll be neutral, and that's all you're getting out of me. Tsunade nodded sadly. She knew Uzumakis can hold grudges for many years depending on how severe it was. Hi, Tsunade-sama, I won't bother Naruto till the mission is over, that's if he doesn't act like scum. Naruto snorted. Why don't you look in a mirror after all? You are scum for breaking your own nindo because you felt superior, that you stunted my growth to not outshine your precious little Sasuke. You in my eyes are nothing but a disgraceful bigot, a weakling and a bitch who thinks the past will be forgiven. I have no forgiveness in me unless I allow it. Remember my warning those years ago. His voice turned colder and more malicious, staring at Kakashi, who tried to stand tall. I will burn this cesspool to the ground if either of my girls so much as tell me. Or I get an inkling that Konoha is plotting something against me, I will rain judgment upon all of you. Team, let's go. He finished, dismissing both him and Tsunade coldly before vanishing in flashes of lightning bolts. Kakashi, just go. To think Minato named you his godbrother. He would be ashamed of your fanatical loyalty to the council. Just go, I can't stand the sight of you. Tsunade sighed wearily, dismissing him, earning quiet nod and sunshine to the gates while wondering if he could convince Naruto to save Sasuke and forgive him for nearly killing him. The idea was ludicrous. Tsunade-sama. Something tells me Hatake-san won't listen. Shizune spoke up after Sakura left with a shunshin in a quiet tone. She knew that many expected Naruto to be all forgiving, but this case was different. He was merely showing 5 times the malice they all showed him as a child, and they were trying to change him back to the way he was before under his mask. Shizune, I can't find the strength in me to even argue with Naruto-kun. He's made his stance towards the village and is independent from Konoha's laws thanks to being leader of Team Prana. He answers only to me, and yet he wouldn't hesitate to burn the village to the ground if anyone thought of trying to harm his girls. I just don't know what to do. I'd say this amount of hate and malice isn't good for him, but part of me just wants to let him do as he pleases. It's his right of retribution. She looked out the window tiredly, feeling drained. Shizune just nodded. Frankly, Hokage-sama, I would just let Naruto-kun do as he pleases. Neko A.K. Yugao Azuki and Anbu captain stated bluntly, getting raised eyebrows from fellow Anbu, Shizune and Tsunade. Let me clarify, Naruto-kun sees Konoha as nothing but a prison, a cage. He despises the Sandaime with his very core and being. Him showing forgiveness, he'll only do so if he has a use for you, or he just finds it amusing for others to think he's a pacifist. He won't hesitate to burn this place down even if someone begs him not to. He just sees it as Konoha getting its just desserts for all of their actions against him, and he won't hesitate to resort to blackmail to leave him be. Honestly, Naruto is Konoha's monster, and he's getting several pounds of flesh he is entitled to. Even if he has to commit murder, he doesn't care. He's a sociopathic. Death wouldn't make him bada. Eyelash, I am not kidding around. Tsunade-sama, he will kill Kakashi, Kurenai, Kiba, Ino and Sakura and those who tormented him if his emotional control snaps. Yugao warned grimly, getting worried glances. Something tells me Naruto also has complete control, trust and unity with Kiara as well, which is quite interesting. Tora aka Kino said with deep interest in her voice along with something else. Say that got a narrowed eye glare from Neko. Something tells me Danzo and those other morons are going to earn Naruto-kun's wrath one way or another. Tsunade deadpanned somehow knowing it was going to happen. It was a loud gut feeling and her gut was never wrong. With Team Prana and Team 7 border between Hai no Kuni and Kei's no Kuni. Naruto's eyes were cold, dark and murderous, his mystic eyes of death perception were glowing full blast. Both teams were tree-hopping as fast as they can towards Suna once they learned of Kenka, one of the elder Subaku siblings, being poisoned by Akasuna no Sakuro. Naruto. Naruto glanced back to see Sakura sweating a bit with her movements being slowed. She was falling behind. He looked then at Hitaki to see him looking slightly winded at the speed they were going. Tch fine, we'll stop up ahem. He looked down past the foliage to see a familiar blonde-haired woman with ponytails. Tamari. The Suna Wind Mistress blinked hearing her name called and looked back only for her face to redden upon seeing the familiar ace of Naruto. Naruto-kun. She looked over his clothing and new looks only to swallow thickly, feeling her cheeks blossom even more pinker. Tamari, we need to hurry and get to Suna. Gaia's been kidnapped and Kenka's been poisoned bad. Temari's eyes widened in horror and shock before nodding. Pick up the pace, people. Naruto barked, getting rapid nods before Team 7. Prana plus Tamari shot off light bullets, clearing more distance than normal at the situation. Suna Desert. TCH. The Aikibi was more than a fucking handful. Sakura Dana-un. A big-breasted blonde woman with a top ponytail groaned, holding her prosthetic arm made of wood after the Godime crushed it to pulp. That's what you get for being cocky, Deidara-chan. A sinful-looking red-haired beauty scolded sternly with irritation visible in her brown eyes. She couldn't believe how cocky her hot-headed partner was when facing the Aikibi Jinchuriki out in her own territory at that. It was a wonder she was able to pull that trick to beat the Godime. Fine, I won't do it again. Sakura Dana-un. Deidara whined only to stiffen, looking back with a mechanical eye scope getting Sakura's attention. What is it? Sakura demanded tersely, getting a gulp from the blonde bomber Kunoichi. It seems the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is back. Deidara laughed grimly with a hint of fear and terror in her eyes, clutching her shoulder that suddenly burned. And he's extremely pissed and murderous, and from this massive chakra I'm feeling he's looking to rip a bitch in half. She exclaimed wildly, her heart nearly stopping at the amount of chakra from such a massive distance, and Sakura looked stunned when the chakra hit her senses. Remind me again why we accepted joining Akatsuki. Sakura deadpanned at the feeling of impending doom. Deidara deadpanned back, we were on the run from stupid political old perverts and morons. I thought so. With Naruto, Suna Gates. Naruto's eye twitched dangerously as he growled lowly as the guards were doing such stupid retarded bickering, impeding them from the rescue mission. Tamari was trying to shout over them to let them rough, but the two just retorted with lewd comments, making the Wind Mistress snarl, about to bring out her fan. He snarled when Hitaki was reading his fucking smut again. That's fucking it, I have had it with this delay. He bellowed, shoving everyone out of the way. He slammed a crippling low roundhouse to the left gate guard's knee, sending it out of the socket smashed, earning a howl of pain before screaming bloody murder, clutching his shattered knee. He grabbed the other by his vest and headbutted him in the nose viciously, enjoying the cracking noise and the howl of pain followed by the spray of blood before he grabbed the by his skull and slammed both their skulls together, earning a shrill scream of pain from the headache. Naruto grabbed one of them by their pants waistband, flipping them and slammed one through the table, shattering it, giving him a few stomps to the face filled with rage before turning to the other whimpering guard, who began to pale and back away. Don't worry, let me give you a taste of my appreciation for wasting my time, fucknut. Kiara's Jinchuriki snarled before putting him in a Boston crab hold, making him scream shrilly again. Uncle, uncle, uncle. He was wed no mercy as he was slammed all over the place by his ankle, then spun around like a yo-yo. Yami and the others stared with dinner plate eyes and pale faces, each thinking, is this what I looked like when I got pissed? Sakura thought with a hint of fear and disbelief. This is worser than Kushina-sama when beat Obiko's ass for calling her fat. Kakashi squealed in terror in his mind. Is a mongrel's limbs supposed to bend that way? Gil thought with a tilted head. Naruto Dana's temper is worser than even mine. Yami's sweat dropped with a slightly paler face. Lord Naruto's fury knows no bounds. Artoria and Mordred shivered at the carnage happening before them. Not even Kami-sama is this cruel. Priestess sweated immensely. Haven't they've suffered enough, master? Kuritsumi thought with a sweat drop. Should I be terrified or turned on by this? Ryunosuke thought with a blush and a look of fear. Ototo Dana-kun is one sadistic bastard. See-you and Berserker thought with wide eyes. Toby. The bleeding bruised guard squealed as he went flying into the distance with a twinkle much to their mind-numbing shock at the flight path. Naruto-sama, thank you for doing that. Gaia Aama was going to have those two executed because of their antics. Baki, who was escorting them through the gate, sweat dropped a bit with a chuckle. Don't worry about it, Baki, Gaia, Kenka Nd Tamari-chan are my precious people. If they need me assistance or help, I do my best to help. Naruto shrugged modestly, getting loving smiles from Priestess and the others, while Kakashi had a frown and Sakura had an envious look aimed towards Shuru and Team Prana. Someone like you is rare in the shinobi world nowadays, Naruto-sama, so humble. I guess I can see why Gaia speaks of you as being the perfect fiancé. Baki grinned, seeing Naruto look at him slack-jawed before laughing, much to the other's shock. You are so lucky I didn't kick your ass for surprising me with that, Baki. The Suna Joe. Unin commander shrugged lazily with a smirk. Kenka knows where they headed, but she's heavily poisoned since it was Sakura of all people she went up against using the puppets she upgraded. Naruto shook his head with a stern expression. I'll scold Kenka-chan later about acting rashly against an enemy and not playing it smart. Baki shook his head in pity, knowing Naruto's lecturing was like being treated like a kid caught stealing from the cookie jar, literally. Suna Hospital. Kenka were back with help from Konoha, including Sakura Haruno, one of Tsunade Senju's apprentices. Baki announced Erdly to the buxom brown-haired woman on the table, face screwed up in pain. Around her, various med nins kept updates on her vitals. White Fang. An elderly roar came, startling Kakashi from his book too. See a foot speeding towards him belonging to that of an elderly-looking woman. Naruto's eye twitched and shifted Fuunkan up on the flat side, blocking the kick with ease, not even showing an amount of exertion. Oi. Oba-san, go get your damn dentures checked, our teams have business to take care of, said Naruto in a bored fashion, getting a tick mark from said old lady, earning sniggers from Rin and Yami Toshaka at the old granny crack. Temari's lip twitched in amusement, resisting any attempt to bust her gut, laughing her ass off. Looking at Baki, she saw he was showing an extreme amount of effort not to fall to the same fate. Old granny. Who the hell do you think you are, Gaki? Elder Chio snarled viciously, only getting a bored cold glance that made her sweat and shudder. We are the team's and here to assist in rescuing my fiancé Gaia Subaku. He stated slowly, with each word he spiked his killing intent, focusing it on the trembling old woman who looked about to have a stroke. Emma Yadana, calm your fire. Ryunosuke spoke up a bit gently, getting his attention, and looked when she pointed out at the sight of a quivering Chio being helped up by her brother. He grunted, letting up on He killing intent, and backed off, looking cool as a tundra again. Sakura, Kuritsumi, Ilya, attend to Kenka. The poison should be simple for you to remove and flush her system. I won't hold your hands. The pinkett Sakura nodded obediently and walked up to Kenka, with the two other healers of Team Prana doing so as well. And Oba-san, this perverted desperate old fart isn't Tsukumo Hatake. Naruto hummed rudely at Kakashi, who looked insulted at being labeled an old fart. I am not old, Naruto. He roared in his mind, looking about ready to explode, ignoring Chio looking at him closely. Oh, haha. Haha, my memory's not as good as it used to be. She thumped her head playfully, getting several deadpans from even Arthuria, Tamari and Baki. This old bat is cuckoo in the head. They nodded as if solving something. Hey, to think that old slug took up an apprentice. Chio stated with curiosity, watching closely when the hands of Kuritsumi and Ilya lit up with white celestial-colored fire. Sakura-san, keep track of the poison in her body. This isn't normal fire, this is using prana to heal. Ilya spoke up curtly and sharply, earning a nod. Kuritsumi just focused on the task. Ilya-san, the poison's being burnt out at a very fast rate. Sakura breathed out in shock. Kenka had a nasty combination of poisons, as in more than two combined in different doses. It was mind-boggling at how easy prana made it. Good, this brand of combo poisons don't really raise a meter on the poisons created by that nosy girl's Murasama blade. I actually had to try to purge the poison going for my heart that time she got a lucky hit on me. Ilya commented, getting an irritated look from Kuritsumi aimed at the silver-haired girl that was her daughter. Says the one that got arrogant with girl whose katana can kill with a heart-stopping poison which activate in a mere few seconds. Ilya reddened in the face, ignoring the bug-eyed expressions from the poison experts from Suna and Sakura and Kakashi. And this girl burnt it out of her blood. What kind of people are in Team Prana? Sakura thought with a bit of sweat going down her face, thinking what she was seeing was just the tip of the iceberg on the abilities and prowess for Team Prana. Thanks Ilya-san, Sakura-san, Kuritsumi-san. Kenka coughed a bit with her breathing patterns lightening up. Sakura looked at the vitals with a smile. Everything checks out, the poison's gone. Although I managed to procure samples of it so I can make an antidote just in case. She hesitated a bit, looking at Naruto, who nodded. Go ahead Sakura, it's better if you advance your training on poisons. You have much to learn about that particular ninja profession that our dear academy seemed to remove because it wasn't honorable. Naruto snorted in disgust. Honor? What are we, samurai? We are shinobi. Honor has no place in this world. Hi, Naruto-senpai. Sakura bowed before surprisingly making a few shadow clones, earning even a raised eyebrow from Naru. To himself, sensing her chakra levels dropped to at least half. There's more than meets the eye with Haruno. Maybe she took to deception like I did. He thought such a speculation had some merit to it, but onto other business. Kenka-san, do you have a cloth or something to track Sakura and Deidara? Arthuriya asked seriously. Kenka handed a black cloth to the female king. Interesting. His eyes flashed gold like an eagle. This was something all of Team Prana possessed. The eagle vision, not to be confused with the regular from Assassin's Creed, was merely an extremely advanced form of structural analysis that took little time to analyze any kind of weapon, especially celestial and dark magic imbued items. It could also tell which people were more important and were colored in a gold owl, while the others were colored either red or opaque blue. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, said Naruto, making several clones of himself. Go to the Sakura clones and help them prepare the antidotes faster and teleport once we get Gaia. The clones nodded and walked after the Sakura clones to do their creator's bidding. Guys, I've got a trail we need to move so we can catch up to them. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, noting quickly the gold coloring that belonged to an eagle. Another unknown ability. Naruto looked at Kakashi silently and nodded curtly, but murderous intent flashed in those golden hawk-slitted eyes, making those who saw it sweat with pale faces. It's like being stared at by Mahawk Dracula. Fucking scary. Remember, if the council even demands me to come to their so-called chamber, demanding I bed turned into a weapon or breeding stock, I'm going to come hunt you down, torture you, restart your heart, then torture you again, Hitaki, and when I'm done. Naruto's cold, malicious voice trailed off, sending massive shivers down the copy ninja's spines, seeing a very massive red demonic dragon with 9 heads glaring hungrily at him like he was a snack. Oh, okay, but shouldn't we send someone out to stop them from moving so we have more time to catch up? Kakashi squeaked, looking smaller and smaller the more that beast glared and growled at him. Naruto looked at Yami, who smirked nodding, sinking into a pool of shadows, saying, I have their chakra signatures thanks to my sensory. I sense these two Akatsuki are female as well. Naruto Dana-sama. He looked at his mate with a feral smirk and a gleam. Give both the tentacle package. At that, Yami grinned lecherously with flushed cheeks, as did the other females of Team Prana, Sakura, Kenka, Baki, Kakashi and Temari, who had the biggest nosebleed ever. At once, my alpha, I'm sure once they're under your tender mercies they'll be a glorious conquest. She quipped, vanishing into the shadows, leaving a silent room. You, my lord, have a very devious, twisted mind when it comes to tormenting others. Mordred blushed at the grin that made her loins heat up. You weren't complaining many times before, Mordred-chan. Saber red flushed crimson, much to Arthuriya and Artoria's amusement. Urasai. With Yami. Fu, I haven't gotten a chance to use this part of my shadow abilities for quite a while. Yami muttered with a perverted giggle. As she traveled through the shadow realm that was her, Naruto and Sakura's domain, where they had various monsters and creatures at their disposal that could go toe-to-toe with Junin, the likes of the one-eyed pervert, at full power, but he only said to use them if the corrupted need to be removed from Konoha. Oi Sakura Dana, I'm getting a bad feeling being on the ground. Yami perk. D up and slithered through the shadows closer, feeling the chakra signatures were very powerful, at cage level at least, although her team and master were even more powerful than that title. What are you talking about, Deidara? Sakura asked with a dry, unamused tone with a hint of impatience, earning a wider smirk from Yami. It feels like we're being watched everywhere. I feel naked. Deidara complained, nervously eyeing her surroundings with Gaia over her shoulder, cautiously, fingers flexing. Master, I found the targets, what should I do? Yami tapped a seal located under her ear, spreading out a bit, looking like a clock with swords as hands and Roman numbers. It was a communication wireless seal Rin invented, combining Magus runes and Fuinjutsu that could work over massively long distances, allowing no one to hear them except the ones wearing the seal. Follow them a bit, and once you see an opening, use your shadow spell to immobilize them and bring Gaia back. Both our team and Team 7 are just leaving the gates. Unfortunately, the old bint Chio is with us. Hopefully she doesn't slow us down, although I had to threaten with burning her to a crisp for suggesting Tamari and Kenka stay bahi. And hold on, it seems the Akatsuki noticed our approach. Already to river country. Yami, do whatever you have to do to get Gaia Heim back. I will not allow my fiancé to die over. I am sending Sakura over. Using the Hiraishin seal embedded into the communication seal. Yami nodded with a serious frown, knowing that if Gaia Subaku died, her mate master would rampage. Suddenly feeling a presence joined by her. Hello sis. Sakura popped up beside her with a wide smile, earning an amused snort. Hi Imouto-chan. Sakura pouted at being called little sister, only to fume at the look of amusement on Yami's face, knowing she did that to get a reaction out of her. Remember the plan, Sakura-chan? Sakura nodded at Yami's question with a wide sadistic smirk, showing sharp fangs licking her lips. Of course sis. I can't wait to break that blonde-haired bomber bitch in for upsetting Naruto-kun, since the pink bitch Haruno is changing ever so slowly from her bigoted ways. I have a strap-on I haven't been able to try in properly. Yami's sweat dropped at the look of perverse sadism on her sister mate's face and thought, you truly are one of a kind, Naruto Dana. With Naruto, Yami and Sakura are in position to slow down Red Sand and Mad Bomber now. Right now they are tailing them to see where the base is. Naruto announced, pulling out a metallic device he pulled apart, causing a blue 3D screen to pop up in the air, much to the awe of Sakura, Tamari, Kenka, Kakashi and Chio. It showed the map of the entire elemental nations. Sugoi. Sakura whispered it was her first time seeing such technology and wondered if this would help scouting and tracking Nin back home. Naruto. Kakashi spoke up, no taking his eye off the 3D map with awe in his tone. Slowly his opinion was changing about Naruto. Hi. Naruto asked curiously while staying stoic. Did you build something like this? Naruto nodded with a smug smirk. Yep, it's amazing what Fuinjutsu and geographical knowledge can do together mixed. I'll be taking up my seats on the council and start getting our Konoha upgraded from its primitive state. I trust you won't impede me, Hataki-san, said Naruto, raising an eyebrow, hopping the branches easily at the high speeds they were going. Kakashi looked quiet and shook his head. I'll cut you some slack and lay off. It's just that you unnerve me with how cold and cruel you are now. It's just like Itachi Uchiha. The atmosphere quietened before Kakashi shot past the others, leaving them to contemplate that. Naruto stared at Kakashi's back and sighed, rubbing his head. I guess I can't fault him for being so wary around me. I may be cold-hearted and cruel, but I would never murder children in cold blood just to save an ungrateful village from civil war. He sighed and stared back up Ahaya. And sped up, moving side by side with Kakashi. I know you and several others are frightened by my new power, experience and abilities, Kakashi, rightfully so, but you understand that because of my Kai LD hood Konoha gave me, it forced me to be this way. They only have themselves to blame. I am on my way to forgive Sakura-san since she acted the way she is because of Kazashi Haruno's mental conditioning. Kakashi's eye darkened, remembering that piece of scum, and knew such violent fanatical behavior wasn't healthy for a girl like Sakura. Remind me to rip that bastard's heart out next time I see him. Naruto snorted, finding a common ground with Kakashi. Get in line, Kakashi-sensei. That bastard tried to rape Kushina Okaha-chan when she was pregnant with me and Otu-san, and Okaha-chan beat the living hell and shit out of that fucker. and now it's the sun's duty to rectify that problem. I get my several pounds of flesh from him, you do the same on your turn. Deal. Kakashi nodded with a dead flame in his visible eye, shaking hands with Naruto, agreeing. What is this boy's reason for saving Gaia other than being her fiancé? Chio asked Temari and Artheria with curiosity. The boy was a big enigma, that's for sure. Artheria looked at her master's back fondly and sadly. Technically they are both husband and wife in suffering and burden. Chio's eyes widened in shock before calming down to look at Naruto's back. Let me guess. Kyuubi. Artheria nodded silently. Chio closed her eyes in sympathy, knowing the young Junin's life was worser than Gaia's since she had her ultimate defense. Now that he's stronger and more independent and smarter, Konoha is feeling threatened and afraid that he'll retaliate. Mordred spat in disgust, gripping her sword in a bone-crushing grip. Ling, her hate for bigoted fools intensify, only to feel a hand on her wrist and locked eyes with Artoria looking at her softly. Her eyes softened and calmed down. It just proves that humans fear everything that is more powerful and on a higher plane than them. Naruto-sama's childhood and those of the other Biju containers is the ugly truth. Kiriko Kotoheim, otherwise known as Priestess, snarled CL. Enching her gloved fists before calming herself, Chio looked at the members of Team Prana who wore looks of suppressed cold fury, then at Naruto's back with a small smirk. It is always the next generation that surpasses the old. She thought and spotted a green clearing up front, but felt a cold feeling in her old bones. There's someone up ahead, Naruto announced, stopping on a branch as did the others. I know this chakra signature quite well despite the fact it's a fake. Naruto stated, jumping from his spot amongst the trees to the ground, looking straight ahead. It's been a long time. He familiar face began as the others jumped down beside Naruto, earning narrowed eyes. Itachi Uchiha, yet you aren't him, are you? Naruto raised an eyebrow, earning slightly widened eyes from the Uchiha kin slayer, who merely smiled. Sharp eyes, Naruto-kun, but I'm afraid you are going to have to come back with me. Itachi moved to raise a finger, only for Naruto to explode from his spot, flickering. Appearing in front of destroying the earth. Much to Itachi's shock, he lost concentration only to hear it. Naruto appeared in front of him, eyes glinting crimson. Jamasen Jane Yo. Ryu Tsume Doribu. Dragon Claw Drive. He went flying from a lariat, slamming him against a tree from the burst of red-black energy. Then he vanished again, fist in a clawed rising palm strike, slamming into his abdomen with a red-black dragon claw over it, smashing him through several trees with a loud boom. SS Sugoi. Sakura shouted in shock and awe, seeing such destruction from a taijutsu technique. Tate yo, Itachi. Naruto yelled, scanning obliterated path. Bozu. Don't look at his eyes. Chio warned from the sidelines, looking around sharply. I know, but the thing is, he trailed off, spinning around. He jumped back just as Itachi came down, aiming to stab him in the skull, hitting the ground instead, landing against the tree. Genjutsu doesn't work on me anymore, not even Sharingan Genjutsu riot stamp. Itachi's eyes widened as the blow came almost too fast for him to avoid and blocked it with his forearm. Snap. URK. The Uchiha kin slayer grunted, only for the force to send him to the ground, bouncing off it. Only for Naruto appear in front of him with a glowing arm of flames. Bandit Bringer. Naruto slammed a vicious haymaker to his stomach, sending him crashing to the ground, only to get a flaming foot to the stomach. Break. Itachi vomited blood, only to choke from the hand closing around his throat and lifted into the air. It's scum like you who cause trouble for Jinchurikis like myself who have suffered because of some fucknut's mad delusions. I know about this so-called god pain. I am going to take everything he has ever had away from him piece by piece, then I'm going to put him through hell before I rip his soul from the mortal coil. Know this, Itachi Uchiha, I am gunning for you and every single one of you scumbags that hunt Jinchuriki, even if I have to burn the elemental Asians to cinders and rebuild it so those who are treated as non-humans can be allowed to live in peace. Everyone who gets in my way I'll crush. Naruto shouted, throwing the fake into the air and CKED his arm back, causing the familiar swirl of chakra to appear in his hand, and instantly blitzed the mid-air fake Itachi, aiming for his chest. Rasengan. Itachi shouted in agony and pain as his Fr. Aunt cloak was being torn to shred under the jutsu's grinding nature before blasting towards the ground, only for a cloaked figure to appear waiting. Much to Naruto's shock, she had the same chakra signature as him. Rasenringu. The female's gloved hand generated a dark purple Rasengan-like orb with a series of rings aligned around it like a planet before slamming it into his back, earning a scream. F pain as a white light grew from the jutsu impacting before she adjusted the trajectory, sending him speeding off into the distance. Consumed by darkness, Itachi suddenly screamed as huge claw of Black Red grabbed his body in midair and a vortex of crimson into Naruto, and the cloaked woman's surprise and intrigue. He was rapidly aging, like his life was being sapped from him till he was thrown away like trash, and saw the reason why. He is a young adult with white spiky hair and heterochromia, his left eye being green and his right being red. His clothing consists of a hybrid of modern, futuristic and old features. He wears a vibrant red-sleeved jacket with 2 long thin tails hanging from the back. Under it is a black shirt with 3 red belts. He wears a pair of black gloves with a red shell on the backs of the hands. His right arm is prosthetic with a red shell. He wears a black hakama and steel-toed red boots. However, Naruto saw he had several life-threatening wounds across his chest, back and arms that were glowing but refused to heal. He fell to his knees. Naruto saw the fangs and his eyes widened. What is a Damphir doing all the way out here from Fuyuki City? Wait, he's different, he thought. Never mind that he looked like he needed help. Plus Naruto saw edges of black-purple flickering around the arm that had a red shell on the backhand. He moved closer, Ntly, but the man's eyes turned towards him only to freeze in shock upon the sight of Naruto. Your wounds were caused by something that stopped regeneration. Naruto's fingers traced over the wounds. Impressed, this man looked like he ran for days and weeks without healing to come here. I don't remember anything. All I have is the clothes on my back, blood scythe and the azure in my arm. I'm all alone and unwanted. It's better if I die, Ragna said, losing his will only for Naruto to frown with a scowl and smacked Ragna in the head. Ow! What the hell was that for? Ragna tried to glare at Naruto only to shrink under the hellish gimlet eye he was being given, like that of a stern little brother. Do not ever say you are unwanted just because you are a half-human half-vampire, Ragna-kun. I am not completely human either, but I embrace it. Do you want to live? Do you want to find happiness? Naruto stated, cutting open his wrist with a bit of futon chakra, causing blood to drip rapidly, causing Ragna's pupils to dilate. His heart thumped in his chest so fast it almost hurt at the sight of the red glowing lifeblood. Yes, I want to fight and live, until the very end. Ragna's eyes glowed with a now immortal flame of willpower, earning a smirk from Naruto, glad that his fiery words rekindled the dying fire in this powerful warrior who still had much untapped potential. Then drink and pledge your loyalty to me, Ragna the Blood Edge. Ragna nodded, holding the limb in his hand, and began to drink from the open wrist, gulping slowly. Naruto watched before his eyes as the wounds healed nearly as fast as his own did. Ragna's eyes gained a purple hue to the sclera as he drank more and more. Naruto smiled at Ragna, who stopped licking the last vestiges of blood from the healing overwound in his mouth. Welcome to the family, Ragna. Ragna smiled widely with happiness. Welcome to a new beginning in your new path. Ragna nodded and bowed. All your enemies are my enemies. He smirked with a vicious feral grin. Master. Naruto pulled Ragna to his feet, and both turned to the cloaked woman. And just who are you? Naruto focused his heterochromia eyes on the sinful body-looking girl. Is that any way to treat your half-sister, Otuto-kun? Said the strange Kunoichi, who pulled off her hood, causing several eyes to widen upon the sight of a young adult with luscious onyx black spiky hair, 6 feral whisker marks, crimson slitted eyes and a beautiful oval-shaped face and fangs. Naruto held his head. A seal flashed on the side of his neck before shattering. Naruto fell to his knees, holding his head as the memories rushed into his brain. Master. Ragna yelled, reaching out to grab him only to stop when suddenly his eyes turned full blood red with no pupils. With the image of a red beast creature over him, Ragna gripped his arm as it flared. With the same black-purple aura till everyone heard the blood-chilling animalistic feral roar. Dan Zo Shimura. An explosion sounded off in the distance, just as Naruto passed out unconscious as the aura vanished. Elsewhere in a distant land, a blonde-haired girl wearing a gothic Ida dress and hells started up, looking off into the distance. Something's wrong, the azure feels like it's binded to someone else. Ragna. Elsewhere with a purple-haired woman and crimson pupilless eyes who narrowed them. Someone is interfering with things they have no business tampering with. Her lips pursed darkly. A blonde-haired girl gasped as her hairpins glowed, earning looks from a blonde-haired woman, a pink-haired cat-like girl, and a brown-haired squirrel woman, and several others. It's Ragna, he's alive. Interesting. A man with green hair muttered, wearing a suit and a fedora, his golden yellow slitted eyes glowing briefly before walking off. Thanks for watching.